Everybody know the drill. Everybody know the drum. ultimate. Not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Juby and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Blast going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The defuse is still going down. Can he find them in time? He can't. He's for Kaplan.
The opposing opponent picking up from garage, could move to position, but the second opens up, and immediately two down here as AV strikes first and then strike quickly. Almost all of Kid falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short. Strike to J gets a triple, but to get a quadra. And
Upshot, and now you have to deal with three more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill.
And welcome everyone, ready to go, hopefully on this lovely Wednesday evening for the Pit of Valor, once again with GLG. I'm excited to be here. Hopefully everyone else is ready as well. My name is Orbital, with me is Anton, and we will be here for the first 3 rounds of this Pit of Valor. We have so many teams lined up for you, so hopefully we'll have a lot of great action. Anton, are you ready for this?
Absolutely, man. This is Pit of Valor number 89. We're getting up to 90. That's a lot of Pit of Valors. I say this every single time. We're getting to 100. It's going to be 10 weeks until then. That's absolutely insane. But for now, we do want to get started as soon as possible because we know it's a bit late. This tends to happen, but all good. We have Fluid Gaming going up against Monkey Squad for the first game today for the round of 64. So we'll see how these two teams pair up. As always, with all round of 64s, this is going to be it's going to be a throw up depending on who has like the better agent pool, the better map pool. We're going to have Haven first up as well in terms of the maps. So standard stuff, like it's probably one of the most popular maps in North America at the moment, being the most popular map in the latest VCT qualifiers in North America. So, I mean, yeah, teams know how to play it. We're going to see some standard stuff. So, yeah, Orbital, like you mentioned, we're all excited. Hopefully the teams are ready as well. So whenever these guys are ready to start, we should be getting into the map. But what we should be talking about before that is, remember the stuff that we have going on as well, because once again, this is number 89, Pit of Valor. Number 90 is coming up next week, so do not miss that. Same time, same place. As always, it should be at 5:30, depending on if the teams are ready, depending on... We had a couple technical issues, unfortunately. Some Windows updates and stuff like that caused some delays, but everything's good for now. So we're going to be getting... Okay, player crashed. Player crashed. We'll get into the game as soon as we possibly can when this player gets back in the lobby. But anyways, yeah, we'll get to that when we get to it. But once again, things to talk about. Val and Chill, Saturday the 14th, once again. So don't miss that if you're available for some like chill gameplay. Obviously not like super try hard, not like the Pit of Valors where you want to honestly just give your all to win. You're going to try to win, but it's a lot more lax on the weekends. So join us on the Saturday for that. Free entry, $50 first place. So it's technically just like the Pit of Valor, except a lot less serious. So all good. Next 2 Saturdays scheduled. Join now before it's too late. And follow us on Twitter. Join the Discord with !Twitter and !Discord to get more information on that and everything else we have going on here at GLG with the manager and coach only tournament as well. We have not had more info coming to you, but we will soon. So once again, Discord and Twitter for all that stuff going on. And yeah, it's basically we're gonna have to hope that these players get back in lobby very soon, because other than the socks, which admittedly we've harped on so long and it's getting so hot now. It's literally 83 degrees outside my room at the moment. I don't know how useful those are going to be in the summer, but I can tell you in a couple months when it gets cold again, when it gets to like the 20s out in like January, it's going to be quite nice to have this GLG socks on your feet. But we are going to be finally getting the map. We have the Haven. First map of the day. Once again, it's going to be Fluid Gaming versus Monkey Squad. We are going to be getting into it. Agent select very, very soon for you guys.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. And of course, thank you so much, Anton, for giving us that rundown and so much more. Again, we'll keep reminding you of all those things later on as well. And to ensure that you have all the optimal time to go ahead and sign up for all the other events going on. Those are very, very important. And again, we appreciate your support in all of this as well. As you were talking about, though, the agents are being selected here. And you were talking about how the agents are going to determine quite a bit of what's going on here. And already we can see some cheeky agents coming out here. Jay with that fade is going to be rocking it out. So far, it's been a toss-up if we get good fades or not.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the first tournaments that I've seen with Fade unlocked, so this is gonna be quite exciting. We're gonna get to see her in VCT very, very soon. But before that, we have obviously GLG here. So it just depends on if FG want to bring it out or not. I'd be honestly a bit shocked if they don't. I mean, it's a fresh pick. You throw everyone off guard if you actually want to go for it. And Jay, as you mentioned, he's gonna be on that. I don't blame him. I mean, I love to see it. Like, the new agents, I think she's strong. I've heard some people say that she's not that great. Like her stuff can be shot out, right? Her not leer. I actually don't remember what it's called, but that her wall hacks can be shot like with one bullet and it's just gone. But the thing is, I think if you have some good lineups, you have some coordinated pushes with some of your teammates. Like if you paranoia someone and you have that eyeball like all up in the sky where it can see you and it can still detect you if it's like really up high. I think that kind of thing could be powerful, and they are bringing the omens, so that is an option for them. Not to be for the attack, unfortunately for Fluid, but I'm excited to see what Monkey Squad have to bring us from this pick, because they don't have a Sova, they have the KO, so they're going with the double initiator, just like their opponents are, but just literally double opposite initiators with the Breach Sky versus the Fade and the KO. So this is gonna be definitely curious.
It's going to be curious as well as very entertaining, right? This is also one of those points that I'm very, very interested to see how well it plays out. It's a lot of information given and a lot of information taken away. But for the side of the Monkeys, it's also the fact that you're one and done. Not too many heals in the back pocket. You were kind of pointing that out and saying, hey, this is kind of all you get to work with. Of course, Fluid Gaming on the other side. You're working with that Sky. That's the one that I'll be keeping my eyes on. How well can you keep your team healthy in some of these engages, because this is going to be fast and quick. Fluid Gaming, of course, entering into this B site as quickly as possible, and it's going to be a roundabout angle to go. Footy is going to find one. Daryl Song is actually going to be the first one to pick up first blood. Brodog, though, with a couple quick kills, is going to find a 2-for-1 favor. Jay is going to fall through as well. 2v3 to go ahead and clip things up. A Monkey Squad loses another, and it's down to a 2v2. HP bars are running very, very low for Fluid Gaming, but Monkey Squad are not going to have the site advantage. 2v2 here on C site as the spike goes down.
Thank you for. Alex, he saw him in the smoke, surely. Jet's still here. I don't know if Alex reads this, but nonetheless, they're going to go for a push, and they were so low on HP, they kind of had to try and find some kind of timing. So, no, I can't blame him for what they had to do, but the 2v2 is nigh on impossible with such low HP. Very nice from Stab to hit that dink through the garage wall, by the way. I don't know if you realize that, but Jet was at 100 until that landed, and then all of a sudden the round just goes completely in the defense's favor. Monkey Squad with the first round. Very nicely done.
It's a very, very quick round and a very, very nice temperament as well. Fluid Gaming, one of the huge things that I always like to talk about in pistol rounds is, you know, kind of skill check your opponent. And I preferred watching some of these matches go off, and they are very fast-paced, right? They rush, they just see if you can get away with a few cheeky kills, and Fluid Gaming have done that. They've said, hey, we know we can get 1 or 2 cheeky shots off here, but of course this is going to be the big challenge. Brodog on the far side is immediately going to get cut down. Oh, no value out of that dash being prepped, so Vroom was able to pick up one. Fluid Gaming really enjoying that factor, as now they open up garage and they're trying to open it into the C site once again.
Oh, instant kills, and that's a lot of frags happening from Fluid Gaming. They picked up guns as well. Footy going in with the Sheriff, the non-upgrade. Oh no, the team flash, the double team flash. How has it worked out? Jay's got a double at the back, and somehow Footy is just, with the spike out standing at the back of the site, doesn't exactly know where he is, but Stab trades one back, and it's still a 2-on-2. Still doable for Fluid, but Aurelia is at very, very low HP. The Paranoia is gonna miss. They're gonna check this guy in the corner. No, he's gonna get a kill 1-on-1, and all of a sudden he's got 4. Somehow Fluid have done it on the anti-eco, the thrifty round for these guys.
There, Lasong, the one to pick up 4, said, hey, I'm here, one off the ace. And Fluid Gaming, it was a quick rush, it was a very quick tap, and I don't think Monkey Squad were expecting Brodog to actually lose that opening initiate, and it caused problems, right? Very, very well done by Fluid Gaming. As soon as he got the pick, they rushed into C. They said, hey, don't give Monkey Squad any chance to recuperate and any chance to kind of gather themselves back up, and it worked in their favor so well. Now with the gun advantage, they're going to rush in. They're going to try and turn this early game into the 2-1 in their favor. Monkey Squad, working with the budget buy, are going to do their best to defend. A little bit of a hard push on that C long. However, it's going to be an A long attempt here as Fluid Gaming go ahead and take the long rush. It's a 3-2 split as the Trailblazer is going to find one. And Vroom will go ahead, take advantage of that one. Footy will fall through on TXC. And with that teleporter taken away, Monkey Squad losing members left, right, and center. Fluid Gaming say, hey, made a small mistake in round 2. And with that, we take a very quick sight on A point.
Yeah, that is convincing. There should be nothing for Monkey Squad to do here other than maybe go for some exits, but they knew the jet was in heaven first a little bit, and jumping right out. Wise by this guy. And then to really just get the kill through the smoke, and Brodog just wants to lose his life. There's nothing for him to do. He needs to at least get the loss bonus for next round. Gets one frag. Nice to charge up the blades. And he's going to be actually one off the blades for him going to the next round. So it's actually not that terrible for Monkey Squad. Admittedly, you don't ever want to lose that second round to a Thrifty, but this might be best case scenario because they're 2 off of some very impactful ultimates. Jay's even 2 off of his own as well. And then, yeah, they're going to have a Turtle Force very soon. They're going to have Blade Storm very soon on Brodog. So if you want anything coming off a second round loss on that anti-eco, I feel like this is where you want to be.
Yes, and I would hard agree with that one. You have the ultimates as you were talking about, just 1 kill off or 1 orb off, and you might be able to play into that if you get first blood, and that's why you can see the cheeky push up here on B. It's going to be a heavy flank. Monkey Squad are going to try and ramp up, but Blade Storm is out. Footy can't find a single knife, and Stab says hello. Room is able to trade one back, but it's only one. Daryl Lasong is going to take out TXC. Site is open. Daryl Lasong is going to go ahead and get the teleport, but immediately spotted out as Jay with the Odin in a round 4. He's going to go ahead and mow that one down. 3v2 as Fluid Gaming. I can enjoy that factor. 1v2 now as Vroom, because I don't want any part of that. Does have Spike, is able to get away to A. Oh my gosh, the Monkey Squad come out and all cylinders firing here. They're going to try and tie it up 2-2.
He has an ulti. I don't think he's going to use it, though. Both players in the defense grouping up in the spawn, wanting to just go for a double swing wherever they choose to peek. And now the crossfire, they're going to break it, but there isn't one to help. Vroom, can he do it? Oh my, he's got the dink. He's actually got the headshot, the first player. But Phantom Diff, that's unlucky for him. If he had a Vandal, maybe there's a chance. But I mean, that double swing was so good by both these guys on Monkey Squad. They played that 2-on-1 to perfection, and they even it up 2-2.
Well fought, and very nice recovery by Monkey Squad as well. After losing that second round, it always feels kind of bad losing the anti-eco on that sort. So to be able to come back and be able to tie things up and put everyone on even footing, it's going to be pretty nice. However, of course, here the problem is with some of these values being changed, it is going to be another save round. The most that you do is carry over 2 rifles. Brodog and Jay will be the recipients of those. And you can see it's a little bit of a rough purchase here. Stav is going to go ahead, use that Tour de Force to perfection. You can see a lovely Spectre, at least one of the inventory. So Monkey Squad working with a little bit lower purchase power, but still very dangerous in their own right. Just like Fluid Gaming, they're going to take the assessment over on A site once again. Last time it did a fair bit of work, and this time around they're hoping to do the same. Ooh, the turret did not go up exactly what they wanted, but the attacker lockdown is going to be played in. Monkey Squad not going to enjoy this factor. It's a hard spray, and that's 3. Take it away. Make it 4. Fluid Gaming, fluid as ever to clean up that site. All that's left is Jay, who unfortunately might try and take this fight. Gets one headshot. Hootie says, okay, this is how we play it. Jay now getting blinded out, is going to get swung on by 2. Is able to clip 1 more before falling. Fluid Gaming able to take round number 3 for themselves, the 5th round of this game.
Yeah, Jay's keeping him honest, but that one, yeah, pun absolutely intended. Fluid Gaming swept away the entire foundation of Monkey Squad on the A site. There were 4 people there, and everyone died. That was... I mean, there's nothing to say about it. They just lined up at the back of the site, and the one little spray down just deletes everyone, and that's the round right there. It's as simple as that. The A push, hard A, but Monkey Squad were kind of ready for it, and even still, the mechanics just weren't there, and now they're back on the save. This is rough. They have the blades, of course, on Brodog. And I was kind of shocked last round that they actually left Omen with the Spectre instead of having Brodog drop him over a rifle. But, I mean, if he makes the blades work this round, then all power to him. We'll see if it happens, though, if Stab's even pushing up. They're trying to get aggressive and trying to find some opening pick. But so far, Fluid are being very smart, playing it safe, and they're sitting at very long-range angles. So it would have to be a miracle for Brodog to land a shot, but it's not going to happen. They're really going to shut him down. Already in the entry, there go the blades.
Brodog has unfortunately, on this jet, has not had the most optimal times. Has had very nice highs, but so so far, Fluid Gaming have done a great job in picking off that Jet player, and I really want to highlight that because Fluid Gaming, that's absolutely the right move, right? Taking out that initiator. Now entering into the C site. And the Storm is going to go down, and they do find Jay in the back corner. Broom is going to take out TXC. And now the hallway is going to be the next. Fluid Gaming go ahead and wipe away 4 players. Monkey Squad with 1 left. Stab here with that pistol only. If it was a save round here, it should be a flawless, and it is. Fluid Gaming go ahead and take a 4th to put themselves up 2 rounds here in this first half.
Jeez, I mean, Stab, Deja Vu, put in the same position that Jay was the round prior, but with lesser weapons this time. He has the Headhunter, but that can only do so much. And in fact, it can do nothing that round. So Fluid up 2. That was a save, so it's not the most surprising outcome. But Monkey Squad now with the rifles again, they should have a bigger chance. Although there's only 1 TP, or excuse me, the TP is on both sides for Omen. Both Omens have the LT, but Darelia has. Hold on, let me take some time to pronounce this right, real quick. Daryla, I hope that's how you say it, because there's an I before the L. But anyways, Daryla has been a lot more impactful on the Omen than his counterpart has in terms of Alex, because 10-2 versus 2 and 5. I mean, you can just read it on the scoreboard right there, but they're going to go for another 8 take. Jets actually gets domed. Very nice shot. Alex now waking up. I'm going to call them out. That's exactly what you need. Right, but he runs across with his knife out, and he gets caught off by Vroom. So immediately traded back into the entry on A site, but it looks like Fluid still want to end up committing. Jay goes down at the back as well. Top frag for the side of Monkey Squad right now, and the spike being planted. A site confirmed, and Fluid Gaming have a 4-on-3 post plants.
I think this is their MO for the side of Fluid Gaming. They understand whenever they get those kills, or even if they lose one, they have that teammate advantage. It's really, really helped them out, and it's what's helped them get these fast picks and really turn things around. You can see it there, Stab putting up a valiant fight at the end. Ryla, of course, falling at the end. 5 rounds to the side of Fluid Gaming as, once again, they take control.
What a hold as well. That one, I could see the idea from Monkey Squad, right? They wanted to go fast on the retake to the Jet. Obviously dash in, take space, that's their job. But he gets immediately deleted by Hootie. Like, he gets 2. He was at 0 and 5 before, and those both those very impactful frags at the back of the site, very nicely done, taking the Jet out of the smoke. Even the follow-up that was meant to trade the Jet out, like, you're supposed to look at the minimap and the Jet's supposed to spot for you, and you have to go in. But the thing is, this guy gets both kills. That's absolutely crazy. And now, he's put them 3 rounds up. It is 5-2. Daryla this time finally gets head-kicked by Stab. He's tried this a couple times, but he instantly gets traded out. So what is to be done? Brodog at least gets another trade, so technically still man advantage for Monkey Squad, but the gun advantage very much in Fluid's favor. 3 rifles versus a single one in terms of Brodog, which is one of the ones that got the kill. They have lost the Headhunter, lost the potential of a chamber. Now, they execute the C. There are 2 people here, so they're technically running into the stack for Fluid, but let's see if they can dismantle this.
I mean, they're running into the stack, but at the same time, they're not too worried about it, right? As you were saying, man advantage, but not so much the gun advantage, so that's what they're testing here. There were 2 pieces of utility thrones, so Fluid Gaming saying, okay, we kind of understand what we're going up against, and we have a little bit of time. Maybe one of them will peek and give away their position here. And if someone does, that'll be up on their own. Howdy
Placing
is going to follow through, but Vroom is going to open things up. Rolling Thunder is going to be used to clear out that site. Nice knock up to 2. That should be enough to clear out that site. Shots go out. Vroom is able to find Alex Long. Around the back corner, Jay makes a surprise entrance as well. TXC still not found out, but a fake plant might be able to give him enough time. A little bit of a blind goes out as Vroom. Howdy. And those 2 go ahead and clean up the last 3. Fluid Gaming makes this look almost easy now on the attack. Consistent fast pushes and consistent wins. 6-2 is the round score as they have secured that magic number.
Good recovery as well. Even after that double kill, that double entry from Monkey Squad, if they can do that, but actually have guns this time, that might actually prove better, because they've been doing that a couple rounds. They have Brodog walk out of garage, and Stab actually walks out of, like, he just walks out of B every once in a while. This time, Brodog was in that A short position, able to get a pick from there as well. But yeah, they just didn't have guns. They could not take advantage of the man advantage at all, which is unfortunate for them. But now with the rifles again, Brodog has a bit of a lesser buy because he went for a force, and Slav is actually going to be I think he's going to drop over a rifle to the Jet and use his tour de force as well. So there goes that, but he's not looking the right direction. The Jet trying to work his way up long A, and now is a big problem. Does manage to get the dash out in time, but they are getting exec on, and I don't know if the chamber's going to be here in time.
Going to be the challenge again. Fluid Gaming have been playing fast and loose the entire time, and it doesn't seem to stop at all. But this time, Stav is ready for it. 2 to 4 takes out one. A little bit of a shocker as kills go back and forth. Stav is going to find a second, as Alex Long was able to find one as well. That is going to put it at a 4v2 deficit. And Monkey Squad going to enjoy that revive. Fluid Gaming, they are fully stopped for the first time in this game, I think, with weapons hot, and Monkey Squad seem to have found their magic number. But the teleport, Dare Lasong says, yeah, this is still our chance, and it's still very, very possible. This little open tag from the site, it does slow down the advance of Monkey Squad, and this could be a huge challenge. Monkey Squad still have to get into sight.
There's an ultimate in the hands of Killjoy as well on the attack, so if they need, it is possible to be popped, but I don't think the time is even going to be required, because Daryl's got another one and a 4K as well. Another quad kill from the Omen on the offense. Now TXC in a one-on-one, flash going through, but this guy's already escaped all the way long. Turret's gonna get shot out in the jump spot. That should end it right there. And then TXC has absolutely no time. Little shoulder peek from Vroom, and all he can do is just hold this right now. And TXC gets the kill, but there's absolutely no time for him. 7-2 now for Fluid Gaming.
This is Fluid Gaming just kind of running away with the show, even in a deficit, even in a 2v4. They have shown exceptional individual skill here. Dare Lasong 15-4 right now, 10-4 for Vroom, 7-8 for Footy on that back end, and it's ridiculous how well they have played this off. We are going to have a quick tech pause to make sure everything's good, but that gives us a little bit of time to go over what we've seen so far. And I mean, it's crazy, Anton. It feels like the match just started, and yet we are already about half or almost to the halfway point. Because of that, sometimes some people's feet get a little bit cold moving into the next half, so make sure you at home, if you are interested in getting any of those socks, go ahead, scan that code and QR code and see what great deals we have here. Of course, we always sell the socks. We love the socks. Everyone loves socks, even though it is summer, as you were saying. Some people, you know, really do need socks.
Yeah, I'm so jealous of people living in the north because, like I mentioned, like it might be 80 degrees here, but I know people up like in Canada, it's actually kind of like chilly there. I'm so jealous. But anyways, I'm a fan of the cold.
You're talking about 80. I'm sitting here like sweltering in 96. I'm like, this is awful.
I'm so sorry. I mean, speaking of sweltering, that's a very bright flash coming into A long, and Footy, he at least gets taken out once, but Stab gets traded. It's another quick A take, and here we go with the ultimate. Vroom's gonna at least push everyone off the site. Surely Brodog can't even find one. Alex has got a single kill, but is either gonna get traded or detained, and it's the first one. 3-on-3 now. On this, no one is detained. Everyone's gone out safely, but Jay still up in the heaven. He wants to try and find some damage with the shock darts after the nerf. Maybe not too much he can do with those, but he's cleared out some areas for his team to step into. Knife gets shot. No one's disabled, but they have to try and clear all these angles, and they've actually got past the non-existent crossfire, but Justin's just peeking on the default position and taking on every single player on this retake. 1-on-2 now for the Sova, and Jay, all he can do is just check. He's actually got the first. Justin now has to play it patient, and he knows he's off. That should be over. Jay's at such low HP. All that Justin needs to land is a single bullet. He's got it. Another quad kill from another member on the attack. Fluid is just making everything work right now. All of their individual players shining.
That's something that we've highlighted. This squad runs so quickly that it feels like the defensive side has no chance to really prep for any of the situations that occur. And granted, that was a save round. Granted, for Monkey Squad, they were working with only pistols, and that's why you saw Jay kind of run under the awning, was trying to pick up a rifle on their own. But that still leverages into Fluid Gaming's favor, right? This squad has been on the up and up the entire time. I mean, Justin getting a 4K at the very end there leads so much in their favor. Now, with those Seekers out, now with the Bladestorm of their own, Fluid Gaming are going to look to try and power through in these last two rounds, get to double-digit rounds before the half is over. And if they do, that will spell a very, very heavy and sheer cliff to climb for Monkey Squad if they want to retain their spot here in the pit of Valor, number 89. A huge chase into the C site. It's a nice challenge, but Footy is going to find Alex Long. Very, very nice pick. Footy is going to swing for another. Jay is going to get a nice snipe with that Hunter Siri, but it's all for a little bit of not the 1 for 2 value. We need a little bit more. Monkey Squad now going to get swept on. Footy. He's going to come around the other corner with the 4K, wanting that ace so badly. Tav is going to take a peek out and go. This might not be enjoyable. There it is. The ace for Footy to go ahead and collect the 9th round for their
Last
team.
round in the
Man,
half.
it was bound to happen eventually, wasn't it? Every single player on Fluid getting a quad kill and here and there, and you're gonna have an ace eventually, and Footy's the one to claim it. So first map of the entire day, and we've already got an ace. Very nicely done from the Jet on Fluid. And now with the Blade Storm up again, Zerilla's got another teleport. That's just like, what are you gonna do against this team? 9-2, the best you can hope for is some magic in that curse, but I don't even know if that's going to be strong enough at this point. There's going to be a Spectre. There's going to be 2 Spectres. Alex is going to hold one. Stab's going to have another. And there is not even a sniper rifle to be had on the defense. Not in that Tour de Force. And Brodog, he does actually catch someone off guard. Justin makes a little bit of a blunder there, hopping off that box just at the wrong time. Not that he would know, but still very nice to catch that timing on the defense. Bro, he's actually going to go for another aggression. He's going to push even more. But can he get anything? The flash is going to go past him. And he does get a second one. So still holding the man advantage very strongly from Monkey Squad. And keeping the pressure on as well. They're not slowing down. Even being down about 7 rounds, they're still going for these pushes. And Stab is already up all the way at the top of A long as well. They have so much space right now on the defense. I don't know if Fluid actually understand this, but Monkey Squad seem to have the read because they know that no one's coming towards A, and B is clear as well because the Jet pushed all the way down. So it has to be a C take. There goes the Exec, and now there's an ultimate. No one should be hit by it. No, their KO does get hit. And the knife whip though. Jay has a chance. Not quite anymore. Footy recovers. Spike has not been planted yet. The kill is to be had though, and they are coming through.
There's a 2-on-2 though, as that was a nice little cleanup. Footy is able to change it to a 2v1. And now you know where Stab is. They did so much work. Monkey Squad did so well. But again, if Fluid Gaming are granted the opportunity, they will take advantage of the fact that you are always 1 step behind. Monkey Squad in the 1v2, as we were talking about. Swing 1 is able to find it, but Footy is able to survive with 30 HP. It'll be 10-2.
Gun
In
here.
the first half, Fluid
Switching
Gaming looking
sides.
strong, moving into the second half.
And in another universe, Stab replicates the famous Hiko clutch that we saw back in beta, but not this time. Unfortunately, the dice does not roll in his favor. Vandal Spray a bit too tough to control, but I mean, yeah, he definitely... I mean, he held his footing as best he can, but I would imagine he would have held it a bit better if he had the GLG socks. So if you want to maybe have some better spray transfers in your own life, then go ahead and order those right now. Might be a bit warm, but like I mentioned, like it doesn't even matter. Like we'll have winter soon, but until then, we'll just enjoy them in our closet. Or we can I could probably just hang them like behind me. I've got a bunch of white space on my wall, so could be
A
nice
little
decoration
collage
until
of
it's
socks,
a bit
right?
cold. Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, that is the best way to do it. Of course, we are back underway for the 13th round of this game, and it is going to be the pistol. The idea is there, but Stab, of course. Monkey Squad now on the attack, feel a little bit more aggressive, and for them, this might be the opportunity to turn around. Fluid Gaming were very, very aggressive on their attacking side. Will Monkey Squad actually do the same? That's going to be a question that they want to kind of run by themselves, but so far it is netting them a value. Fluid Gaming losing one right off the rip. And hoping for a little bit more, possibly. C-Site will be the call as the Nailstorm goes down to deny them for just a little bit.
Denies default plant, but that's a wide one. I personally like that plant a bit better than default because you can see it all the way down C long. And so far, because everyone on Mikey Squad's alive, Zerilla can't actually pick up another player. That's a bit unfortunate. There's a lot of damage going down on the Jet right now. Finally, 1 kill does come out, but Rodok, she managed to trade out, have so much impact all the way outside of Garage, and he's actually got the last kill as well. All the frags coming in Monkey Squad's favor, and they made it happen. They've won the pistol.
It feels like it's almost a little deja vu. Once again, Monkey Squad are able to win out on that pistol. Here comes the main factor. This is where they lost last time, and it was the aggression coming out of Fluid Gaming that caught them off guard. But again, it feels like now that Fluid Gaming have to play to the tempo of someone else, it causes a few problems, right? And for a team so aggressive as themselves, it's a little bit hard to dance it back. So I'm very, very curious how these next few rounds will play out. Ideas are up. Monkey Squad go ahead, throw down a little bit of a vision denier. And Heart Spray by Brodog is not going to yield any results. B-Site going to be challenged inside as everyone is going to block out these corridors. Stab is going to watch as TXT gets the plant. Drew ready with that frenzy is going to go ahead and walk in, try and challenge in, but Howdy is down. Chase inside. Everyone's running away as Room is able to pick up one. Jay is able to find Justin on the back end though, so Monkey Squad getting a phenomenal setup here into round number 2. Jay finishes off one more. Daryl Lasong is the last one alive. This is going to be a pistol versus Shorty. That'll be the finish. Daryl Lasong falling to Alex Long. And Monkey Squad put 2 in a row.
That kind of rhymed. I just realized both the Omen's names rhyme. Anyways, it's just a little detail there. But yeah, Monkey Squad taking... They actually take their anti-eco now. Thank goodness for them. They need this to come back, but the problem is they were 2-10 on the half, which means Fluid on the bonus. They have a big chance to getting 11-4, and that's going to look a bit scary for Monkey Squad. The only kind of saving grace for them is at the moment Fluid did invest enough in the last round that they don't have full armors this time, so 3 of the riflemen have half armor, which means the Spectres can maybe do some work in this round. They need a couple less bullets to kill. Delila's going to be at the top of this site right now, on top of B. He's actually got a double spray down. Brodog trades it back, but that's already enough done by this Omen so far. Surely, I don't know, Jay's actually doesn't. Okay, he doesn't get hit by it. Fine, but Footy has a trade all the way at the top of mid right now. Fast flank by these guys. Now 2-on-4 for the retake. And already both these guys on Monkey Squad instantly removed, and Fluid very convincing 3rd round win.
As soon as you get weapons in your hand, Fluid Gaming say we are on top of things. And with this, they only need 2 more rounds. Monkey Squad, it is to be expected though. A 2-1 start to any half is appropriate, right? It's all about this 4th round though. It's all about, can a Monkey Squad be able to fight back? This is a full gun round. There are no shenanigans, right? This is a full gun round of epic proportions, except for Daryl Lasong, who is deciding that the judge is the way to go. The judge will lead him to victory.
Honestly, based on where he's been playing on the defense, like, fair enough. He's in the garage, right? So close angle, you want to be able to hold that really well. And hitting 5 headshots in a row if you get bum rushed by 5 players is kind of difficult. But in fact, he's not going to need to hit any because he's not actually going to be challenging anyone. He's going to be playing in his own smoke. But it's going to be a full C-rush from Monkey Squad right now with 5 rifles. They're going to be dashing right in, but he's isolated. This is a big problem for Bruno, but he's actually got the first one. Solid shot, fast shot, and clearing at the back of the site. No one else is on this C. Everyone from Fluid having vacated. Now they're playing the 4-on-5 retake after the plant goes down. There it goes. Full util on the defense to see how they're going to go about this.
And I really like this call, though. Again, I love when teams understand that this is not best to just go straight in, right? Not to take that hard defense, but that'll be a trade back and forth. That's going to be left down to a 1v1. The kills came so quickly. And now Jay is going to be the final member alive with how quickly these kills came down. Vroom actually has a lot of time to play that angle, and now seeing that recon bolt is going to quickly try and get half. Yes, you do, but Jay comes around the corner. Fluid Gaming do not get that 4th round. They do not put themselves on match point. Monkey Squad keep themselves in the game for just a little bit longer.
That is a nigh on impossible round to win for Vroom at that point. There's a Sova on the other side, the shock darts. There's the recon like you saw that Jay threw out first, and admittedly, very brave from him to not peek during the first tap, but Vroom, yeah, I mean, I guess you call pros don't fake, but he definitely went off and tapped like instantly. So I think in VCT you would probably see at least some player hold that for the first entire half, and that would have made the round a lot more winnable for Vroom. But at that point, the time is ticking down so low. Very nicely played by the member on Monkey Squad, and now, I mean, the comeback, very, very realistic at this point. It's another 5-on-5, another C-long rush, and Fluid Gaming are ready to defend this. They're very, very close, stacking mid, stacking B, but it's going to be another 5-on-5 retake because they all vacate the site, and there goes the spike once again.
Monkey Squad really playing up here. They understand that Fluid Gaming might not be the best on responding to someone else, and have done so appropriately, right? Taking their own advances, fought their own fights, but Footy inside grabs 2 with the knives. That should be enough to even things up. 2v2 now. HP bar is not in their favor, though. Dash toward Vroom, realizing this is a hard task, but is able to win out the gunfight, and they do even more. 3K for Vroom off the back of Footy's entry. Yeah, spin that mouse as much as you want. You have earned your team. Round number 12.
That is how it happens. I can't believe that he's done that. That is absolutely insane. The speed of Room's transfer, his reaction time, and decision making to like step back towards the box. Because like, at that point, I feel like the dash from Brodog was absolutely brilliant. Like you want it, one, it takes space. Two, it displaces Room's crosshair placement. And like what fight do you take? Do you fight the Jet? Do you fight the Sova? At that point, it didn't matter because Room isolated them. He stepped back towards the green box, so Brodog can't actually see him. And if he could, like he had to swing to see him. And at that point, I think the garage guy would have traded him. So just the sheer decision making from Room, just to be able to work out all that stuff in real time, in the server, like no wall hacks, no nothing. He doesn't have X-ray like we do. Absolutely brilliant from this guy, and he's secured match point. Bladestorm from Monkey Squad and the Third of Force, probably the biggest winning factors in terms of Monkey Squads, like in terms of what's going for them right now. But like, I don't think Fluid is going to be giving anything up. Even the Omen playing all the way back. You've seen him like right up against the door most of the time, but he knows what could happen. He knows he could get rushed by a Spectre. He knows there could be shorties. This time he's playing all the way back in the window, and the only thing that can take him out is either a headshot with a rifle or Brodog landing some magical knives.
Okay, Jay
sure,
might have been able to turn it around. Yeah, this is going to be Footy cruising in, and Brodog lands a knife to Howdy's head. You called it, Anton. You said that's exactly what you want to do. Just able to fire back, but still, this is going to be a challenge in a 1v2, or at least a 1-4-2. Monkey Squad with 4 in B. Styles says hello to Perilous Song's chest. Brodog takes Justin's head off, and Vroom, one last member alive, will not be able to survive. 4 members over into the next round. Monkey Squad take a 7th round.
Well, I guess it's never over until it's over. Jeez, yeah, fine. Jay, I called Brodog's name, and yeah, he showed up in the middle there, but Jay, Footy, like, honestly, he went pull, and then Jay was looking, I don't know, like, he shoots that with the rifle. Usually you go shooting with a shotgun, because it's easier to hit your target that way. But he instant headshots Footy, going for the up trap spot at the back of B, opening up B site completely. Like, that should never happen, right? This guy has an op, he should be able to lock it down, but he gets removed from the sky, out of nowhere. And now, that entire play has put Fluid Gaming on, like, a half buy. They have one rifle, they have a Marshall on this on the Jet as well, so able to go for something in a dash, but he's already used his dash, so no more of that. And now big problems. There goes a Hunter's Fury. He has to use all his util, and he actually managed to get a kill somehow. I don't know how that happens, but Brodog, he's already found his way to the back of the garage, so this is a big problem. This Footy can find a lot more magic done. Jay's got one, Justin another pick, but Brodog with the big flank. This is what we were waiting for the entire time. He's got 3, every single headshot at the back of C site. Now it's a 2-on-1.
What a change-up. If Vroom has an opportunity, that'll be the shot, and is able to find it. Alex Long goes down. It's a pure 1v1. Brodog currently on fire. And Vroom deciding if you even want to take that chance. I mean, you could throw down that lockdown, but it's going to be the chance. You take a peek. Brodog is going to be found out. A little bit of damage cheated. 85 HP. Can't find the headshot. Brodog able to clutch out with a 4K. Moves Monkey Squad to 7 rounds. I miscounted last time. This is the true 7 rounds for Monkey Squad.
Man, that one got close, and admittedly, you don't want to say it's heroics from Brodog, but honestly it was. The fact that everyone else actually dies on their site, very nicely done from Fluid just to land the shots, because they all had sheriffs. They had one single rifle. I don't think that got a frag. I think it was literally, I know Justin got one with the sheriff, so nicely done from everyone. But yeah, it is so difficult to react to Brodog just being all the way up garage at that point. Like, the timing is completely off. The logistics are great from Monkey Squad, so they keep themselves alive yet another round. But this time, once again, the challenge for them, they're up against full rifles, but they are walking towards the site with no one on it right now. There's this Killjoy util. Killjoy is actually cheating off back into the spawn position, so if they can pressure this, if they can take some of this util off, this alarm bot, this molly at this long A, maybe something to be done, maybe drag some people over from Fluid. But I mean, the spike is still towards SC, so they're keeping their options open. They're just sending these players here to proc and prod. They've already taken out the turret, and there goes the alarm bot as well. And there goes a molly. They've done a lot on this A site already, and you can look at what it's done on the minimap as well. Most of Fluid is cheating over towards this A-link position, so very nicely done from Monkey. And they're actually just going to get on site for free, so this is going to be a full retake setup for Fluid Gaming on this A site.
which I think is appropriate, right? There is no problem with this. The reason being is Fluid Gaming has so many ultimates that they can utilize that will force a Monkey Squad off, right? You take a look, they have the Rolling Thunder, they have this lockdown, they have the Seekers, everything that they need to chase after our opponent is currently available. And that's what they're going to be playing for. Jay is going to do a sacrificial play, gets one, does not get more though, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Now it's going to be the Rolling Thunder going in. This is the damaging part. Monkey Squad are going to be forced off of that side. Sav, though, is able to swing on the back end. Brodog is going to find one as well. So it's going to be a 2-2. Now it's a 1v1. Vroom, you got to make this play. TXC is going to play the angle, though. This looks like it's going to be around in favor of Monkey Squad, and it is. Even with all the ultimates used, Monkey Squad take the round.
I feel like they were used to perfection as well. You even saw like they waited for the lockdown. They didn't like try to breach alt the site, so they actually waited for everyone to get out. They killed the Sova. It was very nice for him to get one, but yeah, it's hard to get a lot more than that. And they go all the way through in the breach, ults the entirety of long A, and somehow the trades still come out. That is insane. That is so nicely done from the attacking side. That is like the almost unreal. The fact that Fluid has been on match point for so many rounds. It's been 3 rounds, and even with that triple ultimate invested, they still couldn't get it, which is what do you even say about like the crossfire is being held, the KO is stunned, he couldn't do anything. It was all up to Justin, if I'm correct, and Justin even getting so many of those kills on the left and the right side. He swivels both sides of long A, but it's TXC to just finish that off. They played their 1v1s to perfection too, like multiple of them, because I think Jay was on a 1v1 long C, played that perfectly. TXC with the flash with the little jiggle peaks played that perfectly as well. It really feels like if he puts Monkey Squad in a one-on-one post plant, they do not lose, and that is the scariest thing, because we've seen that quite a few times in the second half, which is not where you want to be when you're at 12 rounds, because they gotta close. Like Fluid just have to be able to close somehow. Probably won't be this round. Monkey are reading the right play. They're reading A site. There's only one player here. He's got a Marshall. Fluid might be top frag, but let's be honest. Like I see him getting one and maybe nothing more. We'll see. The smoke goes down, lets them cross, and he's gonna just explode out of it. But he's got an angle, and he misses the shot, and Brodog just domes him. That's the A site taken for free.
Nice little one to have, and once again, Fluid Gaming, they understand this. They took the time out, trying to do a little mental reset, said, hey, we gotta get back in our own zone. And I think this is a great way to do it. They're gonna try and take a few kills here. If they do, that's great. If not, no worries. Because again, it's just a hard spray and spam. Monkey Squad with all 5 up. Yeah. Be pretty happy about this one. Challenge on the back end. Vroom is able to take one, though. If you can collect the weapon, you might be able to do some work. It's going to be a 4-on-4 challenge. Swarm is going to go out. Brodog mowing out a few more just to get the spray down. So they do lose 2, but Monkey Squad still come out with the lead. 9 rounds. Now to Monkey Squad's favor. Fluid Gaming get another chance at a full buy round before this kind of goes nuclear. It's going to be real interesting to see how they play this defensive round.
Well, off on the defense now. Footy did not find success with the Marshall. Needed the headshot, didn't land this time. A lot easier of a gun. If he gets one, he has the blades as well. So if he gets run down, there's at least a chance for him to just like hold it by himself. So this is looking a lot better for the setup on the defense. He's actually going to be at the top of long C right now, if I'm correct, top of the box. But the thing is, he's not looking the right direction. Monkey Squad focusing towards this mid. Yeah, they don't even want to start a default. They're just looking towards B site, clearing it with the Sova drone. Obviously, post nerf not able to clear too much, but at least they get what they need. The Brodog takes the space all the way to the back of the site. The smoke's going down the extremities as well. This allows anyone from peeking back through.
Planted.
And the plant does go down. Another 5-on-5.
It's going to be that plant, and it seems this hold by Brodog just around the corner. Nets so many kills. The Monkey Squad not monkeying around anymore. Have cleaned themselves up. Have really given themselves a huge advantage. And now Footy on the back end is going to try and save that off, but the chase is there. And Alex Long said you don't get to keep that powerful weapon. Monkey Squad go ahead and push to 10 now as Fluid Gaming are on the cusp of potentially going to OT.
Man, it's really clear what they want to do as well for the side of Monkey Squad, right? Because they look at the op. Alex is like, does anyone want it? And they're like, no, we want to keep going fast. They're just going to keep rushing the sites, why fix it? Like, it's not broken. Footy's got an ultimate, but there's not really too many retake ults, and even with the retake ults, Fluid can't retake the site. So Monkey Squad might have found their saving grace on their attack. Both their teams, I mean, both these guys, yeah, it's been a 10-2 half in the first half of Fluid on their attack. So it's like, it's not like either team is not good on their attack. Both teams are absolutely excellent. But Monkey Squad this time, finally they're running into the stack. Finally, are they going to check the corner? They can't. They're not allowed to. The drone just shot out. Cinderella actually has a massive advantage, but no, they actually full clear him. That's insane. Very nicely done. Fully's got a very quick response, but they're just going to run away. They're going to actually try to kill him and go to back all the way to C, perhaps? They look down long and they can't actually see him. And TXC holds for the time being, but it's just going to be a timing game right now because Footy, they make their way all the way to mid, and TXC still made up an angle here. It's just so random, but no, he's actually got it. He's got the kill. Now they're able to reset back towards C, or technically anywhere. They've got so many options right now for Monkey Squad. A 4-on-3, and on Haven as well. You can spread like a max 1 per site, but no, they're all rotating towards C. What a read by Monkey Squad, just going for the re-exec so late in the round, 40 seconds remaining, and they have this once again. There's a molly, it gets shot out, and they're on the site. They've got the plant.
This was a well thought out plan. Again, finding Footy on the back and making sure that that ultimate was not going to chase them any further is very, very important. Fluid Gaming in a 3v4. One going up in heaven. Vroom going to try their best, but I mean, this is a tough one to match up here. Shots go out. Heaven is spotted. Alex Long is going to get blinded and killed, though, so that is going to change it to a 2-on-2. Justin is able to find one as well. Stab brings it down to a 1v1. Who is going to win out? TXC going to go for the blind. Howdy is able to walk around. Oh, no. Is this going to be it? Yes, it is. Howdy is able to finally find it. I think that's going to be it, though. The timer is not going to be long enough, is it? Yes, it is! 0.28! Are you kidding me? Fluid Gaming take a ridiculous final round. I was looking at it. I said there wasn't enough time. Yes, there was. Fluid Gaming take it 13-10 off of a thrifty round win.
Man, it got so close, too. Like, I thought there was time, and then when it got to the end, I was like, okay, maybe it might be over. But oh my goodness, that's the way I can't believe it. After I harped on how good Monkey Squad were playing their 1v1s at the end, that happens, and you can't really blame the KO, right? TXC I think played that decently well. Maybe you could have like escaped from the box a little bit, had the gun advantage, and he pulls back to let him have the better angle as well, right? But like, it's the heat of the moment. Like, he's playing, like, his heart's probably racing like that. In a one-on-one, when you have a massive gun advantage and somehow everyone dies, you trade back and forth with the sheriffs as well. And you can even see the last guy at a sheriff. No business winning that round, but somehow finds the timing, wrapping the box in the middle of the site, and he gets the shot in the back. That must be a heartbreaker for Monkey Squad, because they got so close to bringing that to OT. Like a little bit longer, maybe like a hesitation, like a missed button or something that the guy pressed at the end going for the defuse. That could have made the absolute difference. But by the skin of their teeth, they managed to eke out that win. Fluid Gaming almost letting that slip. 13-10 though. Fair play, nicely done. All you got to do is get that 13. That's what they did. They got the win.
Very, very hard fought, and again, can't take away from their attacking side either. Got 10 rounds in the first half, and they just need a few to close it out, so very well done. Both teams put on one heck of a show, but only one team moves onwards. Fluid Gaming will go to the round of 32. And with that, we will go ahead, take a break, get ready for our second round of this tournament. Don't go anywhere. The Pit of Valor here with GLG will continue right after this.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through for Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the gaming lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to go with round number 2 after a spicy game number 1. It went the distance after a surprising start to the first half. And now coming into our second, we're hoping to have the same level of action, the same level of intensity, and potentially a much different outcome. Maybe some OT, but of course, only time will tell. Once again, I am Orbital. With me is Anton, and we'll still be here throughout this round as well as the next as we reach into that round of 16 after this round of 32. Anton, are we ready for this next round? Are we ready to see some more Valor in action?
Absolutely. We've even got a fresh map for you guys. We've got Ascent, so we're going to be playing 2 different maps at least for our first 2 different games. So cutting the number of teams in half in the tournament, but hopefully not cutting the amount of action in half. We'll see what these 2 teams have to bring out. Once again, reminding you guys, Fade is allowed for this tournament, so it's only a matter of time until we see one. If I would think so. I would love to see one. I don't know if these teams have scrimmed with her. I don't know if these teams, depending on the pug teams or whatever, I don't know if they just want to bring one out. I really hope we do see one, because I am one of those guys who is really advocating for her to be in the scene. Right? I think she's very strong. I think she can be very good combined with some like another initiator or something like that. Considering how many teams already run double initiator, like just have her like slot in somewhere. I don't know. It's just a talking point, or just a train of thought. But anyways, yeah, we'll see when these teams do get in the lobby. But yeah, we do have Fade. God, I don't know if I can think of anything else right now, considering the fact that this is the first tournament that I'm casting with Fade being allowed. I would be sorely disappointed if we didn't get to see one. I will definitely be keeping an eye, at least especially after I stop casting, right? Because those are the teams that are probably going to be at the higher echelon of play after the round of 16. Then we go into round of 8, quarters, and then semis. Those are probably the ones that we really want to keep an eye out for, because it's not going to be like those pug rosters that just run it down. We saw last map. Yeah, it's Haven. Yeah, Haven is an attacker-sided map. But let's be honest, I think the attack was just like they were able to run it down everywhere and just win the gunfights, and just forcibly take all the sites. And maybe the teams just weren't that great on their defense. But as we go on the day, we'll have more well-rounded teams that are able to play both sides of specific maps. Like, might not have havens, like might have more ice boxes, might have some breezes, which would be kind of curious to see the aforementioned Fade on. Such a wide map, so many lines of sights for the wall hacks to go, and maybe the pull wouldn't be as strong on that map, but you have B main, and I know at least the team that my friends, we all got stopped inside split breeze B main yesterday by one single Fade pull, because that can do a lot if you have certain choke points. But anyways, that's all for speculation. I don't know. Again, I'm just hoping we see it, but fingers crossed. You never know. Maybe these guys will bring it out. We've got Never Forgotten Esports going up against Last Resistance right now in your second round in Pit of Valor number 89. And as soon as these 2 teams are ready, we should be getting into it. It'll be Ascent, like I mentioned before. So we have a nice little fresh map. But I think Fade, I think she could be strong on this map. I mean, everything's a choke point, right? You've got mid, you've got the arch, which is literally a choke point. You've got A main, which is a choke point. You've got cat, you've got so many places where that pull could be very useful, or the dogs can find some info, like if you could replace a sky or something like that. The wall hacks can literally go on top of the wall outside of A main or something. Like, there's so many different possibilities. I bring one up, please. I'm begging you teams, just get let me see it.
Well, we'll see if they do decide to do that. However, as we do get the agent selected, I do want to talk a few other options here for players. Of course, you've heard Anton do his rant about Fade and wanting to see Fade a bit more. If you don't see Fade here, maybe you can bring it to the table. Of course, if you were not able to get into this tournament, there is a way to insta-lock your way to the top here. If you're interested, GLG does have a country club membership that you can go ahead and buy just $10 a month, which is quite cheap for that one. You can go ahead and buy that and insta-lock and become an insta-lock member, where you get 3 months of access for the price of 1. This allows you to enter in and secure your spot for any of the upcoming tournaments before anyone else. And you also get access to the lounge before the grand opening later this year. Of course, the lounge that we are talking about is the GLG room over there on floor 22. There is more information about that if you wish to check that one out over on the Discord as well as on the Twitter. They have been so fantastic, and of course every single one of you that has bought into that already has been phenomenal in helping GLG continue to grow. Back to the game though, we are taking a look here. Of course, We can see the fade. However, we don't know if that one's going to be fully locked in. But NFE
Kid, please stop.
looking like they want to run it. They
Please.
might be able to do
She's
it.
not. Kid's trolling me. Kid's actually trolling me. Billions is. I'm in the game. I'm in the lobby. Billions is already locked in Omen. I'm actually getting trolled. I'm so mad.
All the trolls. But of course, we are gonna wait and see. Of course, I do see. I would like to point out DJ. That name is awesome because that's also a buddy of mine. I don't know if that's the same buddy, but if it is, then I wish him luck and hopefully the other team picks on it. But as you can see, agents are ready to go here. NFE going to be on the defensive side and Last Resistance on the attacking side. Going to be prepped here on Ascent. And so far, a nice little fluctuation, but still very mirrored compositions as well.
Yeah, almost the same. You've got the Killjoy for a chamber, but that is going to be the only difference. Apparently, there's another thing. Never mind. I'm not going to mention it. But yeah, Billy, yeah, he's got an Omen, same as Alu. God, man, I'm so sad. It's not Kid's fault. It's not Kid's fault. Like, I was joking around when I said she was trolling, but like we're being trolled by the overlay. I'm unfortunately. I'm dead inside. All good. But yeah, you've got almost mirror comps. You actually got a chamber, or excuse me, a Killjoy on both sides. The chamber's gonna be replacing the Jets in the hands of Senti, so that's gonna be interesting. I thought there was a Sentinel replacement, but no, it's gonna be the fact that we just don't have a duelist on the side of the defense and Never Forgotten, which is gonna be very curious. Don't often see that, but usually when you do, these teams are probably going to be sending the chamber in as first point of contact because he's able to get out with that with the teleport. But we'll see what happens. See, they're on the defense first, so this is gonna be very, very favored for them on the setup based on everything they have going on for them, based on their agents, based on what they have locked down right now. Already an entry kill. Good trade back, the KO for a KO, but Ekrudox is able to drive anyone else off of mid and rotate back towards that A. He seems to know where this hit's going to be coming, and DJ's already got a second frag as well. The Omen somehow getting away from this, and Billion somehow gets another kill as well. How is this even happening? Now it's a 1-on-3 for the member of Last Resistance. Maybe able to get one, but now against two, is he going to expect the second one? Now he finally sees Evolves on this cat position. Wall hack's going through. He's just got to win this fight. Is able to run, but no, the right click comes through, and Never Forgotten. A great start in the pistol.
If he go ahead, win out pretty heavily, doesn't even allow the plant. That is the most important part of that factor, and they're going to go ahead and walk into this one, feel hopefully pretty good about their chances. Anti-Eco granting them 3 lovely Spectres, and we'll see what they get to do with that one. Of course, Last Resistance, they went in pretty hot and heavy, and I think that's okay. Like I said, I always prefer the skill check at the beginning, and I appreciate it by all points. Last Resistance, of course, going to try their best to still round things out. You can see a 2-3 split here. 2 along the side of B main, 3 along A main. The spike over there as well, it does mean that this is going to be a challenge. Actually, it's a 3-2, my bad. It is 3 over there on B main and 2 over on A main. Challenge being laid out. Never Forgotten Esports, though, say, you can't joke with us there. You can't mess with us. We'll wait for you to still come into our waiting arms.
Slow from Millar. Up on top of the one-way as well, Ryken actually wants to jump his way in. And no one's not really too much movement. Some noise towards B, and they just get smoked in that catwalk. That's very unlucky, the timing there. Nice from Billions. He's just holding it. He's actually got a spam. He's done a lot of damage. DJ somehow loses his life on that A main. And what has happened? Okay, LR have made their way in. A site not exactly compromised just yet, but Ekrudox can't find a kill as well. And they've made their way in finally. 5 people just swarming on the site somehow. And Never Forgotten now the challenge on them for a 3-on-5 retake. Guns recovered for Last Resistance as well.
Placing swarm grenade.
Guns being recovered, and that will help out quite a bit on this retake defense. With 2 hiding around the box, it's going to be a question for Titian, though. Bringing in that verticality. Ryken and God's Sanity answer right back. But my gosh, was that a beautiful jump. Evolves. Ready to go with a little bit of an evolution here. 1v1, low HP. Gonna try and work some magic. Evolves is able to hear the footsteps here, and all you're doing is just causing that bait to occur. A swing, and that'll be it. A thrifty round victory indeed for Last Resistance as they carry over and take the anti-eco.
He had 6 health. He had 6 health. God's Sanity was at just 1 over the amount of HP that there matches the other, like the players on the other team. That is No, that is unforgivable. Evolves, he thought he could stick it. Admittedly, I thought he could too. He just wanted, because he got halfway. He's like, okay, I can just get it all the way half. He's not gonna be able to double dink me in the time that it takes me to defuse. But God Sanity, like, bless him. Whatever the case, the two classic shots, and in no other universe would they land that like fast. In this one, it does, and that is what won him the round. And somehow they get in like short, even with that spam doing all the damage on Cat. Guy dies. Long A, yeah, fine. I guess the Chamber decided not to invest, and there was only one Spectre picked up. I was like, where's the other gun? No, Chamber just didn't buy. So he lets them through as well. Very unfortunate for Never Forgotten, but that's why you buy. Like, that's why everyone forces round number 2. And now they're making something happen with lesser weapons once again. I don't know what's going on with the anti-ecos right now, but they're just not working out. An entry for Never Forgotten, that's already a gun lost for Last Resistance, and Never Forgotten, they can't recover it, because they can't run all the way outside of B, which is great for Last Resistance at least, but they've already lost the man. They're playing very slow around the map, like nevertheless, and already another tag. That's a disaster as well. Another double entry for the team on lesser guns.
It feels like these teams are saying, listen, whoever has the fewer weapons is going to win out on the round. Vertition been on fire with these shots, but Rilla coming in with a hard swing. Alu is able to bring one back as well. And that's the catches that you like, answering right back for the earlier 2 kills. HP quite low on the side of Last Resistance, but they aren't named Last Resistance for nothing. They're going to fight to the bitter end as NFE. They're going to try for this retake attempt. Left side is going to be challenged here as Billions finds God's Sanity. Really nice opening. Will this work? Will the blind go out and cover enough value? Ekradox is able to find one, and another shot on the back as DJ finishes off Rilla. It's a thrifty for a thrifty as NFE go ahead and move to 2-1.
How has this happened? It's been 3 rounds. There've been 2 Sheriff wins. Like I guess last round wasn't exactly a Sheriff win because he got some kills with the Spectre that they picked up. And a shorty, mind you, but like 2 different anti-eco losses by the side with the better weapons. I don't even. Okay, Never Forgotten. They have full rifles now. Vertition can buy up. It's probably just taking some time talking some stuff out. But yeah, what the? Why? How? I don't even understand. They just landed the shot. Like all the sheriffs is hit, and even at the back of the site, you heard the 1-taps, like the 1-deags from every single player. The flash, I think, was perfect from the Omen as well to get back in the site, which was really good placement. He actually didn't get the kill. It was a Sova coming with a Marshall from the stairs that got the kill. That's just 2 unreal rounds that should never take place. And now it's just really awkward because the first round, first, second, third went back and forth. Like nothing makes sense anymore. It's not even like the economy of the team that was winning the first 2 rounds is now good on round number 4. It's just complete confusion. And now, if the status quo continues, technically Last Resistance should win this round. They have a rifle and then 4 sheriffs. So, based on like the majority of rounds, they have the advantage. It really shouldn't be the case. Cynthia again, he's walking up with a sheriff. You never want to count him out. He's gonna be taking out the turret and a big push from Vertition, and he loses his life to the sheriff. What a wonder!
Rilla able to find one, but Ekradox saying, hello, I'm ready on the back end as well. Almost gets the mow down on 2, but is not able to do so. Got Sanity instead. He's able to find that. Evolves and DJ holding down this B's site. Going to find those opportunities. Billions hiding inside of the site. He's able to put it down to a 1v3. Senti stuck in this corner is going to be found out by DJ as Never Forgotten Esports will go ahead and push to a 3-1. And that'll put Last Resistance finally into that buy scenario. We are still stuck with that all-important gun round for both squads. NFE, though, sitting with a 2-round lead.
Man, it's round 5, and now we finally have our first gun round. That's quite late in a game's, at least the round lifespan, if I must say so myself. There's somehow no Blade Storm on Senti even still. And, I mean, you can see why. He's a 0-4 right now. It's kind of unfortunate, but whatever the case, this entire game has been absolutely just weird and crazy, and it doesn't make any sense. So I guess a duelist on the bottom of the scoreboard isn't exactly the worst thing in the world, considering what we've seen. But yeah, they just haven't found too many openings, and finally Never Forgotten. Yeah, they ground us in reality, and they win with more rifles. It looked a bit scary there to begin with, but all good. LR. Oh, the lineup. That's absolutely crispy from Evolved. He finds that. That is quite fortunate. I think the Jet was looking for a molly or something like that because he probably hears some kind of noise. Not entirely his fault, but he will be at 0 and 5. So not the best showing. But we'll get there. He'll find his way on the scoreboard eventually. He'll find the Blade Storm after 2 more deaths, and he'll have a chance. But Evolves is just on fire right now on this A site, locking it down, every single angle covered.
That'll put Alu in a position to try and pick up some frags of their own. So many opportunities to be made. 2 entering in as Riken is going to swing at the perfect time. 2v3 now as Last Resistance going to try and duke this one out. Alu is going to set down that spike. Is going to try and throw a little bit of a smoke up. Does catch Vertition in the perfect spot. And with that tower, it is, or with that turret, it is going to find a few members. But Attacker Lockdown is going to be played. Do they chance it? NFE say yes. Dox is going to find one. Vertition finds the other. And with that, the Attacker Lockdown is down. Once again, NFE going to collect a hefty round. Most notably, that was, once again, the gun round for Last Resistance. NFE feeling much better here on the defense.
This might be their chance to run away with it, right? A little bit of fluke round number 2, where Last Resistance got in some very strange kills on that A main and the catwalk, and they managed to take their thrifty round. But ever since then, it looked scary a little bit on that round number 3, but lost, never forgotten. Excuse me, not round 3. I can't even remember at this point because it's been so weird, like the anti-ecos that's been happening. But no, round number 4 looked a bit scary. But yeah, never forgotten. Again, they've grounded us in reality. Now they have the rifles, they have an operator, they have a turret of force even, just in case he loses it. I don't know why he would. But yeah, they're against full rifle, or excuse me, they're against pretty much full sheriffs. They've got 2 specters. And Sente actually forced up a rifle. He's at the bottom of the scoreboard on the Jet, but he really wants to put himself up there. I mean, he's got to do something, right? He can't just sit there and do nothing. And even a spam. I think that was a spam through the smoke by Billions aside A main. And he's got an entry. The Jet dashes in. Can't really find anything except space right now. And DJ's even got a pick all the way on the other side of the map. Finally, Senti gets his way on the scoreboard and finds a kill. A lot of space being taken. And DJ, oh, he has no idea. He's walking away from B. Is he going to get caught? Not quite. Riken just catches his back, but not enough to get a kill. And the smoke goes down to let the rest of LR into the B site.
That was a chance. And honestly, it worked out, I think, for the better for DJ right there. Being able to survive, but Vertition is going to spot one. Nice swing to find Riken's life, and Vols is going to finish off another. Hunter's Fury is only going to delay the inevitable as Alu is completely suppressed in the back, but the shots on DJ will collect a kill back. 3v1.
30 seconds left.
Alu does not want anything to do right now. A little bit of a shock bolt. Hard swing from 2. Vertition is able to finish it off. And that will go ahead and put a 5th on the board as NFE collect that easy eco round.
Nice try. Yeah, he got a kill. He actually took away the op from DJ, but I think they picked it up anyways. So at least there was an attempt made, but yeah, almost impossible for him to clutch that one out with just the sheriff. And now full rifles again. We have it. Another chance. It's round number 7. And it's crazy to say, but round number 7 is Last Resistance second chance at a full gun buy. Don't know how that's even happened again, but yeah, against 4 ultimates, but they have 4 of their own as well. Just Riken without his might be one of the more impactful ones, but at least everything else is on the board. Big tag on the DJ. They actually do go and Hunter's Fury him, so at least maybe able to take something out. And Senti, though, oh, he has to get that. That's one that you really have to be winning. And Alu is the only one to find anything on this site. And unfortunately, God's Sanity, once again, in a 1-on-4. What can he do? Not detected. Has the first headshot, but swung by 2. Vertition cleans it up for his 3rd in the round and plants a tree. Plants a statement on that B site as well.
What a powerful set. NFE taking these latter rounds like crazy. And a rightful timeout right there. Last Resistance finally calling it in. And my gosh, is it necessary? NFE have found a strong foothold here. And while we're at it here in the timeout, once again, go ahead, check out GLG Socks, because you know what, even though it's hot outside, inside, every gamer likes that 68 degrees, you know, in their building if they can. It's real nice, offsets the heat of your PC because it's always running overclocked. Go ahead and pick up some socks with that QR code and enjoy some toasty feet. But still, going back to the game here with this timeout, I will always say it's appropriate, right? If there's a disparity of 5 to 6 rounds, I think it's appropriate, but it's crazy that NFE have pushed Last Resistance to this situation already, right? Saying, hey, look, you are stuck here. Last Resistance go, we have been shut down at every twist and turn. What do we change up here? I like they did it again, I believe, on a gun round, so they can buy up, try and put their mental reset to really good use. Of course, only time will tell as we do get underway here, right into round number 8. As we are going to get a chance, Last Resistance going to slightly buy up. It looks like a bargain bin of items here. Sheriffs, Spectres, and a Vandal. With Senti on that Bladestorm to boot.
Get out of my way.
What can they do? Instantly popped. He technically has found his way on the scoreboard, but DJ spotted him out as well, and shots going through. Oh my goodness, that's some damage. Very nicely done once again with these lesser weapons. Like, if anything is to do the work in this game, honestly, might as well just buy Sheriffs and just not have anything else in your arsenal, as they've been doing so much. And even the Spectre trading on Partition as well. Double peek, swinging with the blades, evolves, takes some damage, drops back, wants to keep himself safe. Not too much retaliated in terms of Senti. He's taking a little bit of damage, but the fact that he didn't get a kill leaves him on just a Sheriff. And there is a weapon to be picked up on top of Cat, but he's afraid. I think someone's on the left side of the door. They're going to pop flash this just to let him at least pick up something. And there goes the Vandal in their hands. Gun recovered. And a 4-on-4 incoming. 45 seconds for them to play with. It looks like they want to have this be a B reset. And the Omen actually leaves at just the worst time. That is insane timing for the side of Last Resistance. They should be able to get in here at least. The Silva cheats his way away from the B side as well. What is this? DJ finally comes back, does get a frag, but KO has gotten his way into market as well. They should be able to break through. The crossfire is not actually in place right now for the Silva and the KO on the site, but Billions gets a double spray down. That's all they needed. The double kill and Acrodox chiming in from the spawn, and they shut that attack right down.
What a powerhouse move. NFE really showing up here. Didn't even use an ultimate. By the way, this squad has been on fire. 4 ultimates still in play, and that just shows their general FPS skills, right? They won out in heavy trades here in Last Resistance. They tried it. Again, that was an eco round. They did not fully buy up, and this one's going to be the big challenge for themselves, but NFE shut down everything that Last Resistance threw. Now it's a full B-side attempt here. You can see all members kind of corralling around that site. It's a little cheat into mid as well. With that pop-up, Billion still gets the fight back. Is going to draw the teleport over to the other side, and the challenge allows Evolve's open opportunity. Shots go out. Rilla's able to trade back, but Partition finds that nade kill. What a great pickup. DJ gonna finish it off with the ability. Op and ability with the weapon swap. That's it. Last Resistance closed out in such quick fashion, even with guns in their hand.
It's high noon. No, I'm not gonna. Sorry, but dang, that was a quick draw if I've ever seen one. That was insane. What a shot from DJ. It is not forgotten. I mean, never forgotten. Honestly, I don't think we're gonna forget their name anytime soon. 8-1, very convincing in their victories so far. After that little thrifty round victory by Last Resistance, they really haven't had too much to show for themselves. Even after the gun rounds, nothing to be had. Now they're on the light buys again. They have a Stinger, 3 Spectres, and a pistol. This one's looking quite rough, Orbital. I don't know what to say. Like, it's gonna be hard for Last Resistance to find anything other than just winning the fights, because that's what Never Forgotten is taking to them. They are dueling, they are winning, and Ryken finally trading 2 back, running gun. He's able to pick up a weapon, and they've actually got their way onto the A site, plant going down, so the 2 teammates are able to pick up some guns as well. But Billions is here. He's been doing so much for their team as well, but he doesn't manage to catch anyone on the cross.
You should run.
I don't think you're going to be forced into it. Of course, that is going to be the laydown of that lockdown, and most importantly, Never Forgotten. I honestly think they're going to be okay with this, because yeah, this allows them to pick off on the corners. That early plant of the lockdown means that there's plenty of time to go for that re-entry, to go for that retake, and DJ having that opportunity is now going to get spotted out by God's Sanity, but Billions is able to find it out on the back end. 1v2, Alu gonna pray to the high heavens to find this opportunity. Is granted one. Acrodox is gonna find the back though. So with the revenge on the revenge on the revenge, NFE going to lay down the law and pick up a 9th round, as well as an extra operator.
At least it got close. At the very minimum, Last Resistance keep them honest. They drive the money down for Never Forgotten. But yeah, no, it's 9-1. At this point, money is not even enough. Never Forgotten have won so many rounds in a row. They're all good. 2 people max money. DJ has even got his op back and is going to be max money next round if they win. So yeah, economy is going to be irrelevant. Last Resistance just need to win rounds at this point. They have to, again, Deja Vu, pray for the curse, pray for the 9-3. If not, this might be over before it even started. Rilla close to an ulti. They've got 4 rifles. They've got a Hunter's Fury and a teleport from Alu, however useful that might be. But yeah, they really got to find something, make something work. Hopefully get it like maybe a pick with a Hunter's Fury and farm up the orb for the KO as well. But DJ is very far forward. The turret does spot him. I don't know if Ryken actually reads who is pushing up on this A or B main. But the fact that DJ has had the op and he's been so good on the shot. I mean, they've got to at least read that's a possibility, which at least they don't end up pushing in. Don't want to take the risk. It's very smart. And a quick shot from Milla. Second one to be Haps. Oh, through the wall. Evolves gets his teammate Senti, but at least it is a trade back from Alu. And they're able to at least perhaps get on this site. Flash through. Doesn't land, but Billions tries to go through the smoke and he gets taken out as well. 4-on-2. Big chance for LR.
Yes, it is. Last Resistance, they might have found their window of opportunity, and with the suppression going out, it should delay NFE. NFE had to play this one perfectly if they want this chance. I'll have a little bit of a recon bolt to go out. Doesn't really find any information, but the spray through the wall actually goes in favor of Alu. Alu, who has now collected 3 kills here in this round, might be able to collect a 4th. DJ setting up that teleporter and might be looking for the quick flick, but I mean, are you really going to get it? Shockbolt is able to give a bit of information. Tag out, I believe, about, I want to say 13 damage total. And is now going to walk into the challenge of 4 and immediately thinks better of it. Says, I'm going to try on the back end, but Rilla with the jump is going to peek and get the kill. As you said, Last Resistance able to find a second round, hoping for the 9-3 curse. They have a lot of money to chew through. NFE going to have a full buy round at the end of this as well, and will make this last round very difficult for them.
Yeah, hopefully they can find some of the same entries, because that round honestly opened up by Rilla. And Evolve's tried his best at the top of heaven, but he's being tagged up so much by the gunfire that was being thrown his way that he couldn't get back behind the wall in time. And even after getting behind the wall, Alu was able to trade it out through that. So nice gunplay from both Rilla and Alu to just open up that A site and just hold it down. But now there's a turret of force. DJ does not need to worry because he did lose his op in the previous round, but it doesn't matter because they have so much money. And even in this last one, he's got this arguably better than an op. It might only have 5 bullets, but it fires like a Marshall and it one hits anywhere on the body. So able to lock down this entire mid site. I don't think Killjoy is going to want to take too much info at that top mid. He's just going to want to stay safe and make sure no one from Never Forgotten is pushing up, because they have been known to do that. Once again, Chamber's done that a couple times outside of B, but Senti's at least clearing every single corner, making sure that they're not leaving anything to chance. And clearing behind the smoke as well, very wise. They're gonna go for a B because there's no one else anywhere other than the Killjoy going for a mid lurk. But Rilla's got an entry. Good start again. They've done the same thing last time, but partitioned with a quick trade. And now the flank gets taken out as well.
What a phenomenal turnaround. NFE getting some phenomenal shots here. And Equinox finishing off Alu down to a 1v4. DJ makes that round quick. NFE go ahead and close out half number 1 with the 10-2 score. And now on their attacking side are going to look terrifying. What a clear at the end of that game. DJ with the flick back towards mid. And that was just a round to behold. 3 rounds is all that separates the squad of NFE from moving on to the round of 16. And for the side of Last Resistance, it truly is Last Resistance. You cannot give up a single round here. If you want to continue moving forward, those 2 rounds could go up in a flash if you aren't careful.
I mean, let's be honest, we did see this last game as well. It was 10-2 at the half, and we ended 13-10, so anything could really happen. But given the way Never Forgotten have been playing, I think they've got it pretty safe. There is a nice shot to deny the drone from the offense, so at least Senti's not going to be spotted out inside this main. But how much can he do? There go the shots. And Evolves does take a little bit of damage, but not very much to be impactful. No, maybe pre-patch that kills him, but at least now he lives with 29, able to take a bullet. Senti even pushing up. He's going to spot out no one as well. And they should read that this is going to be an A reset right now for Never Forgotten. They've gone all the way outside of B main as well. I think the Omen probably spotted them. I think there was a little exchange of gunfire there. So both the players from Last Resistance actually back up into that B and stay alive. They know damage has been done to members on both teams. So they're just sitting pretty and waiting for Never Forgotten to make their move. It looks like another reset towards the B. Where they started, they're going to end.
They're going to try their best. It's a huge safe play by Last Resistance here, but you can see the arrow going out here. NFE going to try and gather some information. 2 defending on this site. Now a move over from mid. It's a hard swing. Billion's able to find one. Rilla going to find Billion's life, and God Sanity is going to find Evolves. Huge picks as NFE do not find the entry that they were hoping for. Microdox, though, is able to come out and swing hard, but Riken swings just a bit harder. 1v1 comes out. Flash is going to go through as Vertition wants to get the plant down, but no, someone's coming around the corner and flicks up to the head. NFE win out that pistol duel and move to 11 rounds.
Man, Vertition showing his prowess in the 1v1 right there, showing how good of a player he is. He's confident that Riken's going to make that mistake and actually push in, because the time was ticking very, very low, admittedly. Riken could have gambled and played the time, and maybe it was like, okay, Vertition's, he either has to plant, and then we can pay post-plant, and he's probably going to be like in the default box, or I'm going to push him and win the gunfight. But the thing is, he just didn't win the gunfight. Vertition actually reads the play and holds the angle before, and even flicks vertically to land that shot. I mean, I guess he lives up to his name. That's not an easy shot to land when you're on the body, and you have to flick upwards with your mouse. But he does it absolutely flawlessly. Instant one tap onto his enemy. And the 1v1 might be small, but big in the grand scheme of things, because it puts them up to 11, makes them have guns going into this one, so should secure 12. That's a lot of map points for Never Forgotten if they manage to do that. From the first half, might be a bit risky, because you never know what kind of anti-eco might be lost from the people with better guns. But let's be real, they've warmed up so much over the course of the past, I don't know, 10 rounds, and Last Resistance seemed to have cooled off.
Difficult one for them to manage, but there's always time to warm back up. You can always stoke the fire, but DJ shuts down Senti's attempt at the lurk on the back end. Really nice clip early on. First blood to their value, and Evolves is going to find the second, so immediately down to a 5v3. That opens up the B site. Vertition is now going to take out the last defender here, and it's a 2-on-5. Last Resistance swinging their last 2 members over, and that's the scary part. You can see NFE not even really going for that plant. Vertition is able to find one that's left. Rilla with a little bit of decent HP, but that's the challenge that they want. Down they go. And on the match point, NFE gonna give themselves a 12-2 advantage and look to close things out. Yes, it is the full buy coming in for Last Resistance, but it might not be the pretty one.
Is it? I think they forced last round. I think they forced. They have no money.
Oh, they did.
Woo! Well,
Pain.
10 map points for NFE. And it all starts with LR and a light buy. Again, given the first half, this is probably their biggest chance to win a round. But oh my goodness, it's gonna be so tough. What do? They have, I think they're stacking A with the gamble. The spike from the attack is still in the attacker spawn. So many options for Never Forgotten right now. They're waiting for Last Resistance to go for like an invo play or something like that. They're giving up nothing. There's no presence anywhere except for a turret outside of B, which is making some noise because you can't stop it from doing that. But other than that, there's no gunshots. They're not actually showing face until now, when the drone goes forward and clears for them. 1 Spectre, 1 drone. So they know 2 outside of B. But Last Resistance are staying very stoic. They're going, yeah, they're just gonna, finally they're sheeting off. They read the timing. It's been 40 seconds. Nothing has happened. So maybe they're not coming A. And now the Sova is going for an info play. Did they go for an engage? I'm not entirely sure. But the Omen had the line of sight on the Sova peeking out that A main, and then he just leaves. So I think Last Resistance know, and they have to at this point, because the exec's just coming in. Riken to hold down first line of defense. He's got 1, but he needs so many on the spray down. He's able to get 2, which is very, very good as a double trade back, but at least these attackers have gotten on the site.
Yes, they have. And remember, NFE, this is their spot to be in. Billions with a wraparound as well. Sensi with the air jump and slam down. The gavel swings true. but Evolves is ready to go. It's 2v2, now down to a 2v1. And NFE say, this is our assist. Hey, you will not get a third round. Rilla is going to swing on one, but you cannot get the second. And that will be the game. Never Forgotten Esports leave their mark here in the tournament and take a commanding 13-2 victory. What a one-sided affair.
Man, I guess it's fitting that they had their last resistance on this stream, right? Because that was certainly one 13-2. That is a very convincing scoreline. Honestly, there's nothing to say about that kind of game. Like when you have that kind of scoreline where it's like you're up 11 rounds, it is just a team diff all around the board. 19-8 on the KO invitation. Evolves is 16-9 on a fairly nice econ rating, if I must say so myself. He's got exactly 69. Everyone else is doing great as well. There's no one on their team that is negative. And speaking of negative, everyone on the opposing team is negative. So yeah, it's just the team diff. There's nothing else. So very well done for NFE. They just absolutely dominate that game. That was beautiful from them. And we're going to be seeing them in around the 16. So they're a quarter of a stack through, and they're looking very nice going into what's, I mean, scared to see what they might come up against, given the caliber of teams we have in this tournament that we have every single week, right? Because there are some good teams here, but these guys are looking warmed up. So they're probably going into this very, very confident, great momentum in the back of them.
Of course, and if you are interested in trying to play up against teams like Never Forgotten Esports, go ahead and sign up for the next bit of Valor. That'll be number 90 coming in next week. Sign up early because those spots do fill up quickly. We have 64 teams pretty much all the time here, and that's been a blast. But of course, we're moving on to the third round, the round of 16 here. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back here with GLG with some more Pit of Valor action.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
And welcome back, everyone. We are here with the round of 16, and we have a treat for you here today. It is CLG coming in against Regen, and these two teams are going to be going up against some heavy competition. Both these squads are ready to go to try and roll into that round of 8 to try and get to that all-important next step. And I think this is going to be a really, really fun one, as once again, Anton, we have a brand new map for you.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun. I appreciate all the teams that end up like having these new maps because we have a bind for you guys right now, and this is one of the maps of obviously really OG. But the fact that it's TPs always throws people off because you have so many options. You have like as an attacker, you can run the clock down so much, and you have you can just go and you don't even have to hit the site that you're on right now. So big onus on the defense to be able to do something about that. But once again, you never know with Fade. I mean, things can be different. But then again, with the teleporters, it is one of the only maps which there is a thing on the map to help you get out of Fade pull. So maybe she's not gonna be. Anyways, I've been harping on about her way too much. But yeah, this is gonna be the third game of the day. It's gonna be the round of 16, if I'm correct. So the interesting thing to note here, we do, like you mentioned before, Orbital, we do have CLG here, Counter Logic Gaming. Yeah, the Counter Logic Gaming, Mr. Symmetrical. I don't know if you guys in the audience know him, but if anyone's followed Fortnite in the past, you might have heard this name. Yeah, it is the Symmetrical playing right now for the side of CLG. So, considering the fact that, I mean, I know Fortnite players, I've seen them play, I kind of counted them off, being like a Counter-Strike fan myself way back in the day, like 2 years ago, I came in this, and I had the CS mindset. I was like, all right, CS, like all the pros are going to be like dominating this game. But like, dude, the Fortnite guys can aim. Like, oh my goodness, it's kind of ridiculous. I was not exposed to most other like types of esports. I was not exposed to Overwatch. I didn't watch any OWL. I didn't watch Fortnite. And then you come over here, all the migrants from all the other esports come to Valorant, and then I got a wake up call. Everyone else can aim very, very well, and CS is honestly, you have the tactical brain, but if you want to see great mechanics, I'm looking at Symmetrical to be able to take the reins and just absolutely run this entire map.
I'm excited to see that as well. So we'll really keep eyes on that one. Of course, both squads have been able to win 2 matches prior. So that means we're getting down to the top of the top, the cream of the crop. And for Symmetrical, that might call for a bit heavier focus and really trying to lock down that player. I'm very, very interested to see what agent they will go ahead and select. On the flip side, for Regen, same thing here. I do believe if we can get some information. I think CLG will be defending first, and that'll be very, very interesting. We've had 2 games, and of course, game number 1, we saw heavily attackers favored. We saw 2 teams that were very, very strong in that attacking side. Game number 2, we saw a squad that really knew how to defend, right? Ran up about 10 rounds as well there. Now getting into this third match, we should start seeing teams be able to balance it out and be able to play it a little bit more well-rounded. So very, very important to see that there. However, Sean, of course, hovering that Viper, which will be very, very interesting to see. That one is a favorite here on this bind map as well. But we could not have even odder agent selections. We're seeing the Chamber and the Brimstone. And then the Breach and the Sky. These are fairly different compositions here.
Yeah, it is quite curious. I mean, at least there's Vipers on both sides. Okay, fair enough. On bind, I'm surprised there's no Omens on either team. That's not something you see very often, but fair enough. These teams know what they can. They know what they want. This Brim, Talking Rock's on the Brim. Symmetrical is actually on the Brim. Like the one that does surprise me. I'm surprised he's not on like a more forward agent, like a Jet or a Chamber. But he is on the Brim. It's not a Fade. There is a little bug, but all good. Apparently, everyone top left right now is Fade, and this something high above loves to troll me right now. But again, it's not Kit's fault. That is definitely. I think everyone is literally Fade on the top left. I don't think it matters who you choose. I think it's just Fade. So maybe as a sign, it has to be a sign. Someone has to play Fade in the day just to make that be correct. It has to happen. Not this game, but eventually.
We hope it will eventually give us the correct ones, but as we can see, the agents have been selected and time will move forward. Most interestingly, though, the Brimstone and the cover of the Viper, this is kind of the map that we get to see this most often, right? It's the full site coverage without having full site coverage is the best way to put it, right? You have so many mollies, you have so many overarching abilities, and what I do like in Brimstone too is the utility that a Phoenix attempted to bring to the table, but now in full control, right? Brimstones, they bring in the molly, they bring in the smokes. It's the best of both worlds right there, and I really, really do like this setup. No matter which site you go to, this duo will cover the site with all of the utility. You will have a very difficult time either laying down the spike or diffusing the spike one way or another, and that's going to be oh so important. How do these teams work around these abilities?
Bear, maybe. I mean, just like Brim gives a bear hug to the site whenever these teams go for execs, perhaps that's what they're going to do. But Dadston has a preemptive stun. Actually drives the TP out from the chamber. So another 20 seconds, that guy's not going to be able to get out of dodge for free. But big push from 2 members of CLG outside the guard. I don't think that the attack of region is going to read this. This is going to be a big pinch on the short A position, and all of a sudden the Viper has been taken out. Symmetrical's got 2 already on the flank, dropping the spike. There was a default towards that B. A lot of poking and prodding. Hendog can't even find his own frag. This was everything. This was everything they were gambling on, and somehow Datston's got a second. That is unreal. Through the smoke, no vision, and now Papoon in a 1 versus 5. 2 players might be low on HP, but tall task. He's got 10 seconds to get every single one of these kills one by one, and they are hunting him right now.
Welcome to the Thunderdome, where your life is not guaranteed. Papoon, this is rough. You're stuck in a corner. The trace back and forth. Din is going to go ahead and make this a flawless round for Counter Logic Gaming. Let's go ahead and give us a very, very nice show of what is potentially to come here.
That was an unfortunate way to end the first round. It is flawless to start out for CLG. What a push. And heads up play. Already these guys on the defense taking initiative. It's only been 1 round, and Symmetrical as well as, was it Sean? I don't remember who else pushed with him, but he was the one to get the double kill short, and just he had a teammate with him just in case something went wrong, but nothing went wrong. No one was looking. The Sky was taking all the attention down short A, so very nicely done. And now Regen are already on the back foot, and that's the second round. He's got a Phantom. Fair enough. He's got half armor, but they're confident. They're going into this. They knew they flawless the first round, so it's not really too big of a deal. Regen have nothing going into this one. Only pistols, only classics even. So all they have bought is probably the utility and nothing else. So it's going to be hard to find a way in. Solo spike over to... no, it's not Solo. The chamber is with the brim over towards long B. But nothing from CLG. There's no showing. There's no, like, playing forward. You can't die to, like, shorties or anything like that. They're playing on the long-range angles, very favoring to the guns that they have. The Spectres as well as the one singular Phantom on that B site. And this smoke, this could be a bit risky from Roberto, but he's finding space at least. He just doesn't realize that there's one past him right now, but I think he's going to see the head. Yeah, there he goes. Free kill on the Hen Dog. And he's even going to go forward just in case he can find anything else. But the timing is going to be there. He's going to hear the steps and rotate right back, keep himself safe. And it's a 4-on-5. 30 seconds for the pistol to try and do something.
It's a little bit of an unfortunate slow round, but what can they do? Regen gonna try and open up. Papoon is able to find two with that lovely, lovely classic on the back end, but Noborto is gonna answer right back. 2v2 here as Talking Rock is gonna get the plant. It's all down to that retake. Sean and Dadston gonna come around for the flank. Try and enter in from opposite sides. Regen is very, very happy with the situation that has occurred. They have kind of evened up the playing field, and with that one way over there in Showers, not sure how much you can do here. Spectre in hand, a little bit of a flank, but the shots go out, and Sean made quite a bit of noise. A nice little poison streak. Sapoon is going to follow up and make it a 2v1. Dadston was caught out in the 1v2, and Sean now stuck in the roughest of rough spots. You're running in between two. The crossfire lets Talking Rock pick up that kill. It'll be a 1-1 setup as Regen take the Thrifty.
Man, maybe we shouldn't have had an ace counter today. Maybe we should have had a Thrifty counter, because that would have counted up faster than what we have right now. Goodness gracious, that should have never gone that close. Bunch of classics into the A site like they had nothing. They had nothing to work with. And somehow Bapoon opens up with his Headhunter, and then he swaps. He runs out of bullets, swaps to his classic, gets a double dink all the way at the back. That's unreal. He single-handedly opens and closes that round. Honestly. Like, if he didn't exist, they would have not won that. And he gets all three. And that's just, like, now it's CLG's turn. Can they Thrifty? Let's find out. 5 people walking out of Showers, and Nyan's the only one outside. Oh, no. He's got a Viper here as well. They're just going to go and mow them down. They at least do get the trades. So able to pick up 2 different rifles. This is up to CLG. I feel like this is doable. Given the history of what we have so far in terms of 50s, I think this is definitely winnable. Talking Rock's going to plant at the back of the site, plant for spawn. He's going to be playing on the site. Both his teammates watching that defender spawn position. And geez, their post plants are absolutely amazing right now.
Yes, they are, but you can see here, Symmetrical still wants to win this round. It was a nice little frag on that lurk position, and Regen, of course, now aware of this fact, know where they're going to be entering from. This is going to be the checks, though. 6 bullets in the chamber. Sean needs to reload before they fully enter in. And it's going to be a front-to-front fight here. Who is going to be found out? Hallway is going to be Chance. 19 HP on Sean. The paint shells do so much work. 16 HP and 19. That immediately says CLG are going to scatter for the hills. A little bit of a teleport to give themselves some safety. I'll be Regen taking it at 2-1 so far here in this map.
Man, it might look kind of weird that Talking Rock actually runs all the way down long B and then dies, but he gets actually both players on his info. Like on the death cam, he sees both. That is huge because they have to run all the way down long, right? And the CLG cannot, like, they can't slow down. They have to just run. So they're going to be making noise. They have to clear absolutely every corner. And Regen playing both in spawn. I mean, you saw that. The paint shells, like you mentioned, doing so much. And even, I think, I have a feeling that Bapoon dinked someone through a wall. That's how I think Symmetrical was at 16 HP. But yeah, that was just absolutely insane how that round panned out. And now, at least his rifles on both sides. CLG have a bigger chance into this round. They recovered 2 rifles in the last, so their economy took a bit of a boost. And the fact that they were able to land some shots as well to come out of that Showers. Did good by them to recover, but it was just way too late. So this time, they should have a much better chance. Regen do actually manage to get their way in, clear out that U-Wall, and Bapoon, trying to take advantage of this rotation, is able to take out Symmetrical. That is a beautiful piece of teamwork right there. Sean back at the site can't do anything to deny this plant.
Can't do anything except wait for the rest of the team. It's still a 4v5, and with a nice little collective in the back corner, you might have the flank option. Datsun is able to find one. Datsun falls down. Hendog is going to find 2. That's going to be a huge collateral. Now Sean is going to try and open up, try and use his position to their own advantage. The 3v2 with one left alive. Hunter is going to find that last kill, and Counter Logic Gaming are going to fall down 3-1 in favor of Regen, who have now taken a little bit of a lead.
Regen honestly look really good right now. I came into this, obviously, like, CLG's name is pretty big, but once again, Symmetrical is the one with the clan tag on him, so he's the one that has been showing up so far. I mean, he opened up in that round number 1, and he unfortunately got shut down very quickly in that on that A site take, but that was, I think, up to Regen playing so well, because they obviously ultimata you all. There's nothing you can do, you just have to leave. And then not only that, but they send Bapoon through the mid smoke, like the center of the site, and they actually kill him trying to retreat back into spawn. And I mean, you can see he's doing his own work, right? He can get these shots off. He just got pushed off so far last time. The Sheriff's now finding so many kills. All right, as soon as things start to make sense for the attacker Regen, things just go completely haywire. 2 Sheriff kills, 3, and then the Boss Baby gets another frag. Now 1 on 5 for this. For the force over towards long speed. At least he's got 1. He's got a bullet per player, so if anyone can do it, it has to be Bapoon. But he's got to make so much stuff happen. He's been the one to do so much work already, especially in the previous round, opening up that A. But this is a tall task. This is a lot to ask of him. The spike has been dropped in view of 2 defenders as well.
Sad to see this situation occur, but Bapoon has to make the best out of a bad situation. Try and take 1 or 2 more members with you. I don't think it's going to happen, though. The force out and ready, and you do shoot the foot of Norberto. You say can't jump around too much. Smoke goes out, though, and Bapoon is going to try their best. Vandal in hand. You're coming around the corner. You're immediately seen, but you get the shots off better. Symmetrical aimed at the feet. Bapoon aimed at the head. Now 2 left alive. You pop out. The gun stuck out of the smoke. And the Boss Baby will go ahead and take that kill. Counter Logic Gaming close here with one of their first major gun rounds, and they're going to carry it over to try and even things up.
Yeah, well, it's hard. Goodness, I mentioned that if it was anyone to do it, it would have been him, but honestly, he got a bit farther than I thought he would. I don't think he would get the kill on the Symmetrical, because I think Symmetrical was holding a fairly good angle. Like, he had the angle advantage on that little position, but Bapoon is just straight up faster. That was an insane shot. So nice try there. Got a bunch of frags. Took a bunch of guns away, which is good, because only 2 people left alive for CLG means the money does still go down. But given the fact that they were able to win the round, I mean, that's exactly what they need in this kind of situation. Don't want to let the scoreline get so far ahead of you where you just there's no chance. Because first 2 maps, that's really what happened. Like, so many map points in a row, it's just impossible to come back. But CLG, these keeping it close within the first 5. Everyone's got rifles again in this round, so it shouldn't be anyone on any lesser playing field. So everyone's just going to default towards this B. They're going to make some noise on the side of Regen. Boombot traded out for 1 singular Viper Molly and a bit of time on that smoke, and everyone leaves. But Norberto has found a pick all the way outside of showers as well. Bapoon's going to try and help him out, but that rocket is going to do so much. Neon trades it out for himself, but the rocket's already in the air and flying, so he gets taken out as well. 4 on 3 for CLG.
They're going to be happy about this setup. Talking Rock walking in first. Going to be a little bit of face check, but immediately they route back out and say, hey, we're going to take a little bit of a longer path. They expected 2, but maybe not 3. The showers will be called in. 30 seconds left. They do have to pick up the pace a little bit here. It'll be a 3 on 3 here. Remember, 1 member of Counter Logic Game is still on B side, waiting for that rotate. In come the utility. Talking Rock is going to lay down that smoke, and it's been called. It's been ready to go. Shots up to the heaven side, but in comes the orbital strike. So well timed by Hendog. Is able to grab 2. Regen even things up at a 2v2. Sean try and make some head or sense of it, but they can't. Talking Rock gonna go ahead and take Sean's life. Rolling Thunder catches Bapoon only, and Talking Rock on the back end, but it's only a slow movement. 2v1. Dadston not able to take full advantage of that ultimate, and is now still going to be stuck. This is a corner sweep, and Talking Rock says, I talk quite a bit, and I say you lose.
Wow, very low HP on both players as well. I think if he even tried to spam that box, Talking Rock dies, but there was not an attempt made. Both these guys were able to sit very, very convincingly just in their corners, and that was a nice headshot, quick on Talking Rock's side as well. He had to hit that. If he delayed a little bit at all, he's at so low health that even a body shot was enough to take him out. So just, I mean, he did exactly what he needed to do. The ultimate, the back of the site to drive anyone off, and Hendog making the huge double kill play at the back to get anyone that was able to maybe even swing off on the people that were rotating away from that spike plant. But yeah, it's just great job from Regen to win out that round. And now 3 ultimates, one of them being a Viper's Pit that's already been popped on the defensive side, but yeah, 3 of them on Regen's. So if they're able to get a spike down, that is a round turned on its head. But I don't think A site's going to be a question right now. They're all looking towards B. Dog is going to see 1. Hendog is the only one at this short P position while that comes out, and everyone's going to join him after that gets shot. And one does get shot again from this B position, but yeah, they check hookah, they check both sides, so they know exactly what's going on in here. But Dadson with the running gun somehow does take one out. The rocket should do everything. What is he? Look at the second. I don't know how that happens, and now it's all turning up green. Talking Rock in a 1 versus 3.
Regen in that battle have lost so many members. Talking Rock is going to try and do what no one else can possibly do. That's going to be a challenge, but Sean with a very nice flank grants Counter Logic Gaming a team ace to move to 4 and 3. It's a close game all the way through as Regen and CLG are fighting for a potential lead overall. Well fought by Regen's side and much better fought by Counter Logic Gaming.
Honestly, at this point, I don't even think Raze is shooting rockets. I think she's shooting shapes charges or something, because that's... How does Sean not die? I just genuinely do not understand. That is absolutely miraculous. Like, this guy must be a cat or something. This is his 18th life. That's insane. But yeah, if that rocket actually landed on both, maybe that round is different. But instead, CLG just come out on top. Every single frag just goes in their favor. And now this... Oh, hello! Bakun trying for something. And Alberto sneaks on in, is faster on the trigger. Nice job for that entry kill. And yeah, CLG on the top already. This is 20 seconds in the round. Regen do get on this A site, able to put that Viper's Pit down, but spam down so low. Talking Rock needs to expend that heal from this sky, and they can't even go for this plant just yet because the pre-fire is going to come through by that truck. Talking Rock's going to look for some space. This is a bit risky. He had a spike, and he's still holding on to it, and he's going to be very pushed forward. I'm a bit scared for what might unfold here, but that's sitting at the back. This could be big, though. Pop flash, and he gets taken out. Nice stuff from Regen, and now 3 on 3 in favor until that happens. Hendog with a nice little satchel kill, and they still leave their options open, but the Boss Baby now cutting everyone off. This is going to be a big problem. 2 on 1 now. He's only able to get 1.
1 was enough, though. A 1v2 situation is much more doable than a 1v3.
30 seconds left.
So we'll see if Sean can make some sense of this. 1 of 2 entrances that you can go in through mid. You choose hookah. Walled off for the time being. Sean is going to look to the side and saw a small sliver of 1. So they know in elbow is going to be a few members, and you might have to clear it out. Taking this short path. Clears out long. But now you're running. Now you've given it all away. That'll be the fake defuse. Draws a bit of information, and now here comes the look. Sean realizing that this is going to be an opportunity. Sean gets 1, and is now going to run away because time is out. Hendog is going to give chase, and through the teleporter they go. Oh, and Hendog even dies to the spike. You may have won the round, but Regen feel like they lost a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the long term, maybe the war in favor. It's a bit weird because neither team really has money. Obviously, there's 2 rifles on the side of Regen, but the fact that Hendog dies means that he can't buy up for one of his teammates, and Bapoon doesn't have his sniper. He's sad to say 100 off a rifle. That is unfortunate. I'm surprised he's not actually forcing up like a Spectre or a Bulldog or a Guardian. I feel like any one of those would be better than just having the Headhunter, but yeah, I mean, he's on the server and I'm not, so probably knows better than me. Whatever the case, he's going to be going in with just that upgraded Sheriff. But yeah, it's awkward. Yeah, CLG losing that round actually have more rifles than now, so it's honestly anyone's game. There's even a rocket being formed up by Nalberto. Not sure how useful that's going to be considering what happened a couple rounds ago, but nevertheless, he does have it in his back pocket just in case. There's going to be an A look from Regen. No noise being made absolutely anywhere. I don't think that there was any information given to B as well. But it's just going to be the timing, what's going to happen, because Symmetrical is already cheating his way off, wants to leave his smoke, and decides better of it. somehow Spidey sends tingles. He reads that it's going to be an A play and he stays here. He's got a shoulder spotted, but at least denies U-Haul control for the time being, and Sean even gets a kill. Hunter trades it back, but they want to go all the way through. Symmetrical, have a gun out. Is he able to win the fight? It's so awkward, and they do vacate the site, and they actually want to play retake 3-on-4.
Spike planted.
Such a dangerous spot to be in a 3v3, only one team can come out the winner. So Dadston ready and waiting with that util. Is going to throw it out. Hendog was ready. Symmetrical is going to go down. Hendog able to slay 2. Dadston is going to slay 2 back. And in a 1v2 situation, Dadston trying to make the best here is going to roll through, but the orbital strike is still too good. Going to delete the HP bars, and Hunter cleans it up. Regen, go ahead and put another on the board. What a fantastic set of rounds so far. 6-3 as Regen inch closer to a higher round cap here in the first half.
Man, Regen, that's a hard one to win for Dadston. Great 2 shots coming out of the spawn position. He gets this, absolutely deletes Hendog out of U-Haul. And the second swing, he just takes his head off as well. Great clothesline. But yeah, orbital strike on that spike, there's nothing he can do. Obviously, he gets peeked by Hunter at the end. So great stuff from Regen. Needless to say, I am surprised by the outcome of this game so far, but you never know. It's only the first half. They look good on their attack. They might switch going into defense, but the craziest part is that there's really no standout player on either one of these squads. Everyone's working as a team right now. Hendog with a great right side clear that is aware that Dadston could have walked all the way down in that time. Great flash, but can he land any shots? Not quite. Hendog with a second as well. And that should open up this B site fairly convincingly. Symmetrical is maybe able to do something from the back of this site here. A bit of fop shots. I think he lands a couple bodies on the players flooding in from Hookah, but that's just about it.
Can't find too much, and feels like Regen are starting to come under control of how they want to fight these attack engages. Sean cut off into a corner. And this hard spray, Hunter is finding Noberto's life. Look at this, just the sprays. It's consistently keeping this CLG squad down. Sean has no choice but to wait on the impending doom. This is getting a bit ridiculous here. As you can finally hear it, Sean says, surprise, I'm still alive. What? Surprise, I'll take 2. Surprise, I'll take 3. Sean, what a monster. Making it look easy to turn things around. It looked like it was going to be a flawless round, but CLG, with the truly counter logic, take 3 with a pistol.
Welcome to the montage, my dude, because that is absolutely absurd. Let's be real. That's 3 rifles going up against the sheriff. He has 6 bullets, and he uses exactly 2 of them per player. That is mad. Like, well done. It's unfortunate they didn't win the round. Like, he couldn't do anything, but honestly, he keeps him honest, and he puts a pinner in his name. Like, he's not one to be messed with. Careful of the Viper coming to wherever that he might be, and this time he's gonna be starting on this B site with a Viper Spit ready. I don't think he's gonna pop it right off the bat. He's tried that towards A once, but certainly not towards B. They're gonna change it up. But with that Molly, yeah, Regen, no, they know what's going on here. They back right off. And the Boss Baby's got an entry on the other side of the map as well, looking great for CLG. Neon does trade one back, but a great showers aggression from multiple different players. That's a triple kill for the Sky already. Might be stuck in the corner, but are they gonna read that he's here?
They could definitely try, but Regen are just saying, you know what? You might have the player advantage for a little bit. And that's not going to change at all. 2v2 now. As again, the 2 of the Force made its name known. And Regen are going to do what they do best, which is slow play a little bit and catch CLG off guard. However, with the positions that are currently set up, this is going to be that U-Haul position for Sean. Regen have an opportunity to actually walk straight into a trap here. This could actually be quite dangerous. CLG choosing correctly in the toss-up of where the opponent is going to go. Corners are being checked. Footsteps are not heard just yet. Left. And they're going to sweep. It's going to be an all-out gunfight. Hendog is able to swing. Headshot for Hendog as Sean can't find that win. Just like that, Regen have turned things around. But Dadston does the same. From loss to win to loss. Regen lose out. CLG claim their 4th to keep it within 3.
Wow, what a clutch. The 1-on-2. He's been in that position before, but last time a lot harder against an enemy ultimate. But this time, he's got the ultimate. He doesn't even need to use it. He's confident that he can just win out the gunfights. And in fact, they don't read the second player coming from U-Haul, so he just steps on out, trigger discipline on the chamber, and he knows one's planning. He knows he's 1 versus 1 until that plant goes down. So he just walks. He knows that if Bapoon isn't looking at him, there's no threat, right? So he just goes on out. And the timing in his head, he knows eventually he has to shoot the chamber or else it might be a bit dangerous. So he gets that shot off, and just in time, Hendog, he almost actually, I think, pulls the ultimate out. I think he did. I think he casted. So he has actually wasted that ult. And now he's 1 out of 8 because he dies. That is very rough for him. But yeah, nice job from Datston. Now, CLG up. Not up around, but you got like the momentum's in their favor. Let's be honest. They have an ultimate outside A, and Regen know what this guy can do. They don't want to run into him, so they're just resetting towards this B site where the stack from CLG is right now.
This is one of the few times that we see both teams full members up, and that blind could do so much work. It does, but Nyan is able to take it back. Neon says hello. Hendog says I'm here too. 3 down with 2 alive. CLG not happy about that situation. 2 making a rotate as quickly as possible as Noberto is going to be entering into the fray. Molly and Poison is up as Regen completely cut off that entrance. CLG stuck on opposite sides, and Sean is going to brave the poison. Trying to get a better position, and again, a little bit of poison on the back end. Sean is able to spray through, find Hunter's life, but 3 HP on Noberto is going to have that swing. Neon is going to grab a 3K. Are they going to make it a full house of frags? Only time will tell, as Sean, living with 36 armor and 96 HP, now down to 28, as the head is deked out. You do not like to be in this position, as Talking Rock finishes off that kill. Regen claim the round. That, of course, will be the half. 8-4 is a score as Regen are 5 away from game.
Man, his name might be Nyan, but honestly, this guy roars like a lion. That amazing double. Like, he saved his team from utter disaster. Long B, admittedly, like it almost went wrong for the side of Regen coming up long, because that pop flash, and you could see CLG trying to take initiative and trying to go up all the way and just like get the entry pick. But they don't check the corner, but the guy dies anyways because the turn was fast enough. But even still, Neon trades both kills back. The Brim doesn't get anything, which is crazy to me. But they get on the B, and then obviously very nutty shot through the smoke. He doesn't know. He just reads the fact that the Viper Spit is going down in the corner, because he knows the Viper shot the molly from there, right? So he just kind of shoots and he gets lucky. But that, yeah, there was definitely a chance after that kill went down. But even still, those little closing kills, very well done by Regen, just to have the team play to do the close these really weird rounds out. And now up 8-4. It's a very convincing on their defense, but we'll see what they can do. Hunter throws in a molly just to delay anyone from jumping on a hookah, but it doesn't matter. Noberto's on the box, gets a kill. Sean just rotating all the way through. They're just raising this B site. There goes the plant. 3-on-5 for this retake for Regen.
And in this situation, CLG feeling a bit more confident in their playstyle. On this attack, on the pistol, you know you give yourself a little bit of an opportunity. With the re-entry, though, Hendog has made one. Neon and Bapoon are going to open up, and just like that, it's down to a 2v2. Bapoon is able to make it a 3K. Can you find one more? No, Sean, once again, savior of CLG, able to find a 4K here in the pistol to open up the second half.
Sean not only has the most kills on the server, he has the least deaths. By far. 3. He's 6-6. How is it possible? His team, like, that means he saved a couple rounds, because his team has lost 8 rounds. So he's survived a couple rounds where his team have died. Remember, this guy was the guy that ran away from B that one round, where the guy on the attack still died. But what a performance from Sean right now. He's keeping the minute. That little quad kill in the second half, opening up with a pistol, and Bapoon's sitting very far forward. He does get spotted by the drone, but yeah, he's able to get out. Burns a nade for that TP as well. I think that's well worth it, because doesn't spend a bullet. In fact, the TP regenerates, but the nade doesn't. Unless Noberto does get kills. He's already started that out quite well. Okay, there goes the nade. Never mind. Triple for Noberto, and there goes a second nade to the back of the site. Full clear, and he's even wanting to go for some more. I think he got a comm that someone TP'd, He's just gonna run straight at it with a knife out. But yeah, Hunter can't really do too much in a 1 versus 5. Probably want some kills. They're even gonna toss the spike, I think, to Raze to try and get the ult up even more. That is absolutely mental. They're just farming this ult up. And yeah, CLG, I mean, they have the idea. They know they want to come into this attack blazing, and they've done so.
There's not a doubt in my mind that CLG are an attacking favored squad here, and they're enjoying it, to say the least. Now, of course, those are the opening 2 rounds. Those are very standard for the one that wins the pistol. And now this is going to be the big test, right? This round and the next. How many members of Regen can you knock out? And then how well can you play that gun round? So far, Regen still holding a little bit of a round lead. If anything goes well, this round should go in their favor, and it should be a 9-6 positioning. Logic Gaming, though, want to change this up. Ooh. But, of course, Bapoon with the straight-up face full of lead says, no thank you. You get no entry into the shower.
Wow. That was fast. Yeah, nothing to say. He just won the fight fair and square. And speaking of winning fights, Norberto, he's doing Norberto things. He's in. He's probably going to rocket right past the corner. He's not going to check, though. Is he going to land this kill? How does it happen? No way. Hopping up and down. B-hopping through the site. Talking Rock can't land the shots.
This is getting a little bit outrageous here, Anton. Just a wee bit. And CLG say, we like outrageous. We like to cause a few brains to go crazy. And Hendog says, I agree. I like to do that as well. Gonna take out that spike planter. Hendog is now gonna fire back. Really nice play on those 2 kills, delaying the spike plant, turns into a 3v2, and gets a satchel kill. Symmetrical though is gonna fire right back. A clutch out of a 3K. Symmetrical is able to force a 3-in-a-row round setup for the second half. CLG close the gap to 1 and force Regen once again into the eco.
How many players had multi-frags that round? That's absolutely mental. Norberto gets multiple to entry to the site, and then, well, okay, no, never. I think he only got 1. Maybe it was only 2 players. I was like, there's no way multiple players could get that many kills. But there's a 3K coming back on the retake, another 3K with the spray down all the way at long. Just 2 people being absolute heroes for their team, but at the end, it is Symmetrical to clutch that one out. The last one left standing, and just that is honestly, it hasn't been the story of the game in the first half, but on the second half, that's what it's been. It's been single players just absolutely doing work. It's the second round being Roberto, that round being Symmetrical coming back through that long flank all the way through spawn. What a play. And what do they do now? Like, they've got a bunch of sheriffs. They've got even a classic on Bapoon because he's got that headhunter, and Hunter's got a ghost. But a bunch of pistols on the defense. It's really up to the sniper of Bapoon to try and find something, but the flick is not gonna come through. So close. He got dinked. He got dinked by the Phantom. How is that real?
It's real because the game says it's real, Anton. CLG saying, hello, get out of our house. They want to be able to fight back. They want to make this a perfect half. They want to be able to run it back up and be able to get into that quarterfinals. Berto really making it a challenge for the side of Regen to fire back. That's going to be a corner shot as Talking Rock is able to take 1 before falling. Symmetrical able to get some revenge, but what more can they have? Poison goes out and up. Oh, man. Dadston is able to find a little bit of poison on the back end, but Counter Logic Gaming 4v3. He's going to win out on Hookah now as Hendog is going to try and manipulate that side. Dadston going to mow down 2, and that opens up an opportunity to take out Hendog. Counter Logic Gaming have done it. They have tied it up with 4 perfect rounds and now look to take over the game.
Man, they actually nerfed Norberto in that round. That was unfortunate. He got that amazing headshot into Bapoon. Yeah, he's 1 HP, and I was like, okay, he can take a body shot. But no, Norberto overkill, headshots him, great transfer, and then the only reason he dies, I think he got team flashed. I'm like 20% sure. Because like otherwise, Talking Rock was missing a couple shots at the back of the site. He eventually gets the kill with like the 5th or 6th bullet, but I think Norberto would have just easily dispatched him right off the bat if he didn't get flashed. But whatever the case, whoever's flash that was, great to flash out the raise. It was really effective. If it was the defense, well done. If it was an attack, unfortunate, but all good. They're 8-8. They've come back. They're 4 rounds in a row. They haven't lost a single one, not even the anti-eco. And it looks like they want to entry again, but Norberto, once in a lifetime, he ends up missing, and this is the day.
This is the day that they try and change things up. First blood over to Regen's side. Counterlogic Gaming gonna have to walk backwards here a little bit. Rethink their steps. They do have the Rolling Thunder and the Orbital Strike. Both can be used, one on offense, one on defense, and be able to try and lock down this site. But question is, do they want to enter? Do they actually want to try and take this chance? 50 seconds, still plenty of time to go through that teleporter, try and make a surprise attack on A. They're going to go hold steady. And they go with the Rolling Thunder. It doesn't really catch anyone back on the side. And Talking Rock gets a blind fire shot on Dadston. What a miraculous play. Regen says thank you very much for that open frag as well. Not to a 5v3. Counterlogic Gaming not enjoying this factor. 3v5. 3 coming in for the back end. The Boss Baby does not like that. Hunter and Papoon finish off all 3. And Regen take a flawless 9th round.
That wave of Regen players is crashing through the site. And Bapoon, he doesn't care. He just W keys into the corner. I don't know how he doesn't like take any more damage than he already did. But he literally just doesn't let go of the W key, and he left mouses that guy that was sitting in Cubby. It's just ultimate disrespect from Regen, and somehow, even after 4 straight losses, they've still got it in him. Super confident. It's everything. Their mental is not broken at all. It's very obvious to see. They even get that blind fire kill, and they're like, okay, now it makes the round a lot more doable, but they get ulted outs. I am questioning that use of the ults a little bit from CLG, but whatever the case, yeah, it was used. I guess you could get on the site with that, but not having it for post plant, and then also the fact that everyone just freaking dies. Like, holy. Very nicely done from Regen just to make all those kills happen. Unfortunately, once again, the universe has to nerf them somehow, and Neon is actually going to have a disconnect, so we're going to take a quick little pause to let him get back in the game, and we definitely want him back in the game, at least on Regen's sake, because he has been doing a lot as well. That round where he got that double entry on that long B somehow after getting pop flashed. This guy is an amazing asset, not only in terms of his gunplay, but the fact that he is the Sky, doing a lot with his flashes as well. 5 assists, not maybe the most in the server. That would belong to Symmetrical on the Brim, but that also makes sense. He is the Brimstone, so big smokes, big mollies, everything to be going around. But yeah, Neon has been doing so much. 10 and 13 with the secrets ready that they could possibly use coming up in this round. They have also their own Orbital Strike that Talking Rock did not use on the retake. They just didn't need it. They just ran him down. So fair enough. Neon is seemingly back. So as soon as he calls the ready signal, we should be underway. But yeah, a lot of stuff going for the side of Regen right now, and they have the ults as well. There's nothing on their opposing side. The closest they are is Sean on the Viper's Pit, but they have to get on site if they're going to use that, and Sean has to either get an orb or get a kill or be the one to plant. And so far, he's not even the one holding the spike. They're sending their controller in either as a trade or in the first, because this guy has been so good on the gunplay, but Norberto following him up, not close in terms of kills, but not even in terms of death. He's been traded a lot. 15-15. He's even, while Sean has a 2 KD. That's just ridiculous from the side of CLG. So it's both teams playing very well, but Regen just eking it out on top, especially that last round. Very, very one-sided.
Try and manage forward again. Regen just barely holding on to this round lead. They got tied up last time, but this time around they're going to try and manage. One round easily be the turning point. And for Counterlogic Gaming, they want to make it happen. The Boss Baby going to send out a little bit of a flashbang, but Norberto on the other side finds Hendog, Hendog, of course, being one of the top fraggers for Regen. No longer going to be in play, no longer having that showstopper, and the swing is going to be in favor of the Boss Baby. Bapoon is down. Hunter able to find Norberto, but Sean takes out Hunter. 4v2. Regen are going to have to watch the spike go down. It's 2v4. Retake percentage chance. The Seekers are going to lurk them out. Problem there, as the Seeker says, I can't get up the wall, please help. And now is going to be taken out after that long climb. CLG with the phenomenal round here to potentially tie things up at 9-9. Talking Rock gonna throw out the smoke. Gonna try and cut off a little bit of vision, but Dadston said, hey, I can see you over the top of the truck. You are not safe anywhere you go. Neon says, crap, I really don't like this position. Gonna hold a little bit of a flash and tries to flash out. Says, I got no one. This is unfortunate. CLG, go ahead and run away. That'll be the spike exploding. As CLG maintain 4 and go ahead to move to another tie.
Good fire Radianite. What a play. And great attack even, and yeah, Dadston just closing it out with that last kill up into heaven. Like that's the guy that you really want to be afraid of when you play headshot positions, because we saw that round where he came out of spawn on their own defense trying for that retake, and he made it look convincing other than the fact that there was an orbital strike on the other team. But whatever the case, yeah, the shots he landed were very, very crisp. And given the fact that like all these guys in CLG have been like they've shown rounds where they have just displayed their miraculous aim, I am shocked they're mostly even. They're 16-16 on the raise. That's the even with those amazing shots. 13-13. No one's really stepping above and beyond. And honestly, that might be the one problem. That might be the reason why they're even and not like winning convincingly right now. Because they all can aim. They just haven't had their opportunities to win the rounds, even though they get these multi-frags and everything. And Sean is the only one that's really displayed his prowess and also won a round at the same time. Big rocket now. Chance for Hendog to do the same thing, but it's Hunter on the defense this time to show off. And another gunfight from Hendog, but he swings into 2. Can't win against both.
Welcome to my world.
Both teams are consistently showing up saying, hey, we want to find the win, but that'll be a nice little swing. Talking Rock is able to find a CLG. Sean, the last one alive. I don't even think, yes, you do have the spike, but I mean, where do you find a time to plant? You use that Viper's Pit a little bit early, and now you're going to get caught out. Neon finds the headshot as Sean was looking the other way. Regen are the first to reach double digits, but by no means that secure their victory, because CLG are hot on their heels. No matter what, both teams still have buying power, as we are not going to ever see the end of these rifles.
Yeah, there is going to be probably Dadston buying up for either Sean or Alberto. Symmetrical doing the same. But good grief, that is a very... I hate to say it, but that might be an unlucky round, considering the fact that that was going oh so well for CLG. And then the fact that I think the Sky pulled out a flash as soon as you got peeked in that smoke. What are the chances of that? It's unlucky. But still, well done for Regen to be able to take advantage of that and secure the round even still. And now, big advantage here. They've got the Viper's Pit, and they've got Seekers if they want to spend them later. But for the time being, CLG are just poking and prodding, and even mostly towards this A site. There's been no noise really towards this B in the past few seconds. They find the Viper, even go past her, but can they actually trade her out? Yes, they can! Hunter does get bitten by the dog, so Roberto takes that frag, and the Viper's Pit is down, but still up in the corner. Hendog, are they gonna check this? First guy, oh my god! Lay down, what is that?
Hendog just single-handedly made this an even game. Dadston is now going to have to run away. What a challenge, Boss Baby, though. Takes out 2 and says, Hendog, if you can do it, I can do it better. Bapoon takes 1 and says, yeah, but you do it like me. 1v2 with the pistol in hand, the ability, hopefully, grabbing up a few more. It's going to be a 1v2 challenge. Bapoon looked the wrong way. And it'll be CLG, 3rd time's the charm, tying it up at 10-10.
Oh. Anyone's game is probably the biggest understatement of the century. We might see an OT. It is definitely possible. One-off ultis for a couple players, Dadston as well as Bapoon. There is one in the hands of the Rays, Alberto. He's taken the top frag position. He's tied up with Sean in terms of kills, but a lot more assists, so works his way to the top. Very nicely done by a couple members of CLG. But yeah, what can either team do to really pull away from this, right? Because they've both been so back and forth. There have been really clutch plays by both these guys. Alberto gets a really nice entry. And because they have a Sky, this guy gets healed right back up to full HP. Might not have the armor, but at least a lot to work with in terms of health. Thing is, Hendog getting aggressive as well. Both teams ending up taking initiative and taking space. And the thing is about this double push, they hear the footsteps, but no one was able to take advantage of that A site vacancy because no one was defaulting towards the showers. Everyone was towards long B. They got a kill towards there, but then they get pulled right back that A. Now it's still 4-on-4. Sniper rifle on this B site, so technically I think CLG are running into the right site. But Noberto, can he find the frag with this rocket? That is going to be a free kill. And they have made their way on site, but there's still someone here. Hendog can still do so much from this U-Haul position.
You can absolutely try and set something up. However, Regen are getting routed here. Noberto is going to find a 3K. Neon is going to find Noberto's life. And they're going to chase all the way back out. They're going to chase all the way to B is actually the challenge that they're going to have. Sean laying down a little bit of the support in the back end. Regen actually decided to take the teleporter and go in from the long side flanks. This is the big challenge. The 2v2 now turns into a 1v1 and 1v1. And this is the dangerous moment. A high-end sky flash won't really find anyone. So Hendog, keep eyes. This little bit of an A-side swing. Who's going to find it? Sean. That's going to be a challenge. You meet one. Are you going to meet more? Who is going to win this gun duel? It's going to come down to the last shot. Hendog makes it a 3K, but the Boss Baby was able to turn it around. It's 1v1. The Boss Baby only has to play for time. Remember, Counter Logic Gaming have never been in the lead. Is this going to be it? Fake defuse. The shots go out. You hit those. The Boss Baby, 80 hertz is the right call. For the first time in 21 rounds, DLG take the lead.
Oh my, that one scared me. My heart was racing, and all of a sudden he whiffs the first like 2 shots. And I'm like, oh no, but thank goodness he recovers, wins the round, gets his Seekers up. The CLG, like you mentioned, they take the lead. And yeah, well done on the timeout. I love it. You gotta just take a break and talk things out because you were up so much in the first half. And I think things can change. Anything can happen. It's Valorant, right? And obviously with the side swap, big dynamic difference in terms of attack and defense on this map. And not surprised the attackers are taking most of the rounds in both the halves, but the fact that CLG have taken a lead means that they are technically slightly better, especially in terms of the fact that, like, it's just looking on paper, the ultimates on the board. There's Rocket versus Seekers, big info play, and a Rolling Thunder. So big, just like this time they're on the attack, so defuse denial. And that's a lot going for them. They've got Viper mollies, they've got Brim mollies, so their entire setup is basically just post plant right now. And if they can get on the site and stay alive, that's one of the biggest issues for them because they have gotten on the site before, they've gotten the plant down, then all 5 players die. That doesn't help you. But if they can get on the site and stay alive, keep the ultimates on the board, and just win out the gunfights, which it should be fairly easy this round. Let's be real. Look at the money on the side of Regen. There's nothing for them to work with. This round should be just, it should be just match point right there and then. But again, you never know. But if they can do that, this should be home free for them, absolutely.
We're gonna have to wait and see. Challenge might be made here, but the problem, of course, is the fact that Regen, for the first time, feel like they are on the back foot. And that can lay a little bit of unwanted pressure. All 5 members of CLG are routing along this B side. And with that, that does mean Regen are going to send their members through the long side of this flank. Keep eyes on those 2 lurkers. This is going to be the challenge. A nice little blind stalls them out here, and a hard spray catches nothing. So CLG not really finding their worth. It's going to be a bounce forward, and that's going to be the distraction. Sean is able to follow up. Neon's life is down, but Poon on the back end is going to be able to find Noberto. Dadson is going to mow down Talking Rock. And that puts it to a 4v3. CLG may have made it into the side, but the Boss Baby is going to find 2. Oh my lord. The juke, the distractions, and the win. CLG are the first ones to reach match point.
They came back all the way, Orbital. They made it here. Honestly, you can't even say they don't deserve it. Maybe I would be the one to make that argument, but no. Honestly, 4 rounds in a row, they lose a couple, and then now it's 3. Now, yeah, a couple of the Maricos, obviously, but geez, they look so dominant on their attack, and their defense might have been worked pretty well, admittedly, but Regen, because again, I want to point out, I don't think it was the fault of CLG what happened in the first half. I think it was Regen playing brilliantly. I think that their teamwork is absolutely amazing, but they just cannot find the same success in their own defense. CLG playing pretty much just as well as Regen, if not better. I mean, considering they've reached match point first, technically on paper, they're playing better than a Regen did on their attack. So all they've got to do is win 1 more round, and that's a great start. Blind fire into the smoke, they get retaliated on. And Hendog is the one to have his non-traces red. They had phantoms, but somehow they still end up dying through the smoke. But it's a double entry for Counter Logic. Only 1 traded back in response, and that was a single lurk towards that B. No one else showing. At least Regen might have a read on where this play is going to be from the attack, but there's only 2 people here to defend. Bapoon needs to land this shot if they want to have a chance in the round.
Feels bad to lose it, but Bapoon says, hey, we still got something left in the tank. Let's keep fighting. 3v3. It's a hard force from CLG's side. They might want to angle towards this teleporter. If they do, they'll be met by the Brimstone. And of course, the Magical. One of the members to keep your eyes on. The wall goes up. The smokes go down, but the Hunter's Fury cries out in anger as Hunter is displaced from that angle. Dadson hiding inside and watching on this smoke. Hunter not willing to see it, and they cross paths. Oh, this could be so damaging. You see the swing, and Hunter wins down. Dadson is going to fall 2v3, but the spike gives a little bit of advantage to CLG's side. Talking Rock finds Symmetrical's life. The Boss Baby really needs a bit more than just one. You run without your gun, and Bapoon says that was a mistake. Regen pushed to 11, and CLG have one more chance to close it out here or risk going to OT.
Oh, bro, that round, I thought that was a chance, but no, like I mentioned, Bapoon, he needed that shot. He lands it, keeps himself alive, and actually no one else dies on the side of Regen. They all win their fights. They all win their duels. And even that little spot, I thought that the Showers player was good on that fight because he's the one that's holding the angle. The other guy has to peek, and Hunter, he caught just a sliver. As soon as I'm pretty sure, you know what? I thought it was a Sova. Never mind. But yeah, he caught a sliver of the guy running in, and somehow, even with the swing, he's able to win that out. That is ridiculous gunplay, and of course, coming in from short A as well. It's everyone winning their fights, and there's nothing for the last guy to do in the U-Haul. And now 12-11, yeah, but what do they have to work with? Neon's got a judge. Weird as all hell, but he's in the best place to use it. They're going to jump right past him. No one has played this spot before, and the smoke is going to cover him. And he's got at least one, and Nog's got a second kill, but Dadson trades it out. He's been super impactful as well. Gets the third, clearing out everyone on this B site. He is doing everything for CLG.
Got the spike.
That exchange looked so messy, and at the end of the day, it was down to a 2v2. And CLG just want to plant. All they want to do is plant. All they want to do is give themselves that chance to close out right now. Regen doing all they can to fight back. And the craziest thing, both teams are at full HP. 2 members apiece. Only one team can come out with the round victory. Bike is down inside of the container. One of the rare spots to have it. Rolling Thunder thrown on one side, and they're going to try and box them in. That might be a chance, but it's a 1v1 take, and Hunter comes down, and Hunter takes 2! Regen is gonna take the round, and Hunter will keep all members into the OT. CLG could not close out, and we are cruising into the first OT that we have seen here on stream for this Pit of Valor number 89.
Hunter started out on his roster at the bottom of the scoreboard. Let me point that out real quick. He has won multiple impact rounds. He has been the guy that just super clutch things out. And now he's found himself in the middle, 15-19. Get that, right? So many different multi-frags in the past couple rounds, and he's still negative. That's how much he's done in the second half to bring them into OT. That is massive. Absolutely unreal. And like if he keeps this form, if he stays awake, maybe on their attack, maybe they weren't too like good. Maybe he's not like an attacking player. He just wants to hold down the sights and come in for the retakes and make the decisions, hit the shots. Fine. But the fact that he's warmed up at this point, goodness gracious, this is absolutely crazy. It's very nice to see for the side of Regen, because that might be a winning factor for them, because he was nigh on non-existent in the first half. I'm going to say it, like he just wasn't here. And now he's showing up. So many different impact plays.
So many different powerful moments that have been had by all of these players, and what better time to have it break out than right now. Right now, CLG on the defense. Regen gonna try and play this attack, and honestly, both squads have looked really good on their attacks, and it's all come down to nerves is what it feels like right now. Sean not really being found out by that Trailblazer is immediately going to swap positioning. Try and get the team a little bit more, but Hendog goes in with the satchel, says, hey, I might be in your base and inside of your head, and that'll be Regen. Clapping up to Dadson, was able to take one on the back end, but that might not be enough. 4v3, CLG on the defense, completely cut off in their own back 9. The elbow will be played by 1-2 in defender spawn hallway. The paint shell might be the only way to bring back a few opportunities. Sean is going to flank on the back end. Regen going to send one on the long route. And they're going to try and go up in hookah for this defuse. Noberto is going to get in, though. And Hunter is going to take out the diffuser. What a shot. The Boss Baby can only get one. Neon is going to close out one kill. Sean is going to grab two, though. Can Sean make it a 3K? Shots on the back end is able to find Neon's life a little bit. Neon, you got to peek. Neon, you got to take a look. Neon, peek it for all you're worth. You do not. Neon doesn't see it at all, and Sean is the MVP. What a clutch out by the side of CLG.
How does this guy do it every single time? It doesn't make any sense. Pros don't fake. Said it before. Sean shows it here. Absolutely, what is his individual plays from every single member on this team to win out like the last couple, like the second half. It's just like the one dude getting, it doesn't even, like, from 4 to 2 kills. You could even find like 2 that round. Big play by Sean. He got, if I'm correct, 3 or 4 that round. And even the final 2 frags, that little one tap, the fadeaway on long B, and he's left with 4 bullets. I think the Sky reads that and wants to drop back, knows that maybe he just doesn't have, like, he's just going to play for time, play for a tap. But, like, it's Sean on the other end. You've known, saw what this guy could do, the triple one tap with the Sheriff outside when he was saving that one round. Like, this guy's confident, right? He knows he can aim. He knows this guy, he's trusted his own reaction time to get off the spike, just in case he gets peeked. But that just never happened. He just stuck all the way through. And then, like, maybe against anyone else on the team, maybe, like, I don't want to call out names because they're not bad players, but I think Sean is above and beyond the most, like, level-headed out of every single person on CLG. Like, look at this, 22 and 13. Still, but like I mentioned before, least deaths on the server. He might be tied with Noberto right now in terms of kills, but he's still far and beyond least deaths. This guy survives. Like, he is such a cranial player.
Every team, you want one player to at least have that clutch factor, and so far it has been Sean. And that round, I think, definitely rattled the likes of Regen. They lose out on the first blood. Noberto is now going to watch as this will be a plant. CLG have a chance here to close things out in the first OT. They have been granted this opportunity once again. They're hoping not to squander. Dadson is able to mow down 2. That might be the challenge. 33 HP. Rolling Thunder not going to be played, but Symmetrical on the back end is going to flatline Talking Rock. And that's going to be it. Symmetrical is able to clutch out with the 2K. And CLG do it. That is it. From 0 to heroes, they finish it off and move to the quarterfinals.
Down 8-4, by the way. Can't forget that. They were down half their opponent's scoreline in the first half. And they bring it all the way back. Props, so much props to Sean, to Noberto for those multiple different rounds where they got multi-frags. Especially, I think, given the fact that it went into overtime, you cannot ignore Sean. Like, hands down, this guy getting that 1 versus 2 at the end there, absolutely just the linchpin of the round. That last round was pretty done and dusted. Like, they got into A, and they just they kill everyone. And even the flank, the triple flank, by the way, did not work. The double kill by, I guess you could call it Destin as well. Very nicely done in that final round. But yeah, at the end of the day, like, it was a 4v4 and then it turned into a 4v2. The hard round to win by the defense, but that clutch by Sean, winning those rounds that you're really not supposed to win, that's what really ends up bringing you over the edge. And that time it was just the Bapoon, like, consolation to him, he was not able to pull that off. Like, not everyone can be a Sean, fair enough, right? There's a reason that he's playing on this team right now. So congratulations to CLG for making it to the quarters. And I'm jealous that I won't get to cast them ongoing, but whatever the case, what a great game to close us off.
It was so good. And again, this is a squad that we were interested in watching, and we finally get to see them. So congratulations to them. On the back end, though, of course, Regen put up one hell of a fight. And for you at home, if you think you can battle along the likes of these members or want a chance to play against these guys, go ahead, sign up for the next Pit of Valor. That'll be next week, and that'll be a Pit of Valor number 90. If you're not up to that speed and you want to take it a little bit slow, want to enter into the competitive without being too competitive, we have Valor and Show coming up this weekend as well. Go ahead, check that out. Check into the Discord and the Twitter. Go ahead and type in any of the Discord messages into the Twitch chat. Should bring up the socials, and go ahead, check that out. Of course, as you heard for Anton, that'll be it for us, but we have some awesome casters on the back end coming up. It will be Strive and Doc coming in to help us out here. Unfortunately, Becky is out a little bit, so we pray that their health will continue to get better. But of course, we do have two fantastic casters coming in for the last 3 games. Please do not go anywhere. The GLG Pit of Valor will continue right after this.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Everybody know the Welcome back, everybody. Here we are with the GLG Pit of Valor. I'm the Doctor, being joined here by my esteemed friend, Strive, whose face you guys probably recognize. I might be a bit of a stranger to some of you, but to those long-standing GLG fans, I hope you remember me. Strive, I am so happy to be back here on the desk with you.
Doctor, it's been a hot minute and a half, but of course it's great. Old faces never fade, and it's awesome to have you back. So I'm really looking forward to this 3-map series we got going ahead of us.
Yeah, we do have quite a lot of Valorant here left today in this Pit of Valor, and it all begins here with this quarterfinal matchup that we have brewing underneath us. We are going to have Berserkers going up against Bucky Bandits, and I've got to be honest, I'm a little tilted, right? Because they're the Bucky Bandits, sure, right? That's the team name. They're using the Fortnite pump as their logo. When the Bucky's right there. There's a ping of it. You don't need to snatch and grab from Fork Knife. It's fine. Just a little forethought, please.
I mean, look, the efforts, at least there's an effort to get a logo out there. It's not like some etch sketch drawing, but I'm not going to disagree with you. Like, we could have easily solidified this and had this within context, or even at least give me, like, look, it's a blue, I was going to say it's a blue background.
The blue pump.
I'm just having, that's a blue pump. Okay, it's all in good fun, but regardless, yeah, guys, so we got 3 more maps to go, and we're going to the lovely land of Icebox here. This is a Bucky Bandit pick with Berserker starting on that defensive side. I'm looking forward to this, Chief. It's been a great night thus far. The last matchup went into OT, which was a great sight to see. Really gives you a good, warm, fuzzy feeling of what's to come. And yeah, let's get down to it. Doc, I think it's been a hot minute since you've been back, and there's been some tweaks and changes to Icebox. So I think as we get into it and hop over to the good old agent selection and get into that map, we'll see some of that come to be. So let's get down to the nitty-gritty of agents.
Yeah, I'm actually super excited to come in and, see some of the differences from Icebox. I mean, the map was never a huge favorite of mine personally. I'm more of a Bind Haven kind of guy. But, I mean, teams have really been adapting and adjusting, through the months. And that's really great to see. And I do think that, like, the agent selections, they're fairly similar, right? We're still seeing Sage and Vipers. But overall, the teams are having a little bit more fun with it, I believe. And honestly, if the teams are enjoying it, I can't really fault a map for anything because that's the name of the game. Have fun, get W's, and click heads.
Yep. And yep. So I'm excited to see here. It looks like we're basically solidified. The overall equation is looking great. That Raze, Sage, Silva, KJ, Viper combination. A lot of utility on the side of Bucky Bandits, leaving that one Raze to manage the entries and whatnot. On the opposing end, a lot of good shutdown potential too from Val rocking on that KO. So that's going to offer a lot of good counter utility to shut down some of that KJ util and give him some entry opportunity as well. Good initiator pick from Silva, of course. Mandatory running that Jet is a great entry pick as well. Despite the minute adjustments made to Jet in these days, looks like she hasn't faded, still going strong, and it just forces a little bit more decisiveness out of you. And Jinsu going to hop on that Sage as well. And the top left pick is the Viper, and that's going to be Shift rocking that, kind of a mandatory pick on this map. So as we settle in and let these agents load into the map here, Chief, I think we're ready to go, and we're not seeing anything extremely too alarming out of the gate.
Yeah, and I kind of bring it back to Icebox, the map itself being the map that really made Viper viable. I do have to give it its props for that. The Dami Mommy of Valorant deserves her time in the limelight, and this map has definitely gone out of its way to make that happen. And with both teams rocking it, we do have a sweet matchup ahead of us. Look at the two teams. They're going a little nutty here in terms of expenditure. We do have some equal armor stacks as well, but I mean, these headshots I think are going to matter a lot in this opening start.
Yeah, totally. I'm looking forward to seeing what round 1 pistols come out. I'm a huge round 1 sheriff kind of guy, and that's just me, but always good to see the half armors and whatnot come out to be as well. So yeah, let's rock and roll. Initial setup's looking a bit split here. Viper Wall's committed to the B and A site respectfully. Attacker is kind of centric towards this A, but albeit we got a minute 30 on the clock here, Chief, and anything can happen. The initial poke and whatnot still is just kind of prodding. They've left that Sage way outside B, which gives me some hope that there's a rotate in the books, but again, we'll just see how they maneuver this with ample time on the clock.
Yeah, it does look like it would be quite a late swing, but just like that, Car opens up the doors right out the gates, and we are going to have that first blood going on over to the Bucky Bandits. They do lose quite a bit of HP, but it's nothing they can't recover from.
Yeah, totally here. Still slow and steady minute on the clock here. The wall is ready and prime for an A take if they so choose to aggress, but albeit it is an interesting wall. It doesn't really protect the back of sight in the corner and whatnot, so it'll block off screens. Heaven will still be basically open at that point. So the commitment is great and all. They got that Sage migrating right on back towards that spawn, which leads me to believe they got to make a move sooner than later. They could be running that time down here for a good collapse, and considering just how fluid Berserkers is right now, holding on that B in mid, an explosive take on this A site would definitely catch that Jet off guard here.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, and I mean, but the longer you wait here, the more you set up these mind games, right? Like, he did have a little bit of presence here before, but the longer they waited, the more they rotated off, and so now they have to come back in. They're trapped on the other side of this door by that Viper wall. They're a little bit delayed. The Sage wall guarantees the spike going to go down. Huge headshots coming in from Mood, though. That's 2 in a row. Gets that signature ability back, and they dive forward just to fall to Cult, but the rest of the team is here. The rest of the team is pushing. They're trying to get the damage down. Chloe does a great job to stay alive for just an extra second, but now down to this 2v1. You can see Gliswold trying to do something with these nano swarms. First one gets broken, second one is It's not successful. I thought it went off, but this spike is slowly being defused. They get it halfway, they pull away, and Alone secures the final kill.
Yeah, that was really good hold altogether, despite how things went down. The wall plan, I love it. I'm all about that life, but they hadn't really secured that site and blocked it off. You knew heaven was fully open. Insight could have been exposed. Instead, they said, you know what, YOLO, let's just go for the wall plan and protect. And in the end, the high grounds from Mood there was superb to hold off that initial push. Albeit got down to the wire in the grand scheme of a 2v1, but nothing too crazy to write home about here, Chief. So getting down into the good old-fashioned Spectre buy, not really surprised here. Berserkers gonna have to run it and work heavily with these guns. Yeah, looking forward to it. Let's see what round two's gotten. Do we get a bit of an anti-eco with some classics? That would be a vibe and a half.
It would be nice. It's a little risky, so I don't think it's going to happen, but it's just standard game, right? You save on the loss, you buy on the win, and you just try and push as much of an advantage as you possibly can. And so we see Chloe pushing forward a little bit, taken down a little low from the decay, and Colt somehow finds a kill onto Mood and steals away that Spectre.
Yeah, this is huge, and now with that pick, this is exactly what you want to get. I mean, Val here is going to be critical. Still peeking. My goodness me, almost catches the one off guard. Dinking the stage to the side of the head, but it's insufficient at this point. Berserkers, ooh, Alone, nice little cheeky tube push, and that's good to give them a little bit more grounds to work with. Bucky Bandits on the upper hand in terms of bodies, and now making that Nike jet right over to site here. Wall going to get broken down almost by Jinsu, but it fully fortified before that can take place with the plant. Ooh, nice Jinsu making the best of that push finally after doing a bit of early damage to the wall. And now what do we end up getting on the retake here? Bit of an odd angle to manage and a lot of activity towards yellow. Jinsu is going lone wolf here to try and do some damage. No, I lied. Alone is there with one and all is good. Do we get the Sova? And we do. Superb 2v1 now. Chloe in the Clutcheroni seat once again.
Can they get it done? They're listening to that tick away, and with just a classic, you really don't have a whole lot of options. And the wall, the one brick of the wall that was still alive on the left side there was just enough to block any potential flank shots onto the diffuser there. So 2 in a row now here for the Berserkers, and they are going to have to now contend with this full rifle buy of the Bucky Bandits. And unfortunately for them, they lost 3 members last round. There is a lot of money lost in terms of economy.
Yeah, and that adds up in the grand scheme. You know this as well as I do, Doc. So we'll see how they're going to go ahead and manage some of that getting into this round. The Vandal buy is looking mighty good for Bucky Bandits along with a couple Phantoms. Let's see what they got. If I don't get Buckies in this game, I don't know who I got to write the complaint to, what HR exists for this team, but I'm definitely going to be hollering at full tilt. If your name is Bucky Bandits, you better be clapping faces with them now and again. So let's see what happens with Mood posted up. A lot of activity here. Initially getting pinged out, forcing the fallback and already committing the dash. So no real aggressive peak opportunity with that bit of kit, albeit minute 22, Bucky Bandits have managed to pull a buttload of rotates over to this A side and now can easily shake and bake off to B with plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, and I think something a little unfortunate about that tailwind there is that it was actually before the second ping of the dart. So they were still able to keep track of them dashing forward, and that gives you that huge bit of information that, you know, they're still on site, they're still rotating back, and we don't need to push this as aggressively. So they go for this little bit of a fake rotate once again, get a free kill just in the middle there on the Vel, and now they can try and force their way back into this site. As you can see them using a bit of utility, trying to push forward after that Boomba, but Jinsu is in a very sneaky position right here that they might be aware, but they're shooting all of their utility just past this angle.
Jinsu, good angle for the one, almost lines up and rails it for the 2, but it's the Sova and Rays to do the better of the overall take equation. Now with a reasonable amount of the site cleared up, they're looking at aggressive shift here, playing a bit of a cheeky angle, and we'll see how that works out in the grand scheme. Looking on the one side, does have support from the good old screen side as well. Migrating, moving, and now with the 4v2 plant situation, how do you manage this if you're a Berserker? Minus trying to get a couple kills here before getting on the spike, but man, that plant position is so difficult to manage when you are util-less, and now shift in a 1v4. Ain't gonna get any kind of utility to save that Viper, and the good old gun round goes to the sides of the Bucky Bandits.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in that final situation when you're in a 2v4, ideally I think your only option is to try and damage the economy because they are so far ahead of you, and by only losing 1 member in that round, you can see here they're really not in that bad of a shape on the side of the Bucky Bandits. They still have a second full buy in a row, 5 rifles, 5 armors going up against Berserkers who, you know, after winning the first 2 rounds and investing a little bit last round, they're down to, you know, 5 rifles, sure, but only 4 half armors versus 5. So that's a lot of health that they're effectively missing.
And let's see what the walls crisscrossing now at A leads you to believe that they've kind of started learning a little bit, at least from the side of Berserkers. They've stopped committing that wall to the B side and looking to get aggressive. Instead, want to block off the A, and this is good. It's going to be kind of read and telegraphed in a sense that Bucky Bandit's now going to move that body, a bunch of bodies over to the B site. The wall is blocking, and that in itself offers a lot of great intel, but doesn't really deter the attackers from getting on site. The full siege is good. Chloe, I think, is going to be playing the lurk / mid push role, but the rest of the team here is getting on that B site quite well, and the good old-fashioned wall plant's good, but that fragment is just butter and gravy as Vel picks up that one onto Colt.
It wasn't enough to stop the plant, though. The very final frames of that ticker counting down, and this puts the clock now onto Berserkers, who, while they have this character advantage, they still need to do something with it, and they're constantly being flashed, and they're falling like flies. Chloe picks up a second one so far, and is enough for 3. Can any kills come back for Mood, as they're forced to try and run away with this operator, and Chloe's there waiting for him, getting the 4K, securing the victory, and that is a disaster for Berserkers.
Yeah, it was trouble. I think when you said falling like flies, that was really the best choice of word. I mean, you look at the scoreboard and it was just like, you're just popping up one after another, and they truly were just falling down in sequence like a bunch of dominoes. So troubling in a sense if your Berserkers trying to retake. End goal is to get on that site and do so synchronously so you're not falling apart mono battles. But in the end, really good job from Bucky Bandit's good decisive push, and that wall plant strat, despite the early days. Remember the first GLG cast when I came on here, the good old wall plant strat on Icebox was the sugar and spice of the day, and it seems like that has definitely not faded, at least even with the changes made on the map so far.
Take flight.
No, I mean, it's just so hard to deal with, especially when your opponents are not quite on the best of economy. But I'm sure you saw it, and I'm going to point it out just in case you didn't. You did get your Bucky. It's just not on the team you thought it was going to be.
Yeah, see, I'm still going to write to HR because that's unacceptable in the grand scheme of things. But this, talking about acceptable, great opening pick there, or follow-up pick rather, from the Sova here, looking for another one towards mid, Alone jiggling, and oh my goodness me, that was a shot and a half in itself. Great connection to Alone's face, and we're down to that same old situation once again here, Doc. That lonesome shift on a clutch opportunity on a 1v3 does have the Oni Bucky in hand. The question is, are the Bucky Bandits looking to pick up that gun as their name rightfully deserves? And oh boy, yeah, this is just tough in the grand scheme.
Yeah, you heard that sound effect. That is the dink, means you lose lots of HP. And I mean, honestly, this is probably the worst spot for the Bucky, just down mid. Like, it's such a long range, and it's not a slug shotgun. It is pellets, so you can't exactly snipe some people with it like the old model 1887s from Call of Duty. But they are going to find themselves a sheriff, which is a bit of an upgrade compared to the classic. But for now, in a 1v3 situation, it's a safe round. Just go for the economy damage. Just try and Bucky blast someone's face off.
Yeah, I'm good with that here. X-ray back on, and we're looking at Gliswold and Co, playing the long range, and rightfully so. That plant spot again is so good. And you have a great position from down below, cage area. And yeah, it's the Sova to clean up the mess with the 3-piece combo. So really good from Bucky Bandits, solidifying a really good series. If you actually look at it, the first 2 rounds you kind of call it a wash, but looks like they've got their bearings, and now Berserkers up against some bigger weaponry are struggling, albeit they've accrued some ultimates too, which could hopefully put a full stop to this as they're now back on a full buy situation.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for them, even though they have the full buy, which this time they have 5 armors, like that in and of itself is a worthwhile thing to pay attention to. But the ultimates that they do have available to themselves are pretty equally matched on the side of Bucky Bandits, right? Like you have Sova and Sage both on the board, but then you have the Viper's Pit versus the knives from Jet. So I mean, like, one, a little bit more duelist focus. Mood's able to get an early kill here, which is huge. The Resurrection forced out already, and it's also going to force out the orbital cannon here. Not the orbital cannon, excuse me. But Mood's on a tear. Mood is just ripping faces.
Yeah, Mood is the current Mood, and that really summarizes it. But regardless of the sequence of events that have gotten here, right back to a 3v3, and most importantly, I'm loving how Bucky Bandits are just very fluid. They're not afraid to take that B. They're not afraid to take on that A, and they're working the map to their best. Jinsu does have a res on board here and is jiggling closely, albeit much of the reses are in a little bit of a tricky position to get to, and just considering how aggressive Bucky Bandits are towards Maze, and this lockdown now being slapped in the ground here, it's going to force off the defenders. Good positioning, and Alone here, amazing Hunter's Fury. That should be able to eliminate it, and it does. They're setting up for the plant. Wall goes down. Jinsu is here. But again, who wants to really be playing the battle of the Viper's Pit? And looks like Jinsu does, but Colt in the end capitalizes.
And once again, this very hard, difficult situation for Berserkers they find themselves in. 2vx on their side. They are going to pick up a nice kill here thanks to the snake bite, but it's still 2v2 that they don't know where anybody is. This Viper's Pit here from Chloe is spending a lot of time and a lot of eyeball source for Berserkers. They do touch the spike, but the Nanoswarm's still available. Shift trying to do something, but they don't know that Chloe's right above them. Chloe's just gonna drop down. Didn't even need it. Gliswold shot him through the smoke.
Yeah, this has been really good for Bucky Bandits. They've had such a good grasp on this A site, and it looks like there hasn't been a real solid response. Now Berserkers continuing to accrue some ultimates on the board. They themselves have a pit, which I would, you know, kind of be on the edge of use it to just block off a take on the site and focus much of your energy towards, let's say, A or mid. But again,
this round though,
no, I'm saying throw it down, Chief. I'm saying, like, at the end of the day, they've been struggling, and I think for them, minusing a site, at least for one thing to worry about, and rotating bodies early might be the better decision, but I don't know how they're going to adapt. They're still kind of splitting this Viper wall up and not really conserving it for a retake even, which is, you know, troubling in itself, I think.
Yeah, Mood going for the save here, pulls out the knives instead of a weapon. Does land a couple shots, does get the headshot there. That's something that they will cherish into this round. But, I mean, look at the damage coming back on their side. Jinsu finds a kill. All right, Chloe falls down to the Sheriff. And now it's a 3v3 that I don't think Bucky Bandits were expecting.
Yeah, no, this is a situation in itself. I'm really curious now what the management from here on out is going to be. In the past, Bucky Bandits has done superbly well in these situations. Despite the number deficit, they're united and they really get on site well. Berserkers is not really solidified in how they retake more than anything. So with 50 on the clock, I'm down for breaking this wall. They can still migrate back towards that A site if they so wish. But again, getting on here with that Sage and KO present might be a little bit more difficult than they bargained for.
I mean, everything's more difficult sometimes on Icebox. You're never quite sure what the opponent's going to be, you know, really bringing to the table. And this is one of those situations where if you're not extrinsically prepared for the enemy team to have 3 stacked to the site you're trying to attack, then you're just kind of stuck. Lots of utility usage coming in here from Vel already, though, and I get it. You use the knife. That's free. You knew somebody was here, but to then also use the molly a bit early, I would say. But look at that shot from the Marshal! Alone snaps the head off a Ba, and now they're trying to get anything else done. Low HP, this is doable.
Absolutely is. Aldrone going out here from Alone. Let's see, do we get at least one ping out? Oh, they hide so well behind yellow and main, but Alone probably knows 1 + 1 = 2 and is looking towards that area. The first Nanoswarm popped here. Do we get the raise? Do we get the raise? Oh boy.
The little crouch behind the corner there was just enough to mess up the angle of attack that they were looking for. Alone tried to get, you know, just a little bit past a nice little short peek, but all they were able to see was just the tip of the hat coming in from Raze, and it wasn't enough to snap down. So another round in favor for the Bucky Bandits. That makes 5 in a row. 5 in a row on Icebox attack.
They've been just, you know, really relentless in their push. And like I said, Berserkers haven't got a response. And I'm liking the fact they have an op again. It's got to excel. I need to see a fantastic opening pick, give them that comfort to then fall back and, you know, work with numbers with a lot more time on the round. It just seems that, you know, regardless of what they want to do, oh my God, Mood not connected.
Oh, it's a leggy.
It's a leggy. And oh my goodness, misses the follow-up. This is a problem here now. But Vel is actually playing the aggressive close. Going to go ahead and pop that ultimate as well. Halt the utility, but dude, this is going to be a roadblock and a half for them to get through.
Yeah, unfortunately for Vel, just a lot of stumbling steps there. Flashed himself, had to fall back immediately to pop the ultimate. Does eventually go down to Colt, even through the little resurrection period. But now, like, this operator that you were talking about we needed to see results from, it's on the floor. It is gone.
you know, whether it's in Valorant or real life, don't put your guns on the floor. That's not the play. And if in fact it is an op, especially, I was really rooting for that opening pick, to be honest with you, Doctor. Like that would have been the guiding factor for this round to really help them get some footing, and that's what they're lacking. Honestly, they're just kind of in this slippery slope of cold and frigid land of Icebox, and they just cannot climb this mountain. The Viper utility now, it was, you know, conserved in this case and set up for towards the A, and they get a free plan off of it as well. Shock darts come in. Does Colt get doubled? Not so much, but yeah, one more time that KJ is already set up for the post plant too. Jinsu still holding that res, and that's a problem in itself.
Yeah, I think the tough spot here is that all of their friends have died in really bad spots, whether it's too aggressively forward or just not in a hidden cover situation. So the resurrection just not viable right now. And with Car's flank coming through, the 2K on the board, that's more than enough to secure the round. That's 6. And it should be a bit of a reset for Berserkers. No, actually, no, they've lost 6 in a row. They have quite a bit of money, but oh no, I was right. It is a bit of a cheeky reset.
Yeah, there's a lot of money lacking. So from the side of Berserkers, back to the good old Sheriff buy a Marshall here and there, and that's the the salt and pepper on the round. The question is, how much is it going to hurt? I'm just, I'm going to be patient and diligent. This is Icebox, Chief. We've seen this do what it does now in many different occasions. It's kind of topsy-turvy. As long as you get some good comfort, 3, 4, even 5 rounds is great. And then from there, you have a lot more opportunity. This is a play and a half. Nice push. I love that wall aggression, but it's Colt and Co. already posted up way back towards Belt, just wiping up shop there on that really good push from Berserkers. But hey, like you said, when you're down, economy wiping is not a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the resurrection available so that Bucky Bandits unknowingly could go for the carry to bring a 4th rifle over. But in the same vein as, us talking about how Berserkers are not having the economy to, do what they want, Bucky Bandits are almost at a phase where they have too much economy to know what they do with. I mean, Gliswold here sitting on 9K just refreshes their armor, takes them down a peg. But I mean, even Carr, 8,300 credits, Chloe, 7,100 credits. Like, there is too much money on the side of the Bandits right now. They have been too successful in their train robberies.
Yeah, beyond. And you look at just the comfort they're building, Chief. I mean, at the end of the day, coming back from, let's just go ahead and be a little bit predictive with the 3 rounds to come in a 10-2 type phase. That's a lot to ask and doesn't give you a lot to fall back on. But in the spirit of falling back on things, albeit if you do fall on them, they're probably not very padding, but I'll tell you, they're decently warm, and actually quite warm at that. GLG stocks, do yourself a solid, whip out that phone, scan the QR code. They're cheap, pretty, and they keep your tootsies warm. I mean, like Anton said on the last desk, it's probably warming up where you are, but at the end of the day, for the office and whatnot, it's not a bad thing to look pretty sharp and fresh.
Man, I am not looking forward to the incoming heat wave. It is set to be 80 degrees in my area this weekend, and I am less than ecstatic, I should say. Bring back the cold weather. If I could live in the Icebox Arena with the Penguins here, I definitely would. But alas, I live on the coast.
Doc, you know what? It was like all out of sight of nowhere. In Canada land, it was 27 Celsius. I don't know what that works out to in the good old land of Fahrenheit, but damn, it was hot, and I was not super excited. But oh my God, talk about excitement! It's like all of a sudden, Berserkers are a little bit more awake, even though they're on a bit of a better buy situation. Still getting aggressive towards this A, not getting anything of it as a result, but in a way, the information is worth itself in gold. So we'll see now with the initial poke. What is Bucky Bandits going to do? Historically, they've done good things coming off these rounds early on.
Yeah, I mean, Mood getting quite aggressive here is very far forward considering how the rest of the team's been able to back them up so far. We've definitely seen a couple master plays coming out from Mood personally, but again, the team support seems to be lacking for them, unfortunately. And so with where they are, they don't have any support. There's no trading potential. They are going to get an enemy ping going up there into heaven, but is it viable? Can they do anything with it? Look at that. Mood's just forced to run away. Oh, yeah, Mood's forced to run away if they're just killing Gliswold.
There they are. Great opening pick. Berserkers has done this in the past, but oh yeah, see, that's the equalizer right there. Just when you think you've got some footing, that's the res you want to see pop out. Sorry, I believe Jinsu on Berserkers is still holding on to that same res. So again, look at the value that they're getting from their kit overall. Gliswold on the rotate here. Oh my God, Shift is just a little weasel, but no, Gliswold is so aware. I don't even know if Shift made a noise, but regardless, I think there was a good hunch deep down inside. 13 on the clock. Lockdown goes as well. Snowman's the only contestant. Actually, Alone does get the one, but the spike should be okay to play. No, Jinsu. Superb swing, and that might be the time buying they needed.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Just 3 seconds left. No shot. No shot. All right. It was not enough. It was milliseconds. You have to see there the difference between plant or not plant. And you know what? It cometh, it goeth. We saw the plants earlier in this map particularly where they died at the last, frame and it went through. This time, not so lucky in terms of time. And finally a round back in the way of Berserkers. It was a bit hectic, but sometimes that's all you need to get yourself back in the game.
Yep, I'm with you. And hecticness is, as long as it equals round, or whatever equals round, I'm about that life. But as we're teetering towards the end of this first half, and we're still sitting on that Sage res, now we recruit a Hunter's Fury as well. I got to see something come out from that. Maybe a bit more of an aggressive push in a position that may be resurrectable with a wall or something. That'd be great. But still 3 rounds, superbly notable, and it makes me feel a little bit better knowing the second half is going to start off ideally on good footing.
And we see here Mood still positioned quite aggressively, but does not have access to the tailwind anymore. They hit the button, didn't use it, and they're just trapped forward in case of any danger. But I mean, look at the amount of utility that's just going back and forth here on the A site. Once again, Mood's trying to get aggressive, not quite able to connect the shots, tries to spray through the ultimate, only able to get one, but the rest of the team is backing him up. Jinsu also picks up a kill, and now Chloe just trying to keep the Viper Pit alive. That's all they have to do in this situation. If they can get a kill, great, but they do fall to Jinsu, who has been so productive here on the A site, and now it's down to this 2v2. We do still have the ultimate here on the side of Bucky. Bandits, Balaki could get something done, especially now that it's down to a 1v2. They have the spike in hand, and they're making a beeline for the B site.
Yeah, I love it. This is a superb play in itself. Now, Alone is going to be wondering, what are they going to do? Am I going to get collapsed on from screens? Are they hitting the B? So I'm going to just go ahead and chill. And this is kind of that 50-50 type thing where you just want to be patient and not rotate, but the problem is, Icebox being one of the larger maps, it's not a quick hop, skip and jump across the pond here. You're going to have to run for a solid 11-12 seconds to get anywhere reasonable. So making the move early, I think, is the right decision. Spike now goes down. We're already in a reasonable place under 2, but again, historically, Bucky Bandits on this long B hold has been a reckoning, to say the least, and very difficult for Berserkers to retake.
Yeah, I mean, even without the factoring in that you simply have no idea where they could be hiding on this B site, it's effectively a 2.5v1, right? And you have to deal with this.
Yeah, that's a mission in itself. Oh my god, that turret is so annoying. 22
no
HP
shot.
alone.
No.
Whoa, Chief. Hold
Clip
on
it.
a second here.
Clip it, rip it, ship it.
I mean, just when you think you've got yourself figured out, just when things are looking good, just when that annoying turret did annoying things, you half it and you stick it and you make it happen. So really good job. And yeah, I'm loving it. 4 rounds is, like we said, man, it's hectic. It's not necessarily going against or going with the river. It's kind of polar opposite of what you expect to come out of these rounds, but it's equating to rounds, and that's all that you can ask for if you're Berserkers.
I'm still shocked they didn't swing on the turret, right? Like...
Yeah, like
you know, you hit him with the first.
Yeah,
you hit him with the first piece of the ultimate, so he's low HP. The turret then tags him again because you hear the you just swing and one tap him in the legs, and he's a goner. But that's not how it went. As we all saw, Berserkers find themselves a 4th round, and as the round begins again, look at this. Look at where the spike is on your minimap, and look at who's waiting around the corner.
See how this pans out in the grand scheme. Making some moves and tracks yet again.
They crossed like ships in the night.
I'm so
nobody knows
how this. If
nobody knows
right now, and this other Viper comes around the corner. Oh, this is perspiration on level 9,000, Chief. We're gonna go for the big flank with a spike in hand. You got to be kidding me.
No, you're definitely gonna go back and plant.
I hope so. I mean, I hope so.
Especially now that the rotations are coming in. Shift is going to get the first kill here. Gets a second with the judge. Are you kidding me? Chloe doesn't even get the spike down. That whole time they were running around and they never even planted the spike, and the whole team just implodes. Bucky Bandits losing 3 in a row to close out the half. I'm flabbergasted.
Yeah, this has been a match and a half, to say the least. The way that it unfolded towards the latter end, like you said, completely caught me off guard in the grand scheme of it. But this is amazing if you're Berserkers. Like, look at that rally of 7 consecutive, and to come back with 3 to your name and to get a 5-7, half in this case, that is amazing. So this is superb. Let's see now what they can do occupying the defensive side and just what kind of heat they can bring early on, much like Bucky Bandits did.
Yeah, I mean, if this goes the same way that the last half did, obviously we'll find ourselves in overtime. But 1 or 2 key round differences could suddenly swing this all the way back in the favor of the Berserkers, especially if they have a poor showing here in the pistol. And you may be thinking, Doctor, winning rounds is better for your scoreline, and to that I agree, sure, but if you lose here, you will be the first to rifles, and we saw how effective that was for Bucky Bandits.
Yeah, this is where things might get a little bit interesting. This is what I love most, though, is how the Viper wall commitment hasn't even dropped yet, and that's going to be so good for a late round push if they want to kind of flex around, block off a specific area, run a specific strat. And you can see the defensive wall is already dropped off at B, and that's to stop the push into site. That's the way to play it, because in the grand scheme, you don't want them to get anywhere near the pizza slice wall. Yeah, here we go, push coming through. Mood looking to get super aggressive and has actually covered a lot of ground here. Dash is primed halfway to the ticker, and do we get an aggressive peek? Not so much just yet, but my goodness me, this is all about to unfold in a matter of 15 seconds.
Yeah, the spike just now making its way onto the site. You can see the wall animation start. The wall goes up. Glizzwald's the first one to get a kill, though. The pistol's not going to be able to break their way through this fortified ice wall, however, and you can see the heal attempt gets thwarted there by Chloe, who just gets hyper aggressive around that wall. Right now they're suppressed, but that is not the least of your worries when you have guns and you can just simply shoot them in their face.
Coming around the back end, this wall is good. Oh my god, we are going to go for the full set wall. Nice bit of paint shell activity there from Carr. Gets alone, and they're going to stick it to win it cheap. You love to see it, and in the grand scheme of it all, that wall is just as good on retake as it is on the attack. And bravo, bravo, and bravo again. This is where now we start to segue, and we kind of we begin the tumbling effect, where I think much of what Bucky Bandits did in the last half is going to come to be. They're so good when they get that early momentum, and these Spectres are going to definitely help that.
Yeah, and you can kind of see some conversations going over on the side of Berserkers where they're kind of thinking about, hey, we're down, around here, and we do need to get a little bit of momentum going for us. Yeah, we'll have the bye next round, but do we want to go forward cheeky force here on round 2? It's a little undecided. We got a couple sheriffs, a full armor or so. But look at this push. They are just W keying on through middle here.
W key might be part of the play, but now with a huge push coming through, Colt is already there. Amazing bit of work towards Kitchen to get the one off alone. And again, this Spectre buy in itself is worth wonders. Bucky Bandits did a superb job in the last half of making the better of it, and it's looking the exact same here. Just mowing it. Colt is waving that sage hair back and forth as Chloe is there for the final pick up on shift. And on that note, they're going to go ahead and proceed and pick up 2 consecutive. Now is the all important buy around. Let's see what Berserkers can bring.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see the effects of what that purchase last round has done to them, right? Whereas when we saw Bucky Bandits in this exact situation in the first half, they were 5 rifles, 5 full armors. Here, the Berserkers are not quite 5 rifles and definitely not 5 full armors. They're down to a Sheriff on Jinsu and Mood and Alone both down to the half armor. And I mean, even Jinsu's trying to figure out exactly what they want to do here. They do eventually decide on Sheriff full armor, but I mean, this isn't optimal. This is not the best buy you could have collected here.
Yeah, I love this push from Mood, though. This is some sweet stuff. Getting aggressive. Oh my goodness. Indecisiveness mixed with the chaos of spray control equates no kill. This car is good for the follow-up of the paint shells as well. Shift is doing a superb job, but just keeping him busy with some snake bites. Not looking to play maybe a long-range conservation with lineups. I don't know if there's another one in the kit, but Sova does work. Bell from the distance does much of the same, and it's good for one, but she 4v2 is a difficult hill to climb. Make that 1, and it's shift to be 0. So just wiping up shop here is Bucky Bandits on their 10th.
Yeah, I mean, Balaki able to continue on to get 2 more additional kills towards the end of the round that had Mood been able to secure that first blood wouldn't have happened, right? They go in, they get hyper aggressive, they see Sova. They get some shots down. They only get him down to 22 HP before they try and readjust their aim on to Colt there, and it just wasn't enough. They didn't have that first kill enough to secure the second, and then that failure of a kill then went on to punish the whole rest of the team by 2 more members being killed by that player.
Yeah, and this is where I start to get a little bit uncomfortable, Chief. I mean, you're on the double digits, you're on the front foot, and you're very much leading in the pack. Ultimates are also kind of brewing in the back end. You can see Colt 2 charges away, Gliswold 2, and we just continue to build that momentum forward. Standard setup, though, from the side of Bucky Bandits. We'll see now on this lighter buy, Berserkers leaning heavily on the B end of this map here. Chloe's already gone that opening pick onto Alone, and just when you think something's going to be spicy, they're going to go ahead and counter. It's a quick shutdown from Bucky Bandits to stop that push.
Yeah, and you can see the rest of the team trying to, recover. We're seeing Mood dash forward behind Yellow here, get some shots off. They're going for the wall plants that we're all very well accustomed to. But look at this, they weren't prepared for the Nanoswarm. They eventually fall down to a whole slew of abilities and bullets, and Shift is immediately there to pick up the spike again. But with it's planted, you're just collecting credits at this point. You're not collecting round wins. Val, wait, hold, pause, maybe, potential. Car in the back is going to be able to pick up a kill here. And Val suddenly, with this ultimate, could get something done. Chloe's going to sneak into the pit. Gets Val looking the wrong way. Now it's down to this 1v3, 0v3, 11 now for the Bandits.
This is great, and proceeding further and further ahead. Big round is coming up for Berserkers. I believe they were able to save much of their economy. Did pick off 2 bodies from the side of Bucky Bandits, which is great and all, but still, the Viper's Pit's available from the defensive side. Sage Res is on the board too. Buy round's going to be big here, Chief. We got to make it happen, and we're going to start it off with a great timeout as well. Coming off of it, I mean, we've kind of, talked about much of what's happening in the grand scheme of it. Berserkers just really, really struggling to do anything in this matchup.
Yeah, it seems to have like a switch flip where halfway, or it's not even halfway, a couple rounds into that first half, the warm-up period time for the Bucky Bandits kind of wore off. They started hitting headers and moving forward aggressively to make sure that they were able to implement the game plan that they were looking for, and they've really capitalized on a whole lot of things that have been successful for them. We haven't quite seen an adaptation quite yet from the Berserkers, and especially in this second half here, it almost seems like a bit of desperation has crept into their gameplay where that second round slight force, I'm not even gonna call it a force because they weren't all on the same page there, that slight force kind of put them in a deficit for round 3, which they then lost, which then puts them in a deficit for round 4, and it just snowballs and avalanches out of control. Now we're seeing this timeout active to hopefully have the Berserkers recollect some mental and be able to push forward a little bit again.
You're totally right in the sense of the, I don't like desperation or wanting to get around badly, and you kind of make decisions, you want to get aggressive, but much of it I think is being read, and just, on the opposing end of it, when you have 11 rounds to your name, you are substantially less afraid in the grand scheme, and you're going to go do things that you typically may not want to do on a regular basis, just because you know that there's punishment available later on in the matchup. So with Bucky Bandits now, again, like we said, on that leading edge, 2 rounds away from match point here, they're looking to do much of the slippery stuff that will give them that edge in these early seconds of the rounds. And so far so good. You can see just how much the tempo slowed down off that timeout, though. Leads you to believe that Berserkers got a funny plan in their back pockets.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you really want to be on the defense, though, right? Bucky Bandits can completely set the tone here by hanging back, waiting for the push. They don't need to get aggressive and fish for picks, whereas on the Berserker side, they really need something, right? They need a signal to let them know which site they can just swarm onto. You can see how aggressive some of them are getting at the moment, where they're just trying to push forward, get a little bit of information, make sure that they're not quite out of play just yet. But, I mean, can they get anything done? Shift is in a very forward position with members all around them as we're just sitting here watching the kitchen, and they do hear some footsteps. That's definitely a call out to be made, but the rest of the team already onto this A site. Can they get the spike down? Because that's crucial.
Here we go. Paint Shells coming in from downtown is able to do a reasonable job at pushing out the attack, and they're going to go ahead at a second crack, throwing the slow or 2. The Viper wall is down as well. This wall, fantastic. Car for 1, and this is again Bucky Bandits not even giving a breathing second for them to fall back. I mean, dude, plant or not, at the end of the day, Bucky Bandits don't even care. They want to get aggressive. They want to get the footing back and not even give that fallback opportunity to Berserkers. Super good, and that's going to be for match point here, Chief.
Yeah, well, I think one of the biggest problems, excuse me, that Berserkers have really had on this attacking point is that they're not very cohesively pushing sites. You know, I took a second to mention shift specifically in that last round because they were in such a weird off position that could have very easily become a very successful flank. You know, through kitchen, catch people in the back a little bit, and in all the hecticness of actually trying to get the spike down, I missed where they fell. They weren't the opening frag, they weren't the ending frag, they were somewhere in the middle, and there was so much action on the A site, you know, trying to get the spike down, delaying the spike plant, and everything like that. That should have been a great opportunity, I feel, for Shift to backstab somebody, and it just didn't happen.
Yeah, not so much. And I'm just waiting for that one good backstab, the one juicy round that we need to kind of put that foot down and say, listen, we're still in it to play here, and OT is, you know, viable. It's not to dismiss it, but I'm not getting that. And you can see the I don't know, I don't want to say timidness, but like you said before yourself, the lack of cohesiveness, the synergy as a whole. But opposing much of what we're saying, it looks like they're very decisive on getting on the site, but just when you think you've got an angle, it's a one and done, and Jinsu's going to go ahead and also bring up that body. Blizzwall gets the one, wall is denied, and yeah, this is just a wreck fest, man. They're not getting any ground at all.
No, I mean, Spike's still in hand. They don't have a time to plant it here. They have to completely fall away and run in the opposite direction, because as soon as that Spike sound starts, they're just going to get rushed down. And look at that. The only dead member of Bucky Bandits being brought back to life from the healing ice of Sage. And
30 seconds left.
This is near impossible. And it's not to say that lightly. It's just a 5v2 on Icebox of all maps, especially when your opponent even has the lockdown available on top of just everything else. It is miracle Hiko, what are you doing levels of necessary skill level here to try and push this through. And honestly, they might not even have time at this point. 5 seconds left. They may get a plant. They do, but now it's a 1v4.
Yeah, this is a mission here, Chief, and yeah, that's going to be signed, sealed, delivered, and sent via FedEx Express at this point. So we're going to go ahead and finish off this matchup. Give a big shout out to Bucky Bandits, despite the logo and a half with the blue background. I'm okay with it, Chief. They put on a fantastic show and really solidified their position, not only on the attacker side of this map, but even on the defense. They played it so well.
Yeah, and we saw that nice little freeze frame there at the end of the Sova mid-air with the arrow. That's like wallpaper-esque there, I think, at the end. But no, I mean, that was a really strong game coming from the Bucky Bandits. They were prepared, they knew the map, they were very clear on their comms, I have to imagine, because they were always traveling as a unit. And one of the huge things that was going their way is they were winning their 1v1s. They weren't, relying on trade potential or, trying to just, group smash through sites. They were consistently winning their 1v1s. And when the Berserkers got a round win, it was off of some crazy play coming from a single member. We all saw that 3K for Mood on the A site that won them that particular round. But after that, it didn't quite seem like any singular 1v1 was really going their way.
No, and that's a huge problem in itself. If you can't win a duel, winning a team fight, winning a team fight is a little bit more tricky in itself. And winning duels was, I think, the determining factor, I'd say, that drove much of what Bucky Bandits did as a group. As much as they were united as a pack, as individuals, they also won their battles. And that's a problem. You really can't overcome that. But what you guys can overcome is your anxieties and fears of joining a Pit of Valor tournament. I'm just kidding. I don't know how I wanted to segue that. Regardless, what I'm trying to get down to is there's so much stuff coming up. We have a manager and coach only tournament going to be in the works and coming up soon. So stay tuned for that. And for those that, of course, know, we have Val and Chill every single Saturday. It's not broadcasted, but again, $50 prize pool, free entry. It's on Battlefy. You can check out our socials. We usually boast about it along with memes and whatnot in between. So if you're interested in that, please do sign up as well.
Yeah, and not only that, we do have the Pit of Valor obviously every Wednesday, but next week something a little bit special. We do hit number 90, which is quite a big number. We're only 10 away from the big 100 strive. 100 Pit of Valors is on the horizon. That is insane looking back at some of the showcases that we have had, but be sure to get yourself signed up for next week, number 90, and be prepared because maybe for 100 there'll be something special. Knowing Ben, he's got something cooking. So stay tuned, guys. We will be right back with more Valorant action in tonight's Pit of Valor.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Hello and welcome back. We are ready to go. This is going to be the semis. I am Strive yet again, joined by the lovely and fantastic. I got the direction wrong as I always do. The doctor is in, and we're ready to get down to the nitty gritty. So we're changing some pace up here. We had a great Bucky Bandit showing, and as per the usual fashion, we're going to go ahead and follow them ahead. Going to go up against Never Forgotten on the Land of Ascent. Doctor, we're going to keep the ball rolling here. You've been away for a hot bit, and I'm glad we're getting a world tour of the different maps.
Listen, it wouldn't be a comeback if we didn't go to Ascent, right? It is everybody's favorite map, wink, wink, and it's going to be played at some point in the night. You have to see it. So I'm excited. I do think that the teams have definitely come prepared, right? Like we're seeing a returning team here. We just watched Bucky Bandits take it on Icebox. Now we're going to see them, run the gauntlet here over to Ascent. They're going to be going up against Never Forgotten Esports, a team who similarly has made it to these semifinals off of skill and skill alone. So up to these two, who's going to come out ahead?
Yeah, the question is to be filled, but I'm looking forward to it getting down to what Bucky Bandits brought in. And as we segue into Ascent, the question remains, how much of that sugar and spice are they going to, carry forward into this matchup, right? They had a superb showing on the defense. They had a superb showing on the attack, and we commented on a lot of their strengths, right? They were very harmonious in their takes. They worked off each other. I made a comment about their duels and just how strong they were in winning those. So, going down to Ascent, kind of gives me some iceboxy vibes. And like you said, a night's not complete without it. They're coming in with a lot behind them, but the not so viewed Never Forgotten squad, they're going to be out against a sweaty logo and a really strong team. But question is, what are they going to come out with of themselves in the beginning here?
Yeah, one thing I want to see from Bucky's coming off of that last map is a little bit of plan diversity, right? Like that last map, almost every round on their attack, they were causing commotion at the A site, and either they pushed on through and took the A site, or they full retreated back and just went full send to B, kind of ignoring the middle of the map for quite a while. They did attempt it once or twice, but largely it was unused on their attacker side. Coming over to Ascent, yeah, that's technically viable. Sure, you can push A, and if that doesn't work, follow A to B, but the middle of this map is so crucial to so many different playstyles and so many different attack patterns that they're gonna have to utilize it. And based on their play, I think they can do it. I obviously haven't seen them on Ascent here tonight, but it seems like they know what they're doing just a little bit. So I think that they will be able to utilize this mid section quite a bit more than the Icebox, because it is just so much more crucial on Ascent.
Yeah, totally. And as we get down, like you said, I'm loving pizza in this map, and I think it's in some cases either underutilized, or I can hardly say that it's overutilized. It's strong, and it gives you so much control on that B side, especially getting into market is super good, but it's often an area of contention, and if you don't know how to manage it, you may fall a little bit short. Kind of relies on that B collapse coming out of main to make the better of it. But as we get into the agent selection here, let's see what we got. Locking in on the attacker side of Bucky Bandits, the Jet, Sova, KO, and Omen are looking good. We got the Sova, the Chamber. I'm a Chamber fan. I love it here. DJ going to be playing that using the range and the offerings of that agent, and Glizzwald going to hop on much of the same. The top left pick there is a Killjoy. So looks like we're basically set, ready, and primed to go. Yeah, I'm pumped up here. Let's see what the Never Forgotten gang bring out here in these beginning rounds. I'm just so excited to see what are they gonna like. Can anyone shut down Bucky Bandits? That's been my focus so far.
Yeah, they definitely have the tools to do it, right? I mean, Chamber, obviously, we've seen earlier in the night just having complete pop-off capability, being able to, use that ultimate to full effectiveness. It's an operator. You just blow through people and move on with your day. So it's definitely something that, can be done, and just some of the crazy utility that you can bring to it can catch people off guard when they're not quite paying attention, which is really nice. So I'll be excited to see how that particularly plays out. So let us see how we continue to move on through this map pick. The question mark face here, the standard randomized character. It's not actually randomized, chat. Don't let me fake you out here. As you can see on the screen now, it is Killjoy, a very, very, very familiar face here on Ascent. Almost interesting that we only have one, but it is up to player preference at this stage of the game's lifespan.
Let's see. This is where I start to, ask myself some questions, right? The Lonesome KJ, what is it? What is it worth in the grand scheme of it? I think maybe it's just me, but I don't get that warm, fuzzy feeling as a KJ anymore. And Evolves is going to have to really show me up. It is immensely strong on this map as a whole. Offers a superbly clutch B hold, which you can see here on the mini map, setting up with a turret. The alarm bot towards Pizza is the exact recipe to counteract the aggression from the attacker side of Bucky Bandits if they so choose to collapse. But they know all too well how this works, and we'll just see how they can adapt with this bit of utility early on.
And as we look at these opening purchases, everybody knows that one little symbol there right next to DJ's face over in the ping category. That is a very familiar looking icon, unfortunately, for a lot of people out there. So we are going to wait a second for them to hop back into the game. When we are going to be able to do that in just a second, hopefully we can get DJ back in line and back on screen, and we can get started here on this semifinal map up here between Never Forgotten Esports and the Bucky Bandits of old. And this should be fun. I'm very excited for this map because this is the first time I've commentated this map since Chamber came out, believe it or not. So I'm quite far removed from how this map plays with the addition of this agent. So it should be a good time.
Yeah, dude, Chamber is so good to play. It's one of my like go-tos personally, just because I feel so comfortable on it. Like, you have your rendezvous, you have such a great kit that offers some good utility, but on the common utility as of what was it, like yesterday or 2 days ago, Chamber changed. You no longer have 2 trademarks, you have just one, which really continues to throw me off because I'm running around spamming my C key to put that down, and it's not happening when I have just one of those charges. So yeah, you're not as strong in terms of info gathering, or at least being able to drop a trademark and run away to another site and still offer some sort of support on the opposing end of a map per se. But just so good. The tour de force, especially with the longer scope ranges of what Ascent has to bring, it's a great pick. So as we wait for this agent to get back in and hop through these pistol rounds, talking about some of the differentiating factors as a whole, yeah, the KJ is pretty much all that it takes to bring these teams through. The question is, and where I get a little bit uncomfortable, is that KO, right? The prior Sova now sporting that KO pick can do a lot of hurt when you want to get on a site. KJ relies on that utility to be present and active and in proximity. But the moment a KO shows up to the party, and knowing the, I guess, run-of-the-mill default locations of some of the kit that KJ puts down, namely the oh-so-annoying turret, that can nullify any bit of attempt to hold the push, and basically it's uncontested take if you can make it happen. But they're starting off on the defense, which kind of works unfavorably, if you could say so.
Yeah, KO, I remember when he first came out, people were going nuts about this agent. And I do think he's grown into a pretty solid staple of the community. Being able to open up these sites in a way that's not... I struggle to find the word exactly for what I'm trying to, specify, but it doesn't feel oppressive. Like, obviously you are depressed when you get hit with the knife because you can't use any abilities, but it's not like old Breach flashes where it's just non-stop, unrelenting, and then you get hit by a fracture and you're just discombobulated. It's just, oh, I can't tailwind. My life is over. Just Alt F4 as a Jetman. But we've evolved. And I had a joke for your Chamber analogy there about him losing a trademark, where the reason he lost a single trademark is because he found out his NFT was in fact fungible. And then you just kept talking, and I was like, oh man, how can I fit this back in? So I just had to let it loose. I just spread it to the world. It was too funny in my head. I couldn't let it go.
Yeah, when in doubt, just literally shove it in there, Chief, and that's okay. Oh my God. But digressing, right? That's a whole thing in itself. It's I don't know. I don't feel superbly upset when I play against a KO, nor do I feel amazing when I play as a KO. But to your point, I don't know if people have since we're here on pause screen, just having a great time. If you all watch your TikToks and comps, y'all seen the videos of Scream when he gets like triple or double breach flashed and concussed, and he just looks to his camera in like complete disbelief as to what's happening. That is me as a whole when playing against a breach. It's like every breach that I play against is just next level radiant god tier, and they're just slapping, and the flashes are so perfect, and you're blind for 11 seconds, and by the time you turn around there's 7 people looking at your forehead, and you're like, wow, that was great. Can we not do that again, please? So yeah, it's just,
Of all the
man.
players to be upset about being flash gang banged, you're coming from a Counter-Strike player, right? Like, of all the players to complain about flashbangs, come on now. Don't give me that.
No, but maybe you're right. Maybe I should just kind of reserve my. But no. It's just I don't know. As a whole, the agent just grinds my gears. So digressing in the bigger scheme of it all, as we get into the game, and I believe we're mostly good to go. I hope we're just still waiting. No, we're still waiting. So yeah, people of the internet that are joining us, since I haven't said it already, get your socks, right? They're on here. You've had all of like 4 minutes to take your phone out and take a picture of this QR code. Just do it. Order some socks. Send me some pics, foot pics. I'm not going to be upset or offended. At the end of the day, all I know is they're going to look damn fresh and mighty good in those socks, and that's all that matters. So.
Strive, my guy. You can simply not just straight up ask for feet pics on main.
It's the socks on people's feet, man. It's acceptable. Like you go to the store and you buy socks. There's a person's foot wearing socks on the box. You get offended at that? No, you're representing socks. Like, hello, I'm okay with this. Like,
nobody's offended. I'm just saying that, asking for feet pics should maybe be relegated to like the DMs or something.
Oh. See, maybe that's just how informal I am. So you're not upset at the request. You're upset at the way that it was delivered. I see. Or are you?
I'm just listen. If you want to do that on main, more power to you. It's not my thing. It might be some other people's thing, and that's okay. We're not doing that here. I do see buy phase. Does that mean we're back in? No, it does not. Oh wait. Is it? Did Strive's cursed talking point bring us back to the game? That's 110 ping. I don't think he's back.
Should I? Because I think when I started talking about socks, things started going the right way. I'm not sure if I should continue or proceed to eat a sock. So I stopped talking.
Let's talk about socks this way. Are you an Android user or an iPhone user?
I'm an Android user. What does that have to do with socks?
Because it determines on how easy, in my experience, it is to actually use a QR code. Because with an iPhone, you can literally just click on it by opening the camera. You don't actually have to take a picture or anything like that.
All right, Chief, here we go. I'm gonna double click. I have a Pixel, right? I'm gonna go ahead and open it up. I point at the screen, boom. It shows up Google Chrome. I press it, bing bong. I'm looking at the website. Look at that.
All right, that's an almost unfair comparison because Google is so far ahead of every other Android phone on the market. It's almost cheating.
See,
I didn't watch today's keynote. The Pixel 7 looks sick.
Actually, I literally got my Pixel 6 like all of maybe a month and a half ago, and it's superb. But yeah, low key, I ain't gonna lie. This is the prime reason. Okay, we are going deep into conversation here. While we're talking, chat, Android or iPhone? I want to see the comments up in there. I'm looking at 68 viewers right now. If 30, let's do a quick little poll just for fun because that's all that matters. And let's go ahead and test your camera function by taking a picture of the QR code. Wow, what a thought! But oh boy, I think we have. Basically an infinite loop.
Chat, right now, take a picture of the QR code and tweet it at the GLG Twitter account.
Do it. You must
do it. It's free clout because you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna like it. They're gonna retweet it. It's free clout for you. There's no lose situation. If you right now take a picture of the QR code and tweet it at GL Gaming Lounges.
Please do. And while you're at it, go ahead and follow Doctor and I along with Kit and Fade because that's what we're here for. And I follow back, and maybe this is the opportunity for maybe not. Doc said to keep it to the DMs, and maybe we'll just do that in the grand scheme of it all. As long as you got GLG socks on, I could care less what you do with it after. Do us a solid. At this time, it might be also a positive idea or a conversation point to talk about the country club membership. So socks is one aspect, but for the same price, roughly around the same price of a sock, you can also get the country club membership, which basically gives you priority entrance and access into our events. Short and sweet of it, we fill up fast and we fill up quick. And this basically secures your entire team. Only one of your team members has to hold it. And right now it's $10, 3 months for the price of one. And y'all are guaranteed entry and seating. So it's not just for Pit of Valors, it's for Val and Chill. It's for manager and coach tournament. It's for whatever that GLG brings to your screen. So yeah, get on that tip if you're not interested in keeping your tootsies warm.
And with that, chat, we are going to kick it to a short break while we do settle the pings. It could be as simple as a couple extra corn kernels for the chicken feed that's running the player's computer, but we will be back in just a couple seconds, hopefully, while we do get this sorted. So stay tuned, everybody. There's still plenty more Valorant action in tonight's Pit of Valor, and we promise you, you don't want to miss a thing.
Everybody know the
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back. We are in it to win it. It looks like we've solidified whatever was happening before. A shake of a tail feather and all is good. Back into semis here on the line of ascent, as you guys know and have been hopefully remembering off the desk. It's going to be Bucky Bandits going up against Never Forgotten. I figured I'd jog your memories after the, I don't even want to use the word B line. That's like more like an F line conversation that we had earlier while we were filling. So yeah, let's get down to it here, Chief, and ready to go. The timer's ticked and we're live in round 1.
Yeah, already in round 1, huge signal knife coming out there from the defending side. I think it hit all 4. I was gonna say everybody, but we do see Chloe all by their lonesome over here on the A site, just hanging out by the orb, pondering it, if you will, waiting for some friends. And right now, here we see DJ set up and ready, gets the header, and teleports back to safety.
Good here, getting aggressive. The fragment going out towards Heaven as well to stop the siege along with the smoke. The dark cover is good to go. Buys a little bit of time, and Bucky Bandits get the plant down, albeit in a 4v5. How are they going to manage? Billions is on a bit of a hunt here, looking towards short, expecting a flank, but not too much of that is happening. It's more of a pinch type tactic here. Tactic from Never Forgotten, getting pinged out. Big fragment coming out here, going to push out the KO back into hell. And that's the pinch attempt, and it's good. Really nice job, and I love how they lean on that fragment. Car's got the one, but 2v1, the jump, shake, and jiggle. Ooh! Hello, Dash Prime, 11 HP.
They do have the turret to contend with, and they do peek. They signal that it's there. They are going to get peeked on, though. They get the dinger. They're down to 1 HP, but it's now or nothing. They go in. Whoa! They get the right-click kill through the turret. That's the first round clutch coming in for the Bandits.
Yo, style points. That was so good. That dink that Car got before dashing away was like the round sealer. Holy cow. Loving it. Full basically buy ahead here for this entire team, and coming off that clutch, damn, that's one way to start off round 1.
I mean, the momentum that you're going to be carrying in off of this already. I mean, like, they won the last map, obviously both these teams did, but you know, they have also both been through a bit of a cooldown period, right? We had that little bit of trouble at the start of the map. To come in and just rock your opponent like that, even after a bit of a shaky start, is huge.
Evolve's getting a little bit cheeky there with the frenzy, looking for a pick. All good here. DJ has the Headhunter primed at head level. Can't connect as of yet, so coming off this round, Bucky Bandits, very, very important round ahead of them. Be shameful if they lose these Spectres. They work so hard to earn off that clutch, and they're going to go ahead and get onto Generator. Billions looking for an attempt, but Car is posted up as well. Cloudburst towards Heaven. Keeps Ecrodox busy, but here all is good in Bucky Bandits land, considering just how strong they've been on this take.
Yeah, now look at this. They're going to get disabled once again. The Bulldog actually going to clip the head of Evolves there. And now what more can they get done? Huge header from DJ once again. Just trying to keep the team in the game at this point. 2v4, however, is a huge ask. Make that a 2v1. And even though they see each other, there are only so many bullets in that gun. And unfortunately for DJ, none of them connected.
Yeah, trouble, and more trouble. That's a Spectre round. So getting into the third, this is where the buy attempt should be good to go for the side of Never Forgotten. They've been putting up a reasonable fight. They've just been, I guess, outclassed in terms of utility, playing the retake tactic. Question is now with bigger guns, what type of stance are they going to assume? The full hold, or they give up sight and retake again? I think with Bucky Bandits, having learned from Icebox, the one thing is giving up sight equals trouble. The retake onto them is so problematic, and you almost have to be darn near flawless to do so and really come out together as a team to capitalize on that.
Yeah, and I mean, that's sometimes all it takes to push your team to the next level. Another huge dagger coming in from Shan here. Another massive disable on some multiple members here of Bucky. It does stall them out, but you can tell by the spike being on the ground, they weren't really that concerned with a fast push anyway. They were on a bit more of a recon, game plan style there. So they know that KO is over on the A side, and that seems to be enough information for them to go ahead and move on to the B site. They don't quite know who's here yet, and unfortunately for them, they are walking into the more heavily guarded of the two sites.
Yeah, here we go, though. The commitment is fully being sent here. Null Command, Fragment, off we go into the races. Billions and Equinox with a one apiece here. Hold off the push. Cover is good, but DJ from downtown is going to go ahead and connect on the one. Do they bring back that KO? Yeah, they're not going to get a chance to do that. That's a superb hold. Really good attempt from Bucky Bandits, but that's the kind of synergy you want when you want to hold off this aggression of the attackers. Superbly done from Never Forgotten.
Listen, sometimes having better weapons does make you the better team in the moment. We saw so much funneling of members down that catwalk area, and DJ was able to simply line them up and knock them down there with the Vandal. There wasn't any time wasted. Even a split-second attempt there coming in to bring Blucky up from the ground was just thwarted. They were down so fast, pinched in such a bad position that there really wasn't anywhere for them to go at that point. No, another huge suppression. That's 3 members again.
The info they're getting off that is just so good. Like, that's what you got to appreciate about KO. Just as much as it offers, let's say, a utility perspective from stopping or halting any kind of utility usage from the opposition, the single bit of info it offers and just how versatile it is, the placement through the walls, the corners and cubbies, and you can almost send that sucker from, you know, way downtown to get so much detail sight unseen. It's super, and that's what we talked about. KO offers a lot to the table and can be very strong, especially if those pop flashes are used correctly.
And we may get some more pop flash action coming into this round. We do see, again, multiple members here from Bucky Bandits pounded up here, buckled up here at the B site, making their way into garage. Again, they don't have any other information on who's on the other side of this wall. It already bit him once. It might bite him again. We do see the tailwind in. Huge resistance knife coming through. Nobody's fallen just yet, but Billions is being super sneaky here in this hidden position, and nobody looks. He's able to get 1 frag only before falling down, but DJ been in this position before very successfully, and unfortunately for the Bucky Bandits, Equinox also coming up big.
Yeah, the Bucky Bandits so far with just how good Never Forgotten has been seem to have low-key met their match, at least on the B site. So adaptation and moving ahead is critical. I'm kind of expecting them to lean towards maybe the A round or mid. It might not be the next or the following, depending on how the economy looks, but having kind of learned just how good they are at holding B, no one really wants to go mess with DJ, and especially with that Tour de Force hot now, I'm expecting a lot of activity towards mid. A great pick or opener at B main even will be superb, but let's see how that gets utilized here. If needed, I believe they actually, DJ is going to pop that here. It's going to be a great opportunity to get some picks.
And it saves you a ton of credits. Like, in a game where credits can really turn the tide of a battle, even if you get 1 kill here with the ultimate from DJ, I think that's successful. I really don't think you're, shaking your nose at that, especially considering you now can fund your team for an extra round and a half off of that. This is particularly the one round that Bucky Bandits don't, force into garage early on with a lurker. This time though, they seem fully committed to the A site even after getting denied, and maybe that's the game plan. Just keep doing the same thing over and over again until you get caught out. But right now, Chloe first one on the board onto Evolves. That disables so much utility.
Well, that's a huge one from Carr though. That Shorty does a great deed onto Cheyenne, and now with the door, I believe, closing, or should be closing. Actually, no, Carr wants to contest, gets the one onto Billions. And just as quickly as the Tides chain and the, efforts at B come short, Bucky Bandits make that really good A push, get a great set of picks, and Carr now having picked up a gun is just going to go ahead and continue to whack faces. DJ going to go ahead and run away. That Tour de Force just as quickly as it got popped. Like, that is what KO does best. Just when you think you're good, you're not blade storming, you're not Tour de Forcing, you're Tour de Dead actually with that KO pushing you. So superb work and good nullification from that KO as well.
Yeah, I definitely think, I said that if you get 1 kill with it, you're in good shape. I think that was the floor. Like, by saying that, I don't think I meant that it was okay that you just do nothing with it. Like, there is a floor to be met in these situations. Yeah, there's a ceiling, right? He could have aced them with that ultimate, but there is a bare minimum you need to be hitting in those situations. And unfortunately for NFE, they didn't hit that in any retrospect. They do get, a full buy here thanks to the economy they had built up off of the 2 previous rounds, but could they have gotten more out of it? Yeah, definitely. And it's interesting to me that Chloe starts every single round here, shadow stepping into this orb corner, just to get disabled. I think you could walk it. I think you could casually walk in and get disabled.
Yeah, it's the dollars end up adding up quite quickly. Like, whether it's beginning round, mid round, or anywhere in between, or even post round, like unnecessary usage of a dismiss, of a leer, of any kind of kit that, well, not the leer, but you know what I'm saying, anything that you could use for the following round, it adds up in the grand scheme of a game to potentially a gun, if anything. So yeah, I'm with you on that, Chief. We got to be using this for value add activities, and I love, most importantly, just how that KJ now has moved over to that A site to post up. The question is, with that KO on the board, it's going to nullify some of that kit early on, but they're going to have to collapse and do something off of it, and it looks like they're not interested, considering A main is just basically smoked out.
Yeah, I mean, they were all disabled again. It was another 3-piece there coming in from the Never Forgotten Esports KO. So, I mean, lots of information being just thrown for free over to your opponents. And the bait just now coming in, you can see one member of Lucky Bandits there over on the B site, but it wasn't enough. Evolves was still close enough to able to get this Nanoswarm off. They just now fall to Car, but it spikes down, and can they recover it in time to get a plant is the question. It's not looking likely, but they are just murdering everybody on the site.
Yeah, and with that, now they've established a dominance straight up. So I'm going to go ahead and now talk about the opposite end of the spectrum, which was Never Forgotten, right? What do you do now that your A is basically getting clapped at every opportunity? So shift more bodies over. I feel like Lucky Bandits is a little bit smarter than that, and they're going to go up, and be able to capitalize and expose those shortcomings. So yeah, we're going to go ahead with DJ on the save, going to take that Vandal skin away, gets trademarked out, and that's going to offer intel. You can see they start lacing up those Jordans, going for a run, trying to hunt out this chamber. But yeah, time is not necessarily on their side. All good in the hood, but something's got to change quickly here for Never Forgotten.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting really about, the game plan from Bucky here is, we keep talking about how they're giving away so much free information here in A main, but like, it's almost useless information, right? Like, you get 3 pings off of the knife, within the first second of the round. Cool, you know that there are 3 people in A main. Buckies have shown already in the 6 rounds that have been played that doesn't really mean anything, right? Like, they could either fall away, they can hang out, get pinged a second time in A main, and then still it's a mystery whether they're pushing A or not. Like that last round, they got pinged twice in A main. Doesn't matter. They still pushed through A and were successful.
Time, much of the same. Early util is super clutch. I love it. Getting pinged out here. Billions not really afraid. Gets Hunter's Fury. Nice little shrouded step to get away towards the back end of sight and fully protected. That's great. Not getting tagged off in close quarter. So that basically, shoots down that Hunter's Fury, makes it valueless. And with that out of the way, this is another opportunity for Bucky Bandits to kind of reset and slow it down. But I do love most, though, about them is they've left that, KO way back towards A, just so there's no map control being gained from the side of Never Forgotten. And that gives them options. And, they can easily move off, which you can see they're kind of like a caboose now, making their way through tiles for a leisurely stroll. And from here, 52 on the clock gives them a chance to hit that A site if they want.
Yeah, I mean, they're a little slow to do so. They were waiting for the Shadow Orb there to really block away their entrance, and now they're just hard pushing. Big suppression coming in once again, though, doing so much work preventing a utility from being used here on the take. A Nanoswarm from Evolve's finally going to get a kill here in the opening push. Now, what more can they do from this hell position? They're able to get 2 more kills there, completely stalling out the push coming in from the Bucky Bandits, and they're still hanging out down here for free. Chloe does not know where in hell they are. DJ is going to be able to swing nicely and pick up 2, and Evolves from that one position combined with the suppression from KO completely broke that push from the Bandits.
Yeah, that's so good. And what I love most is Evolve's patience and how, got some value, got a pick or 2 and said, listen, I've done my job here, Chief. DJ, you got to show up and offer some sort of support. And that came through, allowed Evolves to kind of jiggle and peek. And Chloe just didn't know whether to look up, down, left, or right at that point. So much of the retake synergy that Bucky Bandit showed us in the previous Icebox match is definitely being mirrored and, for lack of better words, matched for Never Forgotten. I was going to say, if I get one more TP across to the... Cubby, I will do something with a sock, and I'm not quite sure what that is, but I'm glad I didn't say it before the round started, because again, that's another non-value add bit of kit use, and I'm with you here, Doc. It's a pattern, to say the least.
Yeah, and I mean, there is a world in which it does add value, right? And this world that we're currently living in necessarily doesn't have to be not that world, like because you're still giving away sound cues, right? So somebody sitting under the wall could be like, oh, Shadow Step came through, and it's just another non-call, right? Like, we're talking about all this information that Bucky just gives away for free that doesn't necessarily mean anything, I would say, right? Because, like, if they're getting pinged at A main, oh, which way are they going? Pinged at B garage, like, oh, where are they going still? It's information that's just kind of like clouding the senses, right? Like, it's that scene from Spider-Man where there's just too many things hitting his Peter tingle and he doesn't quite know what to react to. Like, that could be part of the play here, or they could just really like shadow stepping across. They don't want to get headshot by some op camper, I guess.
Yeah, things are hitting my tingler. I'm not gonna lie here, Chief, with that shadow step, and it's not in a good way. So we digress, and with 13 on the clock here, gonna go ahead and commit on through. So not a lot of time to work with, but so far they're making good movement down sidewalk, pinging out in sight. But oh my God, trouble again. In the end, they get billions, but Cheyenne and that Omen do a great number, and with Cheyenne just lurking out in the staircase, having a dandy old time, wipes up shop at every attempt. Bucky Bandits didn't leave too much time to their name to get on the site, but I don't believe that was the real deciding factor. It was just super well held off from Never Forgotten.
Yeah, I mean, they did run out of time as seen here by the scoreboard, which you hate to see, especially in a situation where the idea was play late, push on aggressively, and just get the spike down and play a fast retake. And like you said, it was just well held there coming in from NFE. And it does seem like the attacker-sided strats coming in from Bucky Bandits are a bit similar to their Icebox strats, as much as we were hoping that they may have a little bit of variety. Glizzwald, though, is going to rip the head off of Billions. That's a great start.
This, however, oh, DJ close proximity has to scope again for one more, and is just getting absolutely swarmed. 3 people looking straight at his dome piece. Evolves out of stairs for the one fragment to block off the plant. No one's really there, but Cheyenne has done a great number off stairs and actually comes short this time. Equinox, an attempt at a peek, but falling short. So Bucky Bandits with, you know, turning up that that go gauge to about a level 9, got them that take that time, and didn't give Never Forgotten the chance to get some mono fights. Albeit Billions made a choice and a half coming out of market with that peak, fell, but the rest of the team was there to kind of clean up those pieces. So yeah, it's working, but kind of not working at the same time, if you get my drift.
Yeah, listen, I might be able to sit here and say that the Bucky Bandit strats are a bit stale, but one thing you simply cannot take away from them is their ability to win 1v1s. That is their saving grace in these later stages of tonight's tournament. We mentioned it as a standout point on Icebox, where they simply won their 1v1s. They're continuing to do similarly here on Ascent, where, yeah, they're going for these shaky plays, and it might be the same thing over and over again, but they are just outgunning their opponent. I mean, look at the havoc that Carr is running on this site. Dashes forward, wins the 1v1, rips the ultimate, takes another 1v1 and wins with barely any HP left, and now they're still on the site to potentially take another 1v1.
Yeah, the fragment goes down, and that's kind of become the default fragment. So if you're Bucky Bandits, you're going to learn don't plan behind box, because that's the 3rd time I believe I've seen that exact same fragment go on the ground. Adaptation, we're moving ahead. And now with Chloe here on the back end and just posted up to offer utility on sidewalk. Cheyenne coming around this attempt at logs. Pop flash is there, but they're so patient. And at the end of the day, dying with the bomb is a good start, and they actually might not even be able to do that. Yeah, no, just really, really good work, and that economy now is going to be booming for the side of Bucky Bandits.
It took them a little bit to get going, but I mean, they're slowly getting to a point where they can really fight for every inch of the map. It is just in time for the map to swap sides, which is a little unfortunate, but I mean, looking at the economy they're fighting up against here for NFE heading into this round 11, I mean, they should have an advantage. There's not a lot to stand in their way. Like, you saw a Judge purchase, but it's immediately sold back for a Spectre no armor. They like, this is just enough from NFE to be almost competitive early on, and it's all gone. Everything's dead now. The round is free.
Yeah, it's about as free as it gets, Chief, is reaching into a grab bag. And now on the door closing, and again, a 5v2 for Bucky Bandits. Retake coming out from the top end. Billions has got a gun, and I believe as does DJ. No, looking for the headhunter. Gets the one onto Glizzwall, but kind of secluded down. Billions, amazing pick. Actually gives him some more ground to work with. Now viable, but a low HP. Chamber going to make it very, very tricky to get on that site.
Yeah, Colt gonna fall, or gonna take a kill. Excuse me. Onto DJ there. Second Shadow Step coming in from Billions, just making a ton of noise, trying to find somebody, anything. Tries to swap out to the Vandal, unfortunately, just as Chloe spots them out through the smoke. So 7-4. Bit of a comeback here from the Bucky Bandits, right? I would say that. Can I say that's a comeback? Because it was technically 4-4 at one point, and they've had the lead pretty much the whole time. But I don't know, like these rounds just feel like a struggle for them for some reason.
Yeah, and I'm getting much of that similar type of energy. Carr getting that double pick out of a main in itself is troubling. Like, that's kind of stuff you don't want to have happen, because that's 2 picks in a matter of 2 seconds, and it just doesn't make you feel great inside. But on the plus side of it, NFE's now got a bunch of ultimates on the board, and being the last round, it is an opportune and prime moment to go ahead and capitalize on the investment. DJ going to go ahead and pour it on out here. Rendezvous does have that tour de force, and let's see what that results in. Rotating towards a big commitment. Ooh, evolves. That's problem. That's amazing work from Colt. Nice tag.
Yeah, Colt able to get the early kill here. No sages on this map whatsoever. So once somebody's dead, they are not coming back. Except for maybe KO asterisk star that in the closed captions there. But I mean, it's still a lot to work with. I mean, look at what Bucky's doing, right? They get that early kill, and then they still play mind game. And right now, it's biting them in the backside as 3 of them fall in quick succession, add a 4th to the board, and all of a sudden, it is a 1v2. Spikes down on the ground. They know exactly where it is on both sides, and you are going to get pinged for that, Chloe. They know exactly where you are, and like you said, that tour de force is active, is available, and now you have to try and get a spike planted through an Odin, through an operator, through 2 people trying to mow you down. They do that successfully as Chloe now has the ultimate available. That could be the ultimate mind game if they teleport back to defenders spawn and just come up right behind them. The first kill. That's huge.
Is this happening?
It's still an operator versus a phantom. It is still. Oh!
Hello? Okay, that's the redemption for all the Shrouded Steps that didn't do anything towards Long K. That was it. That's just superb play. Really nice clutch. And yeah, that dude, I feel good coming off that round. That's a showing.
What did I say about 1v1s? Chloe was gifted 1v1 after 1v1 in that situation. Yep. And you can't help but see that as a bit of a disappointment coming in from Never Forgotten, right? You have the numbers advantage. Yes, you're running into a Phantom that you don't know where they are exactly, but you have time, you have numbers. You could have gone for something else, and you didn't have to peek both at the same angle either. There was definitely enough time for potentially a rotation through to the breakable door through window, and they tried to ego check it, and guess what? You got egoed, bruh.
Yeah, huge. And this 8-4 is superbly good for Bucky Bandits. They've given us a great showing on defense on the previous map, and I'm hoping that they can do some of the same here. I love their comp though, as a whole. Like, they have a superb opportunity for retake with that Jet, and they can make it happen. They gotta give me some Cheyenne vibes, because Cheyenne on that prior round, just the amount of value that brought as a KO, stopping that push was superb. Almost a 3-piece combo, I believe, but it was insufficient as Chloe clutch. So we digress now. Initial control says short and whatnot's kind of looking great, but now they're moving off to this B site. Chambers posted up, probably for the one and done rendezvous, but let's see what it gets. Swinging around the back end. Oh, yeah. That's a connection to the face. Good job, Blizzwall, but that's all that you get, actually.
Yeah, it does drop the spike, though, which does, cause a little bit of hesitation and a little bit of degeneracy as teams are falling apart left and right. DJ had 3 before falling, setting his team up for a fantastic 1v2. That knife is going to signal that they're at least on the site, and Cheyenne with a nice little header there onto Colt secures that pistol round for Never Forgotten Esports.
Incredible. So We now start to see some energy, some good mojo coming out from Never Forgotten, and now they are the ones occupying the round 2 bye. This is the capitalization moment. Just that 2-round deficit is just so much more manageable. You don't allow Bucky Bennis to get to the 10th, and big round. We've seen Bucky though do some interesting let's say opening picks. Carr in the past has been able to pick up Spectres and I believe Vandals on rounds of this nature, and going with the half farmer, I believe that is the intent. So let's see what they can do and just how much damage they can do off with these pistols.
Yeah, I mean, Bucky, I believe, is 1 for 3 so far on these second rounds. Somebody in chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but in the rounds that they've been unsuccessful, they've at least done a little bit of damage to make it a somewhat more manageable third round. So if they can get that done at all, I think it's a somewhat successful round. But I like what we're seeing from Never Forgotten Esports here. They are playing very defensively, making sure that they can try and wait out the Bucky Bandits, expecting them to potentially get antsy and try and push aggressively and get a pick with these weaker weapons. And you can kind of see that happening, right? I mean, look at what Bucky Bandits are doing here in mid. You are going to see Gliswold get a little bit far forward there on the Omen, does fall away after smoking off, but I mean, that could have been potential for a pick.
With this one way now towards B main 2, you're not going to want to push through that whatsoever. Completely disinterested, but with that fading away, they're looking to smoke off, and there go the Omen smokes 1 and 2. Cheyenne here, fragment towards spawn, blocks them. That's going to pigeonhole a good member towards that area, but they're going to go ahead and siege. Backside though, this is going to be a mess. Big pop flash, that's huge. Cheyenne with the swing. Oh! But no, Chloe is that much more aware, that much more sharp. DJ and Evolves coming on the backside are good for the 1 and the 2. And Spike goes down with ample time this time.
Now it's this 3v4 situation. Gliswold does have, the one-shot capability here if they can finally line something up. And they've done it before, they can do it again, but with only 22 HP heading into these Spectres, it is a long shot. It is a tough ask in a 2v1, but you got to do something. You cannot just sit back and let this tick away. You have to try and get in there and deal some damage and take away some of these weapons that you don't want to deal with on a rifle round. And so you can see the 2 members here of the Bandits kind of, grouping up together. A little dink. They get 1, but with 1 HP, Griswold tries to get a second one, but nothing doing there. And a second in the second half for Never Forgotten Esports.
Yep, this is great. Like, that gun round worked out superbly. Now we're back to the round 3 bye where Bucky Bandits got to put their foot down. This is where you're going to get the equalizer, and from there a cascading series of events. As a whole, I will go ahead and commend the hold attempt from Bucky Bandits, playing that deep B hold, knowing that, listen, we're down and bad, or not down and bad, but down bad, and we need the numbers to capitalize with these lighter buys, and I appreciate it. But in the end, they just got outswung on, to say the least. So all good in the hood here, Chief. Let's see what gun round has in store.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more opportunity, but you cannot let shots like that go by. It is traded out eventually, 2 for 1 in favor of the Bucky Bandits, and they're even getting a little bit more damage down, but can they finish out? Huge smoke there, keeping Cheyenne alive, and it looks like they were looking for the spike, but their teammate had managed to pick it up in the end. And not an ideal start here for Never Forgotten, but it's getting better every second.
Okay, we got time. Oh, that's a good way too to get it going. Dash Prime, Car looking, hunting, good usage. And do we get Cheyenne? We do. That's a great pick as well, considering that it's the utility, and it's DJ down low. Paranoia going to hell, and yeah, is in fact going to hell after dying to the hands of Chloe. So just when things were looking great, Never Forgotten kind of falls short, but kind of to be expected given the current round and where we're at in this game.
That said, that's huge damage. That is 3 rifles gone away with no hope of recovering them into the next round. And for a budding economy like the Bucky Bandits, that's a huge setback. I mean, look at this. 2K, 2,400 on those lower members there of the economy. That's a toughie, because now you're heading into this round with, I would have to imagine, double Spectres. I think that would probably be the best play. You could get cheeky and go for like a Bulldog, but I don't think it is that much better, especially on a map like Ascent, where you could instead just kind of get a little bit closer to your opponent. Just walk towards them menacingly and mow them down with the Spectre. But it's tough because now your opponent also has a full buy of 5 rifles.
Yeah, it all in that conversation that you just dropped, Doc. I just see dollar signs everywhere, and I'm gonna see one of two things: either they're gonna be like glowing in gold, or they're gonna be burning. And this is where you got to ask yourself, NFE, how successful are they gonna be given this round coming up? Right, they're on a timeout, which I'm all about. They had as a whole, they had such good individual moments. Like Cheyenne on that retake you saw with that fragment, like that was incredible. Like that's the kind of energy on the defense that's not showing yet on the offensive side of this matchup. Sorry. So we got single op, I believe, posted up here. So let's see what we can do. DJ got to go big here, and actually choosing not to tour de force, which is a choice, but let's see what it earns them.
They actually managed to get 5 rifles. They did some crazy mathematics and made it work. But a 1-for-1 trade off the start of that round. It actually kind of like the idea to save the ultimate. Potentially, if you lose this round, you may need it for a bit of a cheeky, thrifty play. So I'm not against it. It could potentially come back against them, but I like the idea in theory. One of the other things I wanted to point out is that they don't quite know where everybody is. That's a nice shock dart, gets a little bit of damage. Chloe gonna pick up a kill here too. Cheyenne just clotheslines Gliswold though.
That's a great opening set of picks. I love the patience and lining up the crosshair, but it was just not so good. Oh my god, Colt. The Odin going burr. Wow. Just when you get a glimpse of hope, like you're like, yeah, this is going great, and then all of a sudden an Odin shows up at the party and says, no, it's actually not that awesome. So.
And you know what I was about to say? And has the presence of mind to not try and run through the nanoswarm there to try and celebrate. Yeah. Had the thought, you saw them moving forward a little bit, and then they're like, wait, no, calm, deep breath. I don't need to 1G this. I can definitely, just not do this.
Yeah, just take the hand off the keyboard. This is a bad play. So, dude, this is where that kind of stuff with that Odin of Colt is going to be super. And this is a set. I mean, we're kind of used to the paper mache walls and the usage of that Odin. You can see Colt has already posted up recon dart, and here comes the spam. Yeah, there it goes. It's almost like it's pre-orchestrated. It almost feels like.
And now here's that tour de force that we were just talking about. It is. Actually, both sides have it active at the moment, so they could go for a bit of a duel. But it is Bucky Bandits on the board first with that successful usage. And you can see the other weaponry that they're trying to work with is less than ideal. So Chloe actually in a pretty good position, it looks like, to shut down any potential push coming from NFE.
We're waiting patiently to see what goes out. And yeah, that's the Omen Smoke to block off tree, albeit it looks a little bit skewed to the left there, so not going to be the greatest thing. Meanwhile, Carr posted up, decided to dash forward. That's a choice, and oh my god! Actually ends up getting the choice and 2 kills. Unsure if intentional, but that was spicy. Really good style points.
And 30 seconds kind of dashed the hopes and dreams of NFE on this round.
Whatever remnants here for DJ. It feels like DJ with this tour de force has just been like in unfortunate positions, either like getting blocked out from a KO from even using the tour de force, and now in a case of a 1v5 in typical Doctor fashion. Exit picks seem to be the #1 item on the menu so far.
Yeah, I mean, goes for the no scope. On our screen, he shot first. I don't care what network latency you guys try to claim. He shot first. And if I know anything about Star Wars lore, that means he should have won. Actually, no, that's not... Well, hold on. Are you a Han shot first kind of guy? Or are you a Guido shot first kind of guy?
Wait, don't hate me. What is a Han shot and Guido shot?
What?
Why?
Strive!
You know what it is? I believe, honestly, historically, Doctor, you and I have this thing where You'll pull out an example that I have no context about. I swear, if I go back in VODs, I will find multiples of these occasions. Like you're just your awareness and knowledge surpasses that of mine here. So
I'm only asking you about a pivotal scene in the original Star Wars trilogy. It's fine. It's fine.
I feel so bad right now. Oh no. Well, can I get a second attempt at something? All right.
All right. You have some homework for the next week, and then when we come back for Pit of Valley next week, we'll expect a new updated answer. But it's fine. It's totally fine. Not everybody, watches 40-year-old movies like some of us old folks do. But Car doesn't need any screen time because they're doing everything in the shadows, able to pick up 2 quick. Oh God, Equinox just ripped his head off.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, it's another attempt at. Oddly enough, I felt like we had less time in this round left than we actually do. We got 38 seconds, and given the run. Anyways, so we got ample time on the board. Lockdown here from NFE is going to pop and getting it spiked down as well. Ooh, shock dart, but it lands to the left here. Another attempt. Colt still choosing a U-tilt, but now getting pushed on. Low hit points. Nice pinch. That's how you capitalize on an Odin. Don't just walk into the sucker. As a crossfire is good. I would have personally knife Glizzwalt, but that's also okay. Valve makes it happen.
So, I was gonna comment on how interesting I thought that lockdown was, because it was in an unusual position typically, right? Usually you see it get used there over an A main. It covers the entire A site, like a little bit of window and things like that. This one was deep into that catwalk corner, and both shock darts failed to destroy it, actually, which I thought was super odd. I didn't quite see where the lockdown itself was placed, so maybe it was like just out of, the corner and was just enough to dodge the shock darts. But I mean, that was a lot of utility being used there from, Bucky Bandits trying to make sure that they could break that down and get the kills there. And the fact that they were unsuccessful and Evolves was able to not only get 1 kill, but get a second and then a third because of that, distraction was a huge factor in winning that round.
Yeah, now look at this overall 3v3 you've kind of landed yourself in, right? You have NFE on the, I guess, I don't want to say back foot, but again, doing much of that passive type play where they're really running the clock down and going to make a move thereafter. But this historically has not been the greatest. Bucky Bandits, I think, are very fluid in their play style, in the sense that when they're down on a B site, they're not going to contest. They're happy to play the retake. They're not going to let the chamber, be a hero alone. But moving towards the A site now, Silva Jet is present. Billions making a choice. Having TP catches the head, and that's okay. That's info, but smokes go out towards center site. This is, oh boy, this is going to be a spice fest. I don't think they're going to even clear it out.
They are not quite clearing it out. They're just going for the plank. Car is literally right there. They let the plank go through, however. Car does not want to peek. They only have so much HP. Colt is going to be able to pick up the frag. They're on to Billions before Car falls, and now it makes this 2v2 situation very interesting because there is quite a bit of a crossfire coming in here from an FE, and they really don't have to peek until they have to peek. So there's definitely a huge opportunity for them here to just stall it out, take this time. Great Molotov there, buys even more time, and the chamber gets just domed, absolutely removed from the map. Colt has the trade there in that 2v1. That is a massive clutch coming in from the Bandits, and that's that type of 2v1 swing that I talked about like a half ago, like literally 12 rounds ago, it felt like, where they did not swing together.
Yep, and as a whole, like, Evolves was in a tough place after that first kill went through, right? You're in a 1v2, you're like, damn, what am I going to do? Like, I played long, they saw my alarm bot, they shot it earlier, they know I'm here. Best I can do is go for the equalizer, try and get one off, and then, have to battle it in a 1v1. It's just unfortunate how those kinds of things pan out. Would I've liked to see Evolves play sight, especially considering they had smoked it off and had no control? Maybe supporting your teammate might have been the better value add, but regardless, something's got to give at this point with a 5-round deficit. I'm expecting NFE to do hopefully something different, but Bucky Bandits, man, they've just been superbly good, not on just this map, but again, I have such a good, sweet taste from their performance on Icebox as well.
Yeah, and they're able to play both sides of the coin, right? Like on Icebox, they were getting a very early lead and pushing continuously forward and keeping their economy high. This map here, they haven't always had a super high economy, and yet they've still managed to be somewhat successful. And in this potentially map-ending round, they're able to get first blood, which is a huge starter here when, you know, NFE have not been looking the greatest, you know, in combining their efforts.
I don't know what. Why are we swinging a one-way, Doc?
Not only are we swinging it one way, why are we lining up?
Great question. Amazing.
Add it to the counter.
Take it. Production. That's what you like to see. That's the ace to round off this semifinals. And welcome back to the desk. So, Doctor, talk me through it. You know, thoughts and opinions. Bucky Bandits, Icebox, W. Ascent, W. Grand finals coming around the bend. Best of one. If history is going to prove itself, W potential, but as a whole, good attempt. But just seems like Bucky Bandits are just one step ahead of everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that you say that heading into this best of one final, you know, they've had W after W after W. Turns out the other team they're playing also has had W after W after W. It's the nature of best of ones. So, I mean, it is incredibly tough for me personally to pick a side at this stage. I do think that Ascent had its weak points. You know, we talked about how potentially they would need to pay attention to the middle of the map a little bit more, and they largely didn't. They just really didn't peak mid or anything like that. There was no like full on mid to cat control. It was a lot of A main, B garage and forcing their way through it. So it'll be interesting to see if, you know, heading up against CLG, who I believe is their opponents, if they have more strats, depending on what map we go to. If we go to either Icebox or Ascent, do one of the two teams take a little bit more initiative in that middle of the lane? Or do we go to something like Haven or Bind, where things just get completely thrown out the window in terms of style of play that we've seen these last two series?
I think one thing's for sure, bestowed with your presence, we're in for a treat. I hope it's a new map. I hope it's something fresh for you and I to walk into. So let's get to that. Best of one grands is the next map here. Doc and I are going to be coming back to you. Take this time during break, guys, !! Discord or ! Twitter. It'll put you in the right place for socials. You guys can see what we're up to, what events are coming up, have fun, meme around, and just overall enjoy the community of GLG as a whole. So let's send you guys off to a quick break, refresh, replenish, and we're going to come back to you for those grand finals in just a moment.
Looking like it's all over. Hold up. Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
All right, everybody, welcome back. This is the grand finals, Pit of Valor on the reel. We are getting at it again. I am just thinking back to the fact that you said Pit of Valor number 90 is coming up. Like, that is 2 years worth of Pit of Valors. That's 2 years that I've known Doctor. That's 2 years that we've all been together on screen. So that's a thought in itself. So yeah, congratulations to everybody and to those viewers, those devout viewers that have been here since the beginning that are watching now. W's in chat if you are one of the OGs, please and thank you. But nonetheless, let's get down to the nitty gritty. We are going back to the frigid land of Icebox, where Bucky Bandits succeeded 2 maps ago. Let's see what they got. CLG, like you said as well, has had a great running in this series, and we're expecting an awesome one for this finals.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this, we obviously saw Bucky Bandits on stream on this map earlier. They had a huge win streak, right? What was it, 7 rounds in a row on the attacking side. They took control, they kept control, they lost a couple rounds at the end, but it was just a stepping stone into that second half where they then once again won a slew of rounds in a row. So they were quite successful in, what they were trying to do. And a lot of it came down to those 1v1s that I've been talking about quite a lot tonight. And that came into a huge factor in their win on Ascent as well, where they weren't quite mixing up the game plans a lot. They were spending a lot of time hanging out in A main and B garage. They kind of forgot that there was a middle portion of the map. So coming into Icebox, it is another map where you kind of ignore the middle. It's somewhat useful. You can use it to get up a kitchen and things like that. But the Bucky Bandits, they're not necessarily too concernicus about that. And so I feel like that is something that CLG could really dissect and take advantage of.
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing as a whole. Like, this is going back to some of the comfort picks that we saw work superbly well for Bucky Bandits, and I'm not surprised. Like, the recipe was great. On the opposing end of the spectrum, Sean's going on that Chamber, and I love that. As much as I love Chamber on Ascent, I think on Icebox it excels and offers you so much rotation potential. Icebox being a larger map, you got a lot of ground to cover. A well-executed Chamber player that is able to be the right place at the right time to support is worth its value in gold. You got the Viper, of course, the Sage and Sova, and the top left pick is a Jet to be your duelist. So the Raze Jet debacle continues, but alas, I'm leaning on this Chamber as a whole to see what it's going to do against that KJ.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how effective, they could be on Ascent, and KJ again on this Icebox. It's one of those like kind of stapley picks, but with the changes that she received throughout the life of the game, she's not as must pick, right? Like, she's not Viper or Sage when it comes to Icebox. Like, you are allowed to pick other agents than Killjoy, as obviously shown by the CLG team so far. And it'll be interesting to see how they can make it play out. Chloe has done some great work earlier in the night, and they've definitely been able to hold their own in terms of gunplay. But I believe this is their 3rd agent actually of the night so far. We saw them on Omen on Ascent, and actually it might have been Omen on the first Xbox again as well. So this might actually only be their 2nd agent. But we'll see if they are up to par for that agent.
Yep, let's go down into it and loading in. Hot as can be. I'm primed, man. This is going to be a great matchup as a whole. CLG has put on a show, as has Bucky Bandits. Let's see what pistol rounds got in store and how they want to run their game. So far, looking kind of A-sided to say the least, but we're seeing the early defensive wall committed. That's kind of been a staple, I believe, for the most part in our matchups tonight. And CLG is following in suit, albeit their setup is a little bit more, I'd say, advanced. Not in the sense of, let's say, skill, but in terms of positioning, very much covering the full cut across the yellow container and slicing down long really well as well, but not going to have too much effect. The wall going across screens is posted up here, and the initial pokes are saying we want to pick, but there's a lot of CLG members already present.
Yeah, pretty much everybody is here. And then look at this, already 2 members deep in this middle area, one all the way through kitchen down ramp, and then the other one just coming through mid in and of itself. They're going to have a great pincher maneuver that's potentially coming through, but Noberto starts the game off strong, gets the header through the wall, and already Bucky Bandits are looking worse for wear.
A little bit here. Colt looking for a pick, but the classic is not the most effective weapon, as Norberto and Dadston want a piece. Glizwald gets a good one with the fancy schmancy ghost, but it's the boss baby on 60 hertz to be accurate here, getting the one, but ooh, Sova.
I have the spike.
Do we have Spike? We do, and we have a lot of time. Oh, I barely looked up to the top left of my minimap to say what is happening on the flank neighborhood. And Sean's like, yeah, I'm here. Your head's gone.
Yeah, it's that pincer maneuver. If you're not paying attention to mid, heck, there was enough time there that even if you weren't paying attention to just behind you in general, somebody could have made the rotation over from B. But to just have somebody with that easy access through mid to so calmly be able to sneak up behind you, you could see that there was clearly no thought that somebody would be behind them. Every momentum, every movement there was predicated on the fact that all of the opponents would either be on A directly or over on the B side still waiting. There was no potential for somebody to be right behind you, and unfortunately for them, Sean was ready and willing and waiting.
Prime looking for the headshot. Roberto, oh my god, ends up capitalizing on the one. Colt was debating the peak, but now Pin, all is good. Jet Prime with the dash, gets the one, and that's huge value, man. 2 for 1 in the grand scheme, but Colt gets the response, and everyone's already rotated. The boss baby's here. Chloe is doing Chloe things at B, and that's going to be the spike plant, but DLG is going to come around the back end and most likely get the better of this defuse in this kill, given they got 4 members to sacrifice for it.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I get a little nervous about second round Vandals. It's something that can super bite you if it doesn't go well. This time it went great. Noberto's obviously able to get 2 frags with it. It's very easily recoverable here for the team. And as long as they, don't over-sacrifice here, then there's no reason for them to really be, in such bad shape. But that... It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. They still got the Vandal back. They won the round. It's fine.
Yep. It's all good in the hood, albeit it took a couple slappings to get to that point. So... coming into the big gun round here for Bucky Bandits, this is where in the previous Icebox matchup, they went full send. And it was, like you said, I believe 7 consecutive for them on this side. They had a great showing. So Dadson's going to be rocking the Vandal as well and has a decent amount of money in the back pocket to keep. So heavy reliance on that Sage as opening picks and further picks thereafter would mean not only opportunity, but build up towards that resurrection as well.
And the resurrection was an interesting, dichotomy that we saw the first time around on this map, where we saw Bucky Bandits weren't super quick on using it. They were willing to hold on to it for a little while, to wait and find a more opportune moment to get its full, usage out of. So I'll be interested to see if the teams are willing to pull that band-aid off a little bit quicker. We do see dueling Viper walls going quite perpendicular across the map. Here comes Noberto's with the knives, only has the one left. Not quite successful. They do forced away, and the spike should be going down. Oh, there's so much they have to deal with.
Yeah, there is a lot of problems ahead of them. They got the wall down, that's great, but the CLG's got themselves, their entire, long distance family rotated on this site. They're posted up, ready to go. Albeit Bucky Bandits get the one opening pick. They got to deal with Raptors symmetrical coming around for the one. Noberto as well with a classic onto Colt. Back and forth we go, 3v3, 30 seconds, and being basically sold on this site means you're not leaving without picking fights and ideally clearing up members, and Symmetrical doing much of that type of activity. So 19 on the board, and it's a rough hill here to get that spike down, Chief.
How did Symmetrical get that kill? It just seemed to materialize out of thin air that they get the kill. And was Dadston just AFK? Symmetrical's able to get a 3K before they fall. And so here it is, the baby on 60 hertz. Dadston comes in, but it's the Sheriff of the Boss baby that closes out the round. 3 in a row now for CLG.
Yeah, that's a big if, in my head. Not if, but a statement, right? You have the history on Icebox of Bucky Bandits, and you know that they were able to show up, and now getting shut down will kind of leads you to believe that, oh boy, like this is going to be one of those moments where they're going to have to really step up their game and bring the most premium of premium gas to fight CLG. So being back on a save, you know the drill how this all works, as do our viewers. We kind of hope for value in terms of not only getting economy off, but of course picking up those weapons and having a chance to utilize them to crush the opponent. So I'm really hoping, oh wait a minute, I was going to say, this went from a sheriff buy to 0 to 100, where we got stingers and judges now. So investments, and looks like Bucky Bandits really want this.
Roberto just says, not today. Gets in their face, gets 2 kills, immediately refreshes that dash, tried to get cheeky with the pixel of the damage there, but that's didn't cover in the angle, and any advantage that may have been gained is simply wiped away. 4K for Nobertos, and I'm gonna call that a stolen ace, because by right, that was theirs.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And those are the buys where you're just like, damn, like that just happened. Like we were content with the sheriffs, and we said, you know what, we feel great, guys. Let's go for it. Let's do something a little bit different and go for the investment. And you get shut down. So regardless of it, they have the money, but you know, you and I always talk about economy. In the bigger picture of it, that's money that could have been used later in the matchup, maybe in a position where they could have bought that extra bit of utility that they couldn't afford. They could have dropped a gun for a teammate or something of that nature. So it all adds up in the bigger grand scheme of it. And it looks like with the initial attempts at A, they're going to go ahead and continue much of the same. They don't feel satisfied yet, I think, until they get control of it once. But Noberto is again saying no control for you. They're going to drop the pit as well, getting aggressive. Datsun has no fear. Datsun contests in the pit. Chloe is able to snake bite victory, but still, it's the siege from CLG on the site that has been relentless and so damaging.
Yeah, Noberto is just an annihilator. Like, it's the Terminator 2000 just walking onto site, doing whatever they want and coming out ahead with it. There is no stopping the onslaught of this player, just time and time again, just wrecking balling their way through. And now it's all down to Chloe in this 1v2, and unfortunately for them, they've had to let their ultimate subside. They weren't in a position to really contest that situation, and so they are gonna put up their wall here, try and get any semblance of like where somebody is. Like they are so out of information at the moment. They have to get something done.
We get Chloe for one more pick. Ideally, that would be great, but has a lot to worry about. Sean holding the angle. Moving slowly, creeping, and creeps right into a crosshair of the big old operator. So CLG pick up their 4th consecutive. Bucky Bandits, a rough buy, segueing into a full buy. Now segueing into, I really hope not another broke buy, because they're at that kind of oddball 3.3-ish K dollar point, which kind of they could do something if they really wanted to.
Yeah, things are spiraling right now. Like we're heading towards a tornado. We're kind of like water spout at the moment, but like the meteorologist is calling the warning signs right now, and Bucky Bandits, they need to get some semblance of control. And I fear that with their purchase this round, right, like they went mostly sheriffs for the most part, that they're in that kind of desperation where they're like, any round is a good round, we just got to do it. And right now they're taking his bad weaponry and fighting into a Viper's pit. That is tragedy.
Pit's down, Symmetrical's in the neighborhood, and they're going to go ahead and swing. Gets the 1, gets the 2 car with the Marshall after a flurry of quick scopes. Actually, this is happening, and they actually recovered.
It's happening?
It too. Yeah.
It's happening? Caster cursed incoming?
Potential. Oh my god. That's the Bucky Bandit way of life, Chief. When in doubt, recover guns and just whack your enemy in the forehead with it.
Sometimes you yeet your last haw, and it seems that for this round, it has been hawed. The lockdown gonna go in effect here as well at the same time as the ice wall going down. Did Card didn't get hit there, did they? I don't remember how much HP they had, but I mean, this is doable. 1v2 with Chamber. There is a real potential for easy kills here.
Oh, that's a good position. Gets the turret, but no peek from Gliswold. So patient, jiggling.
Oh, that was sneaky.
Love it. Good patience, good diligence, and I'm really grateful that after that turret, you know, popped.
They lived.
Nothing.
They lived.
That's incredible. So much value off that round 2 in the bigger picture as well.
Yeah, I mean, they actually stole away the operator. That is huge value. That is the bigliest of value going ahead onto Bucky Bandits. Let's hope they can get something out of it, because they are still fighting into a full equip Counter Logic Gaming.
This is, yeah, we're really digging deep here for Bucky Bandits. They're in an uncomfortable position if you consider how this night has been for them as a whole. And it's tough to adapt. Sean gets an opening one onto Chloe, and that's, you know, watching flank mid area. If anything, Sova setting out the Hunter's Fury. Berto's already got another pick on the board. They're just getting mulch. Gliswold is good, but again, doesn't have a lot of support from that Sova to get it on site. Alarm botting left and right, but there is a huge pinch happening here.
That said, things are slowly falling into the hands of the Bucky Bandits. Yeah, they're getting 2 for 1 every single round, but once the Berto's out of the way, things are kind of manageable. Like, DeBoss Baby's able to pick up a kill on the Gliswold, which drops the spike and puts us into this 1v1 situation. But I mean, this is definitely not where Counter Logic Gaming wanted to be. Like, they are not supporting the Bertos at the moment, at least for these last 2 rounds. Every round before that, so be it. But for these last 2 rounds, the team support has not been there.
No, and you talk about support, it's like Gliswold just W everywhere, just amazing aggression, utilizing every bit of kit that Viper had, the alarm bot to watch to the left, coming around the swing. It was a whiff from Sean, and there was no hesitation at all. That instantaneous decision to go for the swing and the follow-up was just so well executed, and that kind of stuff just adds up round on round, and really good aggression. Datsun here getting aggro. I thought it was for an orb, but had full HP, was more for a pick than anything. Alberto doesn't even have the dash primed away, gets a one and done, falls away to safety, and he gets a great heal off of it. That's the kind of opening pick that really drives rounds forward.
Yeah, I mean, does lose all of the armor, but I mean, your full HP and the resurrection kind of nullifies it. It's a bit of a cheeky spot for the resurrection, because they very well easily could have repeat that, but it's successful and they're able to walk away from it. And HP wise, they're doing okay, considering it's 5v4, 5v5, scratch that, 5v3, 2, 1.
0?
Team Ace. Yeah, Team Ace. Very successful round there from the Bucky Bandits. Is it happening? Is this the run?
This is feeling like the run, and the money for itself on CLG's side speaks to that. So the benefit of the grand scheme is they're looking good in terms of ults. Will Norberto Bladestorm, though, is the real question. I don't know, because, you know, for a fact, we've seen some great aggressive plays. The shorty leads me to believe that we're expecting an aggro push, if anything, or holding an off angle. But, oh, wait a minute. Last minute, Vandal Buy actually came through somewhere in the middle of that scoreboard. That's going to be interesting to find out who that was.
They found my trap.
Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Gonna actually successfully take down Gliswold. No resurrection available in the round, so that is a permanent death. Norberto does, in fact, pull out the Bladestorm. Got a handful of knives to throw at somebody. And he's on the right site. He is waiting for the enemy to push on through. You can see right now that Chloe is hanging out by the A site, expecting an aggressive push, possibly from Norberto themselves, but they're playing patient. They're hanging back. They know they're at a player deficit, so they're not willing to overextend just yet.
On here looking for the connection, does have that rendezvous in close proximity, and its receiving friend, I believe, is somewhere back towards Kitchen Halls area. So 40 on the clock. Noise is cut here. Bucky Bandit's going to run it down, and kind of surprised CLG isn't flanking or anything, but the discipline in itself speaks well. Wall goes up, and here comes the push. Sean not really interested in peeking. Ooh, gets the one, but the trade is good from Carr.
Carr's able to pick up a second one onto Norberto's. No usage out of that Bladestorm. Makes it this 3v3, and Chloe's in a pretty good position at this point for the flank. One of the better ones we've seen from them on this map so far. They do get some free shots, but almost no damage. Down to 27 armor, 89 HP. That should have been a free kill.
Shoulda, coulda, and woulda. Carr now pinned by Yellow. The stick. Do we get redemption? Symmetrical is there, supporting with Boss Baby, just doing tons of work. It's down to Chloe, but Chloe's in a different area code, just aiming to survive at this point. So we digress, and CLG takes that round. In the end, the retake was great. The overall synergy and, you know, working as a team to come around the back end of that site worked superbly. And we proceed further and further ahead towards what is panning out to be a great, great first half. Like, to see Bucky Bandits on the back foot just, you know, ask me the question of what do they have left in the tank for the next 3 rounds? Then what does the second half have in store when they get to occupy the defense, where I think really and honestly, that's where the KJ should be able to shine a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I was starting to get a little bit nervous here. You know, it was 5-0 at a certain point. I was concerned that this could be a bit of a runaway for CLG, but Bucky Bandits have held strong. They've been able to be scrappy in these rounds, and they were eventually able to pull out a couple rounds in a row. Now they just need to keep that presence going. Here we do see the lockdown coming in. There is a very cheeky corner, and the shot was magic coming in from Lucky.
That could have been a recon dart for all I care, except it was on 2 wheels in the shape of a vacuum. Regardless, Symmetrical gets a one on Colt. Quick trade from Chloe is good. We have the Viper on board too for Bucky Bandits, which would mean that lineups are available, and I believe Snake Bites are in the back pockets as well. Regardless, we'll see how that pans out. We have a showstopper too, so tons of defuse halt potential here.
Hunter's Fury coming in, gonna tank that first shot. Did they get it to halfway? Question mark? I actually don't know, and I don't think they knew either. Dadston tried to go a little bit aggressive. It feels like overkill at a certain point, but hey, the round is won, and with multiple members of the Bandits alive, that is a huge boost to their economy.
What I love most is the way that entire round panned out. The plant position of that spike was just blessed. Like, it was pigeonholed in the top where you don't have a left and right jiggle. So it's literally just knowing where the cubby or the opening of that window is, and you just shoot your kit. Like, you Hunter's Fury in the pocket, you Showstopper in a pocket, and from there it's just really, really simple to kind of utilize that. So it's good to see, though. Bucky Bandit's not leaving those ults to waste here and looking for the best opportunity. Meanwhile, holy cow, tempo changes. CLG getting super aggro early on, getting 3 big picks, and oh my god, more to come from the boss baby. Chloe stuck, pigeonholed away as they, wow, no fear at all of getting aggressive.
How are you letting Noberto get away with that blasphemy? They had a bulldog. You had 5 fully equipped team members, and they just walk up and steal your lunch money. How? I smacked my mouse. I'm so baffled.
CLG though has been notorious for that kind of play, right? It's like that, you know, complete 180 curveball. What are we not done this entire game? Oh yeah, send it right on through and get mega aggressive with 3 people, like, and that catches you off guard, and it's great. Repetition equals you know, adaptation, and Chloe actually getting a good opening pick with the op, choosing to go a little bit of a different route in terms of kit, but once again it's Noberto on the board. But Bucky Bandits on the early footing this time have managed to kind of push that initial aggression from CLG.
You will not kill my...
I don't know how I feel about the early plays from Noberto if you don't 1 for 2. Like, in a 1 for 1 situation, I feel like the rest of the team hasn't quite been picking up the slack the same. Like, they've won these rounds, obviously, but, like, we're not seeing the same cohesion that we saw in the first, like, 3 rounds where Noberto was getting 1 for 2s, 1 for 3s, and the rest of the team was able to very easily pack up the rest of the rounds. You know, since then it's been kind of like, yeah, Noberto goes 1 for 1 or whatever it is, but then the rest of the team doesn't quite have, like, the communication or whatever it is to close out the rounds.
Yeah, and I echo much of those thoughts. Is Bucky Bandits now are in a great spot in a 3v1. Sean here has to make a play and understands that any kind of delayed tactics. That's a shot. Nice one. Gotta worry about down below. Oh, so well read. Colt
almost had the peek.
Almost, but Colt is aware of that opening and played that so well.
They almost got their head just completely annihilated. They're dodged for now. Tries to shoot through the box, does get the kill eventually, but they're still fighting against an operator with time on the clock. You can't shoot through that wall. Gets it halfway, pulls off, gets the shot, but is it enough time? Can they do it?
Sean. That was just spicy. I had a good feeling. I'm like, yeah, he's got a position. You know, Sean goes for the body hit, doesn't get it, comes from the back end, cleans up shop. But no, Sean only knows what headshots are, apparently.
Sometimes that's all you need. I said it earlier in the night, right? To win games, you got to click heads. And if you can get that done, that's like part A of the puzzle. Then you can move on to part B of like moving around the map and things like that. If you are a click header or a head clicker, whatever you want to call yourself, that is fine. You're on your way to being in the grand finals of the GLG Pit of Valor. You just need to figure out how to move around the map using the WASD keys, and someday you might find yourself getting headshot by Sean.
Coach Doc says click heads, and click heads you must. 8-4 now is the half, and we see now with Bucky Bandits on that defensive side. What does this KJ got in the tank? Kind of posted up towards B. I like this usage. Kind of covers the default, covers the entrance in. It's almost like a chamber, but with a little bit more spice with the nano swarm. But the pings towards A leads you to believe that CLG are leaning more towards that end of the map, and the Viper Wall 2 Doctor is something that is different. We haven't seen this Viper Wall set up on A either yet tonight.
I am curious what they do decide to do with it. As we can see here, Symmetrical hasn't quite thrown down the wall according to the minimap and according to their ability bar, but the spikes being planted, they do fall though. Carr with a nice Paint King grenade gets the kill.
Posting up for another attempt at it. Gets one bit of information towards Maze. Alberto's on the board. Carr looking hot here and spicy, coming around with vigor and decisiveness, looking for the retake. They're going to go ahead and stick. The Viper Wall is going to drop, but oh my god, that is a choice.
Oh, it didn't defuse!
Oh my god.
Oh no. That was... You got it to halfway, which is meaningful. You just need to be able to get these shots, but it's a classic against some of the longer range weapons, and they can very easily two-man peek you, but a sweet headshot there gets the Paint Can again, but there's not enough time as Sean, once again, clutches up for CLG.
This entire matchup has been full of those moments of, oh yeah, like this is happening, and then all of a sudden we hit like a complete fork in the road and make a hard left with the E-brake, and that was no exception. Tough. Very, very tough round to kind of muster up the courage to, you know, say, okay, that happened. Let's move on. But you look at the overall momentum from CLG now, just one away from double digits, and no fear of buying on the round 2 Vandal. And that's the kind of you know, the differentiating factor of what CLG is about. That these Vandals, if they connect, is going to be a whole hit to the mentality of Bucky Bandits.
Listen, I wasn't able to enjoy the experience of handbrake turns when I was learning how to drive because I just simply in the wrong vehicle, but these Valorant matches are certainly giving me the experience required to feel the same. And look at this, W keying here onto the B site. Noberto is so willing to push the tempo, especially with this dash ticking down and the Spectre in hand. Doesn't quite get what they were looking for, but that's a good snake bite up into the top spot here.
Yeah, Mega now on the board for the one. Low HP Viper getting the heal off now as well. Blizzwald up top. Looking to dance with Vandals, but those hurt. And Colt actually, my goodness. Whoa, here we go, Alberto for the one, for the two, and that's the three-piece combination. And Gaston gets it, and they just wipe up and mop this frigid land of Icebox with the bodies of Bucky Bandits. First to hit double digits. The buy here should be good, but yeah, it's tough. CLG has done a great job on this attack side so far.
And that's kind of the magic of buying that second round Vandal, right? Like, it's a little concerning. Like, it's not something I would advise doing in solo queue because it is quite punishable and it can really destroy your economy if gone wrong. But when you're just cracked to the gills with G Fuel, it works. Like, Noberto easily onto the site, ripping heads. Sean just annihilating faces. Like, these are plays you're allowed to do if you're good at the game. If you are in solo queue, you're not good enough for this play. Don't copy this at home, folks.
How do you manage here from here on out if you're Bucky Bandits? this, right? You're running that same wall that you're kind of used to at A, and it's not really working too well because at least B completely exposed. And I think CLG did a good job at reading and really capitalizing on what that was able to do. But Carr actually is on the board early on with a great opening pick, and huge now as they've also managed to do a fair number of damage off of that Sova too. So CLG changing focus off to A, but is this early aggression, that bit of damage, enough to solidify the round for Bucky Bandits?
Yeah, not quite guaranteed yet. I would say you do still have Sean at full HP.
Yep.
So we'll have to see what work they can get done as they are quite deep into the site, and unfortunately for them, the answer is none. As Chloe does all the work, Carr's going to back it up with a 3K of their own, and that is a very solid round coming in from Bucky Bandits. And I did mention that a round 2 Vandal isn't great for your economy and can quite backfire a little bit. You did also just give away 2 Vandals to your opponent on round 3.
And that's going to continue to be that little pestering moment saying, damn, I wish that didn't happen. But despite the rocky road of that round, CLG has done a good job at being financially conscious of what they're spending. They've got tons of kit on their board. They're teetering on the verge of some ultimates as well, which is great considering they're in a 5-round advantage. But they're going to have to be careful of Bucky Bandits when it comes to site control. Carr there sitting in the back of the A was just troubling, beyond troubling, and there was no trade potential. It seemed like they were kind of split up across A and weren't really lined up for any kind of major trading across the entry.
Yeah, and also has the showstopper available. You're talking about ultimates. That is a pinnacle ability to really turn the tide. We saw it at the last end of the first half where it just sailed into the window and took out the spike diffuser. And it is very easy to get away with something like that right now, especially with the way that wall is placed. You can easily send it through that window and just smoke everybody out. But for now, you are just going to use paint can. Here's the sound cue. You are going to get the showstopper. Gets a free kill into Dadston, but Sean trades it back nicely onto Colt.
Huge one from Carr. That's a great usage of it. At least it connected. The boss may be trying, but it's Carr coming on the back end. Your A Maestro now, symmetrical. This is a spot and a half. Gets the one looking for the transfer and actually gets it onto Carr, but it's Glizzwald looking for it. The boss baby now 1 versus 1. Double shock dart is ready. Jiggles for the 1. Do we get the 2 going out as well? A little angular activity. Diffusing. Hello? Is it me you're looking for? Oh, Glizzwald. Crosshair placement. Demonic. Good for the 3-piece and good for the clutch as well.
Yeah, great stuff. It was a very expensive round from both sides. So as the feed refreshes, the credits are coming through, and it does look like it's going to be another awkward buy coming in from CLG. But I mean, they do have a bit of a buffer here, right? Like they're 10-6 at the moment. You are afforded a couple save rounds to recoup and recover, both mentally and financially. But I mean, they also have some ultimates available. Noberto's going to have that Blade Storm. Symmetrical has the Viper's Pit. Like, these things are available. And you're also 1 point away from both the Resurrection and the Tour de Force. And both of those players are capable of getting that singular frag.
Noberto, Blade Storm, hot. And in the spirit of singular frags, Blade Storms do a great job at clapping heads when given the chance. So, Carr here, oh my god, so aware. Like, Carr in terms of opening picks, retakes, holds, like just so good and is peaking all the right angles at the right time.
And this is another moment for the rest of CLG to step it up when Noberto goes down early. They have been not having the greatest of times because they are just getting overrun once that carry member goes down. I mean, Dadston is able to just run right through. Bulaki able to take down Sean. Dadston, 20 HP in a dream, and just isn't in time to stop that defuse, and does eventually fall. But does that round change if Noberto doesn't die to Carr in such fashion? Probably not. It was a bit of a save round here. They were looking forward to this round where they do get the 5 rifles. They do have ultimates available. Symmetrical, Sean, Dadston, all ready to bring some oomph to the round. And I think this would be a good round to do it. It doesn't quite break the economy of the Bucky Bandits, but it does put them in a potentially worser spot.
You talked about one thing which I want to kind of echo, right? That moment where you say 10-6, right? They got rounds to work with. Like they're in an advantageous position, but when that starts to slip round after round, it just becomes a little bit more troublesome and daunting. Like you feel like you're up against a brick wall, but okay, you know what? maybe I'm just talking spit here. It doesn't really matter. And Alberto's like, brick wall or not, I'm going to go ahead and kill somebody. So that's totally cool. Gets a good opener, and that's a good overall, different approach to the round to have CLG be the first pickers here. So Tour de Force is hot. We have a Resurrection. We got a Viper's Pit. And off that ore, we also have a Hunter's Fury, which, again, for post-plant, superbly good.
And I do like the immediate call to change up the game plan, go to a different site, because that Viper's Pit can be so problematic to try and push into. So they just void that out. Don't worry about it. Go to the B site. Yeah, there's probably everybody else on the team there, but it's still somewhat easier than pushing into the Viper Pit.
And now, with this crisscrossing wall activity, it's going to be a battle of retake and Car. Just so good with the crosshair placement. It gets the one, but CLG has 4 more to throw, including the kitchen sink. Make that 5 with the Resurrection. Investments, plenty, but that's important. We're here to secure rounds and to get that 11. Hunter's Fury also popped, and they're not leaving anything to chance here. They're literally dumping everything but the kitchen sink at these rounds, and it's for good reason, too. They really want to secure these rounds as we get closer and closer to match point.
I mean, poor Sean's KDA gets resurrected just to immediately die again. Tough situation you find yourself in. We are going to be getting a timeout call here coming in from the side of the Bucky Bandits. And I do think this is a good call. I do think they need a bit of a minute to collect themselves, take a deep breath, try and, game plan something out here, because Carr is fragging. Carr is showing up when it counts and is going toe-to-toe with Nobertos, because as much as they are a menace, right, Nobertos is, if they fall early to Carr, it seems so methodical for the rest of the team to be like, hey, their carry's down. Let's play this smart. Let's play this correct. Let's just win the round. And it really is like dominoes at that point. So as long as Carr can win that first duel, which they've been so good at map after map after map, they can win. They can pull this back. They can claw this back. They just need they need to take a deep breath.
Yeah, deep breath and let Carr do Carr's thing, but back Carr up. Like if Carr is going send in sight, sitting on the top of, let's say, Maze, for example, like there should be people on either side. Like you can't leave the guy alone exposed fully. And, that's the kind of performance as a whole that I'm expecting to come out of, both these teams. It's just to really solidify their holds and be there for each other. But nonetheless, 2 rounds away for the match win for CLG, 1 for match point, obviously, and they're still holding that Viper's Pit. I'm glad they didn't commit that to the last round, because that would leave them completely naked for this one. But on a plant situation, and especially even I'd say more favoring towards the A side, that Viper's Pit is a superbly strong bit of information and kit.
Yeah, I mean, they have been struggling on the A side to even really get the spike down, right? Like we've seen Nobertos trying to open it up, similarly to how they defended it aggressively and quickly, and it hasn't quite really fallen into place just yet. So we are going to see them push on through. 5 members on the side attacking, 2 for 1 on kills, make that 3 for 1, and there is a real world for this Viper's Pit to come out, but they might not even need it at this point. The Boss Baby does fall though, which does open up potential for this 3v2 retake to happen.
Potential is all that it takes, and that's what we hope for, that potentials flourish to be success, and the ping of that owl drone goes out. First of all, low HP Sova is going to be a problem. They do have a lockdown, though, here, so can we get that activated, or are they looking to conserve that for match point? Given the disadvantageous situation, and Alberto, also continuing ahead. No lockdown, no having control, not for Sova at all. That's going to be match point for CLG.
And it's a tale as old as time, I guess. Nobertos is alive, they're gonna frag you in the face, and the team's gonna win the round. CLG find themselves match point, tournament point here in the wee hours of the morning on the East Coast, and it's been looking pretty dominant. I mean, look at Noberto's scoreline, 29, 16, and 4. They are lighting things up, more than double the next amount of kills on their team in terms of symmetrical. Yeah, they got a couple more deaths, but you know what? That is fine. When you look at the other side, Carr, very respectable 18 kills there. They are doing their damnedest to stay alive in this tournament, and the rest of the Bucky Bandits are following them up when it matters.
It's been a weird finals for me. I haven't felt like Bucky Bandits has been down hard in more than maybe 1 or 2 cases in this matchup. Like it's just boiling down to the mano a mano battle, some of the retakes, and just really getting honestly outdueled for the most part. So you look at CLG, they've been landing incredible shots, and you said it yourself. The Norberto diff on that 29 bomb, I think, just really goes to show stellar individual play, and what that results in is, like you said, shoot heads and win. And even if things do go sideways now, they have money, they have ultimates, they're sitting on a Viper's pit as well. Bladestorm is available with the rest of the team members building up towards alts. They have a lot going for them here as a whole.
I mean, this is a very real possibility of an Alberto's 30 bomb in regulation here. I mean, it's potentially the last round, even and if it's not the last round, that chance of a 30 bomb goes exponentially higher every round this game goes on. And I mean, they've just been slaying out. So it does make a lot of sense that they are just going to keep pushing the envelope, because it's that kind of situation where until you punish me, I'm just going to keep doing whatever I want.
Yeah, and coming off this timeout, I'm most interested to see what Bucky Bandits is going to do with whatever stack of dollar bills they have left in their kit. I see a Bulldog, I see a Spectre, I see a Sheriff as well. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. They have very little to work with in the bigger picture, but still, it's still opportunistic in the sense that these guns can make an impact if supported by the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Thrifties quite a bit tonight. It was mentioned by the earlier casters that, maybe we should have had a Thrifty counter instead of an ace counter. And I think that the number would be at least 3 times the one we're sitting at currently, because the teams have been so willing to push the envelope with this weaker weaponry. And so here comes the offensive snake pit. This spike is going down literally for free. 0 recourse coming in from Bucky Bandits.
Here we go with that same plant that you guys saw earlier, the window plant up top, where it in itself makes managing the post plant a lot easier in terms of angles and opportunities. Norberto, no dash, but doesn't really care at all, getting aggro. Gets the 1, gets almost a 2 as the Sova is able to respond right back. Lockdown here is good for the time being. Doesn't detain, but here we go. More Hunter's Fury. Symmetrical getting clapped now. 4v3 opportunity. Bucky Bandits on the front line, and they got to make this happen. They have to get the back end clear, but they cannot deal with Sean and Dadson. Shock Dart goes out, and that is it. That is CLG taking the win here tonight. Your Pit of Valor number 89 winners.
Yeah, very, very strong showing coming in from them. It was just domination from one to the other. Norberto's does end up getting that 30 bomb in regulation. Didn't even need the Bladestorm in that final round. Just able to do it with pure gun skill. They fell shortly after, but you know what? That's fine. 30 bombs are always what you want to see here at the end of the day. And what was even better is that even with a 30 bomb, when you hear that in terms of like a single player just like fragging out and slanging out in a lobby, you kind of think like, oh, it was a bit of a stomp then, no? But no, I thought Bucky kept it reasonably, competitive, and there was definitely a chance there for them to make the comeback. Potentially in a best of series, they could have gotten it done.
And I think Norberto as a whole showed stellar performance in terms of mano-a-mano battles. I was floored, and I think the underutilized plant location up top is something that I'm going to be keeping an eye on. Couple that with a sage wall to really ensure that no one's entering from either side of the rope. That's a really good play, and I think CLG did a good job of using it sparingly, but at the right times, and it works superbly well. So congratulations, and that's a series and a half to say the least with Doctor back on the desk. It's awesome.
Yeah, I was super excited to come back for this set of games. They were all super fun. They were all super varied too, even though we saw Icebox twice. I was very happy with the gameplay we saw tonight. And once again, your GLG Pit of Valor 89 champions. Shout out to Counter Logic Gaming. They beat out all the other teams here today. And I do want to give a shout out to our behind the scenes production staff, because without them, we would just be talking into thin air and we wouldn't be talking to you lovely folks at home. So I do want to give that thanks to them, and shout out to you, Strive, for working with me, coming out of retirement and shaking off all the rust up to this point.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's a pleasure to have you back. And again, likewise, thank you to Kit and Fate for sticking through. The talent up earlier, Anton and Orbital, everyone much appreciated. To our viewers that stuck it out for 89 Pit of Valors, number 90 is happening next week. We don't stop. Val and Chill, be sure to stay tuned. I told you about socials. Hop on that goodness if you're interested. Commands are in that title block of Twitch as well if you want to get in on that. And the manager and coach tournament is coming up soon too. So on that note, and Loki, I hope you do actually end up getting some socks. And no, I don't want your photos. On that note, let's sign off for the evening. Wish you guys a great, amazing rest of your week, Thursday and Friday. Doc, send us away because it's all yours, Chief. You're here with us now.
Thank you for tuning in. We will see you guys next week for big number 90 of the Pit of Valor. And until then, stay safe out there, folks. It's a dangerous world.